Oh, well, happy birthday to her from me.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Good morning. What's up?
What's good? How you doing, my man? What is news on this fantastic Monday?
Dude, not too shabby, not too shabby. I was actually wondering whether or not the loop was going to start again, So I was kind of like, are you going to loop? Are you going to loop? You're not looping? Woo! Not much, mate. I told you before the stream started that I had some microphone issues. And it seems as though it's something to do with the noise gate. So I've got speakers, and it seems as though whenever I'm talking, there's a bit of feedback, and then it cuts the noise. So my own voice, it cuts my own voice. So it tries to reduce it. That's why it sounds like I'm underwater. So I decided, screw it, I'll just put earphones on, and then we'll go from there.
Nice. I don't blame you. Yeah, to be fair, I've got like triple speakers up here, and if it all goes wrong, I have got my backup. I've got headphones. Nice. I swear, like all streamers or any like gamers, streamers, if you use audio input outputs, then you need a backup. And usually my backup it's sound related. So
yeah, it's same issue with me. So I thought the microphone, because the microphone didn't work yesterday at all, just nothing. It just didn't want to work, and I was like, this is a problem. How the hell am I going to stream without a microphone? So
good job.
I had to rummage through a bunch of headsets to find that one that actually had a microphone.
So
I tested that this morning. I was like, it sounds like crap.
To be fair, it was like, I've also got a backup headset.
Okay, but not just that. So I messaged a friend yesterday and told him, listen, my microphone's not working, because we were having a D&D session in the morning. My microphone was not working, and I was annoyed because I was like, dude, this is my job. I need this. This needs to work. And it's a Sunday. Where are you gonna buy new microphones?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where are you gonna go get a new headset?
Yeah, and he's like, oh no, don't worry, I've got a microphone for you. I'll courier it to you. I was like, okay.
2 to 3 working days.
Overnight.
Fair. Okay.
But the pickup is today, so I'll get it tomorrow.
Yeah. Fair.
But I was like, thanks, mate.
Yeah, very good.
You're a champion. Thank
you. Hey, look, it's
my microphone.
That's the thought that counts, I suppose. Did you not hear that?
think no, I didn't.
Oh, I said it's the thought that counts, at least.
Oh yeah. No. So it's like, thanks, mate. Appreciate you. And he's like, no. If the mic works for you, you can keep it. I was like, don't worry, man. I'll reimburse you for it, and I'll reimburse the courier costs as well. Thanks. And then this morning I was like, let me just try one more time. It's that hope.
Yeah, I was good. It's that last glimmer of hope that it'll work.
And then I see it's got like a DAW. It's got this little box that you plug everything into, and I plug the microphone in, everything, and I just tap it, and I see a green light come on. And I'm like, is it working? It works. Went to test, and I was like, it works. Woo! So yeah, much better mood. Now we can trade. We can look at the market. Shall we? Shall we?
Absolutely. Let's take a look. See what's going on. But yeah, man. Like I've got this Bluetooth one, so this works perfectly. It's nowhere near as good as this, of course. But
it's like a. Is it like a
lapel? Yeah,
microphone?
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
It like clips onto your jumper, or you can wear like a necklace. And then I read, because you've got two, so this is the ones that we use for Funded Freedom, and I've also got another one here somewhere. My brother said to me, he was like, "William, where's the microphones?" I was like, "What do you mean, where's the microphones?" And he was like, "You've got the microphones on you." And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Well, you've stolen them all because I need some for content creation." I was like, "Oh no." I was like, "Yeah, fair point." So I just robbed all the microphones. So I'm gonna have to see if I can like ship just this one tiny little microphone from Hong Kong to the UK.
Just one.
I don't know. Just one
Just one.
tiny little microphone.
We also have like a lapel one, but it's like a USB-C one, and it plugs into your phone.
Yeah, fair.
So I've used that once. For the video that we did, the congratulations to the Fivers, that anniversary video. I had that little lapel one, but it was connected to the camera. So my wife has a DSLR camera, and it worked, but I can't plug it into my PC anywhere. So I have zero backup. So I'm glad that I've got a secondary, well,
Yeah,
on its
fair.
way, secondary one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Right.
Gold, interesting, dude. I've had a little gander at gold this morning. If I just go over to the hourly, we've got a gap. And it seems as though we're trying to fill this gap. Wait, let me just switch these two things off. We've gapped, and it's on the terminals as well. There's a gap on the terminals as well. So it does seem as though gold is trying to come back to fill this gap. I think we can definitely come and fill it. If I just go down to the 15, you'll see with the price action. Oh, that's what's going on. You can see with the price action, we reached this high point over here, which is the high of Tokyo, which was 51.76. And when we had an opportunity to try and push back towards it, we kind of slacked quite a bit on gold. And I hadn't checked the news, and I was like, this is weird. Why are we not having any like real movements on gold during Tokyo? Had a look. Okay, it's Japanese bank holiday and it's a Chinese bank holiday. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. Anyway, and then price started to gain a little bit of volume coming out of Tokyo, attempted to break this new attempt at pushing lower, got a nice volumetric candle, slowed down again, and then as London opened up, it looked like we started to push down a little bit, but I'm not convinced just yet. I want to see this gap filled. First and foremost, gap needs to be filled, and then we do have this the high point of last week Friday on gold, which I think was the high of the week as well, which we can come and test. So potentially come down. That's if we do fill the gap completely. Come and test the highs of last week Friday, and then maybe push off from there. But as it stands right now, gold first needs to fill gap and then decide what it wants to do. I mean, if you look at the 4 hourly, it looks really nice from last week. So the majority of the week, this was what? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Monday, we opened up over like 5,028, and we're already $100 above, which is good. Yeah. Agreed.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, that's sick, man. If we can go down to that gap, then I want to see some buys up to Tokyo highs. As you guys know, that I've been looking at my old strategy, which requires me to identify Tokyo and London highs and lows. Not so much New York highs and lows, because I don't really trade into that New York session. Or like later than that later into that New York session. I'm usually done by then. Like now, especially because obviously I'd be in bed, and back in the UK usually because just this late evening, and I spend time with my family then. So I tend not to care about later in New York. However, Tokyo and London highs and lows are really, really good interest points for me. So yeah, if we can come back down, fill that gap, and then consider moving up into those Tokyo highs, that'd be pretty cool, I think. Same goes on EU and GU as well, mind. So EU and GU, not as much because we haven't really haven't taken those lows too significantly. I think Euro we have. I checked it just a second ago. I think Euro we've taken the Tokyo lows, but if we can take the Tokyo lows and then start shifting and then move a little bit higher, that'd be quite nice. Given the fact that the overall trend as well on the hourly is starting to look a little bit bullish.
On the 4 hourly, it had last week Like
Mm.
coming last week, we started to attempt to push a bit more bullishly, but the whole week we'd been very bearish. So we've broken this the top end of this downward channel of the whole of last week. And on top of that, we've come into an area, a base area over here. Let me just remove that one. We've come into a base area, which, what was this? The 22nd of January is when we had like this absolutely volumetric fly up on GU. So we've come back into that area. When was this? On Friday. And then we started to react off of it. Right now, yes, we're printing a little bit bearishly on the 4-hourly candle. We've come into this area of interest for me, which happens to also be a base. So it was a base that was created on the 23rd. We had a singular reaction, misclick, a singular reaction over here, and then a secondary reaction where we broke a little bit lower. Did not create a new bullish structure. Instead, we carried on bearish. We pushed straight through it here and then retested it, then pushed lower. So this reaction that's happening here looks pretty good for us to potentially push lower again. Unless we can take up this whole section completely and then aim for these high points over here. But I don't know if we're going to see that today.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. We can see that that 3-wick push as well, and then the attempt to move down. I think we can move a little bit lower, maybe down to that consolidation just prior to that bullish just prior to that bullish candle up. And then if we can push down and touch around there a little bit and then start hunting up, then
price did it just wicked. It just wicked this base area over here.
Like it touched it. I thought it attempted, but not quite got there.
Yeah, it absolutely just wicked it. Now, obviously, you want a little bit of a deeper test of that area, because obviously it had its reaction across this whole section, not just the bottom of the base area. So you want to see a little bit of a deeper test and then a volumetric push lower. In this case, we're starting to get a volumetric push even on the hourly. But then again, this is the candle open. This is the London Open as well. So you have to be careful with the London Open, because sometimes it tells you this is what I want to do, and then it absolutely goes in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
But I do like this. Well, let's say this whole section here is slowed, the whole of Tokyo. But then again, context matters. So was it slowed because of lower trading conditions? Not lower trading, but like lower trading participants. So China and Japan were not really participating all that much there. You have slowed reaction. Now you're starting to get a little bit more volume in the market, more participants. They want to actually push the price lower. Let's see. I do like it. I want to see it sell down again. That's what I want to see. This channel that we had on the 4-hourly, this downward channel that we had, I want to see it retested. So I want to see price come back down here, maybe potentially test this base area down here. Let's zoom. Oh, my apologies. Let's zoom in a little bit. I wanted to test down here. What is this? 134.89 to 134.77. If pound can come back down and test this and then start pushing up, I would love that. It can even come down and like absolutely test the whole channel as well. That would be great. But I wanted to show that it wants to carry on pushing up or create a new bullish structure instead of being like, okay, this is just a little bit deeper pullback for us to
Yeah.
continue bearish. But from last week until this week, this is the most bullish action we've seen. So 3 bullish candles, another follow up 2 bullish candles as well, where previously you had 2 bullish candles, but it reacted off of a specific area, which makes sense. It attempted to have another follow through to push it higher, just failed. And then we had this absolutely overwhelming bearish structure against the bulls. So in this case, we're actually getting a little bit more bullish action here. Question is now, is this going to push lower again and retest this? Or are we going to pull back, retest this little area over here, and then start pushing higher?
On the 4 hour where you are right now, it looks perfect to continue lower. Like, let's be honest, it's showing that sort of identification to the downside. Bless you, by the way. That identification to the
Thank you.
downside. It's got that pullback nicely, that lower low, lower high, 3 wick to the rejection to the upside. The next course of action, in theory, would be to head lower, but
yeah,
it doesn't mean that's going to happen.
No, fair. Just it would be interesting if this whole section from this base, 1 reaction, secondary reaction, breakthrough, 4th reaction, 1st, 2nd, that's the 4th breaking through, 5th, and then a 6th reaction, and then try and push lower.
However, if you head down onto the 1 hour, you can see it's starting to try its hardest to push up.
Yeah.
Which could be an indication of some bullish momentum kicking in. So we'll have to see how that goes. But you at the moment, you can see when the 1 hourly and the 4 hourly is starting to conflict with each other on the direction. That's when it starts time to be like, okay, maybe it's worth considering the a move to the upside, providing you've tested and you've come down into areas of interest before moving in another intended direction. So always try and find a higher time frame of interest.
No, fair. Agree with you. Let's see if Euro also agrees.
Euro's a little bit more bearish than GU, other than the pound.
Oh,
which I kind of like a bit more. Dude, I love that channel tool.
It was definitely stronger. If you compare, let's do this. We compare the two. Let's go to GU. This one is on the hourly. Let's put it on the hourly as well. So there you have the channel from Tuesday, basically, and this channel here is from Monday. This was a strong downward channel, but it kind of like stayed within the channel to a degree. Whereas the channel that was established by on Euro, every time it makes a much stronger, deeper low. So, and it didn't have the like really strong break as we had with GU. Now I know that they're not always going to be running identical. But in general, I think there's enough. There's enough within them to kind of like give you an idea how strong or how weak the dollar is. If you look at EU and GU as being confluenced together against the dollar, if they're both pushing lower, then you know, okay, the dollar is not as strong. But if you're going to trade them individually on their own merit, there is some differences between them. Even though they have similar movements, here's a strong downward push on GU. You have the same downward push on EU, just a little bit more volumetric in relation. You have a strong upward push after hitting a low. You have a strong upward push at exactly the same time. So they're confluenced. They run
I
together.
think there's like an 80% correlation rate
Correlation.
in
Yeah.
EU and GU, I think it was. If you want to find the stronger pair or the stronger asset to trade when it comes to pound or euro against the dollar, go to euro pound or euro GBP, or is it GBP euro? Yeah, euro
It's
GBP. Go
Euro
to
GBP. Yeah.
go to the euro pound, and whichever one. Like, if you're seeing a really bullish euro pound, and then you're looking at the DXY, and then you're looking at the DXY is looking rather weak, and then you're trying to decide which one to trade, EU or GU, then EU is usually the better one to go with because it's stronger than the pound, which means you're probably going to get a little bit more volume and a better price action order flow with it. That's what I used to do when I was trading correlations, anyway.
Well, I used to trade either GU or EU, just not both.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter that they were correlated. I would take one or the other one, but not both. Yeah, so from last week, Thursday, technically all the way from Tuesday, we've got this high end, upper end, basically on EG. And then we also have this ascending section as well. So it's a little bit more flaggish, a little bit more ascending, waiting for some sort of breakout, potentially to the upside. So right now, even though the correlation is there, I still think that there's room for GU and EU to potentially come down a little bit. And then we'll see whether or not it's a continuation of this bearish trend that we have, or are we actually going to continue with the bullish trend that we had this morning. So on GU, we had a bit of a bullish upward tick. It looked like it wanted to push down. Let's see if it can follow through going higher. EU, a little bit of a different story, a very strong upward push, but no follow through whatsoever. We've come basically into this last area over here where price... let me just remove this one so you can see it properly. Just before price absolutely started tanking and creating new lower lows in relation to the previous days, this was the last time that price tried to push bullishly. And this is where price has come into right now, and it seems as though it is rejecting off of it. Now, the question is, this area of consolidation over here, is that going to be tested, or are we testing the lows of Friday? Because if we do come back down and we fill this gap, this tiny little gap that we have here, if we do fill it and then we start pushing up, that would make sense to me as well, because this is strong attempt to try and push bullishly, whereas this was just absolutely bearish beyond all measure. We created a double low down here. We broke above that previous high. We broke above that previous high. We still have to break above this previous high in order to say yes. I mean, if you traded it last week Friday off of this double low that we had down here, with the idea of aiming for this area of interest over here, this base that we have, that could have been a really good trade. You would have gotten it now in this morning, but who would have held it over the weekend? I'm not sure, considering the fact that we were so bearish. Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's go back to gold. Gold itself, I'm still of the opinion that we need to fill this gap that we have. Actually, let me rephrase that. It doesn't have to fill the gap, but I would like for it to fill the gap before it starts pushing up again. I don't know if you agree.
Yes, I would, but it is looking quite nice as it pushes to the upside.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like, even though you would like for it to fill the gap and then continue, it could literally just say, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I like how I do like how it's reacting. I'll be honest.
Let's have a look at the 5 minute.
It's on the 5 minute. It's actually breaking a little bit higher than this current consolidation to the left hand side as well.
So we have this
Oh man,
area of consolidation here.
yeah, I'd like for it to head a bit lower.
This is the local high. This is the local low. Previous high beyond this one is in this area of consolidation. So if price were to come back to test it up over here, that would be great. I would really like to see it do something like this. I don't mind it being stuck in this range where we are now. So the top of Tokyo and then this bottom section down here that it's just created now. I don't mind if it... I'm just going to call it a base so that I can get the white. Yeah, I don't mind it being stuck here.
Yeah. Okay. See, what for me, it depends on what happens on that consolidation that you've marked out in yellow. In yellow, yeah, there. It depends what we want to do there, because if we can push up to that level, consolidate, break, then I think we're coming for that gap. If we break and close above, then I think we're going to take out that Asia high.
Yeah, and then we've got all-time highs.
Yeah, but yeah, all-time highs are
all the way up over here.
Yeah, exactly. Just
in
a distant.
Sorry, here.
Yeah, so that's in a distant reach. So it's a matter of. I'm a bit like you. I'd like to see it come down to that consolidate. To that gap, fill the gap. Just do a little bit of nothingness for a bit, consolidate, break and close above, show a directional shift in order flow to the upside, enter, Asia highs, continuation, all-time highs, multi-millionaires, let's go.
Multi-millionaires, let's go. Yeah, I would like to see that. The only thing that I think I'm still bias long gold.
Yeah, fair. I
on
think
the 4 hourly, that this is the whole point. Like, we had this section over here basically, which was the high. What was this? The 4th of February's highs after this long sell off. We had a reaction, which was also this daily base. Well, we can. There would probably be a 4 hourly base within it. This is a 4 hourly base. There will be an hourly base as well. But we've really struggled to punch above this last section. 1, 2 attempts. Struggled to push lower than 4,900, 4,824 ish. This is the first time that we've actually come above and broken above this area right here, which if you pull it through, it kind of like tests this areas of the 26th of January as well. Point still stands that now we've broken above. It seems as though we want to come and test it. That gap is at the absolute top of that section. I would love just it to test in here and then start pushing up again. But there's also an area of consolidation over here that it could come down to test, but we'll see.
Yes, indeed.
Let's have a little gander at who's in chat this morning. See if there's any. Joshua is asking, is anybody long on gold and silver at the moment?
No, but I want to be.
True. Henry coming in saying good evening. Kurosaki saying, hey guys, look at UJ longs.
UJ longs? Nice. On the 5 minute, I'm assuming, maybe?
Potentially. We have multiple days. of consolidation here. Breakout. A little bit of consolidation up over here. Push down lower and attempt to push higher. 15 minutes.
The only thing about UJ longs is that 15-minute consolidation that we're heading up to. In fact, that we've actually wicked into just about at about 154.76 to 766. That's the only thing that I'm seeing on the 15. On the 5-minute, maybe a bit of a pullback to around 154.620, and then continuation. But yeah, I mean UJ longs look nice.
Yes, I agree, but I also have this on the hourly. I have this little channel here that is a descending structure, and we've already had we didn't touch the channel obviously, but we've already started to show a potential turn with a little bit more bearish candles coming in.
Your hourly looks completely different to my hourly. USD, Japanese yen, yeah?
Yeah.
On the hourly.
Yeah, what does yours look like?
I've just realized this is FXCM, not Oanda, but yeah, dude, mine looks different. Check mine out. This is on the 1 hour as well.
Okay, zoom out a little bit.
Is this the price action you're not looking at?
Much closer, yeah. If
sorry. Okay. Apologies. No, I know what you were doing. You were looking at this overall structure here.
Yeah. I was zoomed out, just a little bit more zoomed out.
Yeah, you were looking at this overall down here, weren't you? Apologies.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I misread that. Fair.
Yeah, just a little bit more zoomed out than you were. You're so laser focused.
Only slightly.
Only slightly.
Apologies.
Looking at what you would normally like how you were zoomed in on yours, there's obviously a push lower drop, a base, a drop, another base, another drop. So if we take the last base, there was a bit of a test there. We just wicked above. When we had the previous base as well, there was a singular reaction, then a push lower from out of there. And the thing is we did wick above this base area, which is still a bearish structure in my mind. If we take the absolute last candle, we just wicked it, and then we started to push lower. I don't know if this is more of a bullish structure or a bearish structure right now. We've gapped,
immediately
push lower, an attempt to push up, but the reaction is out of nowhere. Not entirely out of nowhere.
No, not entirely out of nowhere.
I'm not sure about buys just yet on dollar yen. I don't know. I'm not yet. I feel like this massive candle here is throwing me off.
Yeah, I think on the 4 hour it's nice. On the 15 it's nice. The 5 is nice, but there is some, like the 30-minute, the 1 hour that are a little bit hit and miss. Like you said, it's that 1 hour immediate bearish reaction and break under creating that bearish order flow, it's room for concern. And that, that 1 hour that you just mentioned, that drop is also post consolidation. So if you look at that if you mark out that consolidation now on the 1 hour, yeah, perfectly, that one there, and then drop down onto the 15-minute, you notice that it actually marks out that perfect consolidation which we tapped into, which is a little concerning, because then there's a potential area that we could want to reject from and continue that lower push.
Yeah, that is true.
So
we didn't even have a reaction off of this structure down here. We had a reaction off of that structure.
Blessing to you, my friend. He's gonna go for a second. No, he's good.
I'm good. I'm good. I almost always sneeze in twos, so
they say there's never two without three unless you sneeze. Then there's always two without three.
It's weird. But yeah, I wouldn't say the weather's been changing. I think that my immune system is just a little weakened after this weekend.
Yeah, fair.
Too many birthdays in 1 month, mate. Too many birthdays.
Oh, dude, I had right. Okay, yeah, guys. As you guys know, I don't drink. I'm a big sort of not anti-drinking, but an anti-partying sort of person. I try and say, guys, try and look after your health, look after yourself. But every now and then it is good to let loose and have a bit of an absolute blowout and go party. We're all human at the end of the day. So since moving to Hong Kong, I haven't had a drink. I've probably had 3 beers since January, like the start of January, like the 2nd onwards. I probably had like 3 beers. On Friday night, I had 3 beers all in one night. I woke up Saturday morning with the worst hangover I've had in such a long time. I was like, oh my God. Like, I didn't care. I thought, 3 beers. I went to bed feeling fine. Woke up feeling like I'd just been run over by a bus. I was like, why do I feel so bad? I was on FaceTime to my dad, because obviously when I wake up at 7 a.m., it's like whatever it is there. It's like 11, 12. No, it'd be 11, wouldn't it? Yeah, it'd be 11. So, and I was saying to him, I was like, Dad, I got such a hangover. Like, I got such a headache. And he's like, well, what do you expect? You don't drink. Dude, I know exactly how you feel, man. Like, my body, even now, is still aching.
Okay, but the thing is, I didn't drink this weekend. And okay, but in general, I don't drink alcohol all that often. I'll have a beer from time to time, and that's just to keep your kidneys kind of like nice and flushed and open and working all that well. And it helps prevent kidney stones and stuff like that. But I don't drink hard liquor at all. I used to drink whiskey and stuff like that, but it's been years. And I mean like several years since I've had like hard liquor. And then this weekend, I just had 1 or 2 shots with my wife because it was her birthday yesterday. And had soju, and soju is a Korean rice, a distilled rice drink, and it's not even like a high alcohol percentage. It's like the whole bottle is like 16%, and I had like 2 shots of it. I wasn't like tipsy or anything like that, but I just felt like when I woke up, I was like,
Ow.
And then we went for a park run as well, and that park run also just kind of like didn't help.
Oh man, like at least you ran it off. I just popped some painkillers and sat on the couch feeling sorry for myself.
No. Not run it off. No, walked. I walked it off. Walked for 5 kilometers, feeling sorry for myself, just walking.
Tried to run for another 5. Did about 5 meters.
So exactly as you were saying on UJ, it seems as though this base area on the 5-minute in this morning, we're trading above the Tokyo high. So we did try and push lower. We failed. We pushed above the Tokyo high. If I just move the base area out of the way, pushed above, retested, and started pushing up. So on the lower time frames, I agree with you. There is definitely a want to try and push price back up to, I would say, if I can just pull this back, maybe potentially misclicked, maybe potentially down to here, which is the daily open, potentially. So if you were looking for a trade, something like this could have been great if you got in on this candle over here, along with this new base, this 5-minute base over here, where price pushed above, came back, didn't even wick below the base, and then started pushing up. So this could have been a really good UJ potential trade, considering that we've broken above that base area. We retested it and started pushing up from it. So this is very low time frame. I would say it looks pretty good. It's another base area down here that got tested during Tokyo. 1, 2, 3 tests and started pushing up. This base area over here is untested. Technically, that is not a base area because it's still in the downward. Yeah, this is the first base area. This one. And then this one over here. So, yeah, I think it looks good to try and test it up to 154.92. So another 15 pips or so, I think.
Yeah, nice. I've just been sent it just popped up now, and I thought, that's weird. Why are they messaging me? I've just been sent an event in Hong Kong in April, and someone was like, dude, you need to speak at this. That's cool. Yeah.
Dude, get me some tickets. I'll come join you.
Dude, how sick would that be?
What, a 24-hour flight or something like that?
Yeah. How long would that be, actually? South Africa to... No, not Singapore. Why did it automatically put Singapore? Flight time. It would be... Okay, not that bad. 12 hours and 45 minutes to 13 hours and 30 minutes.
From me to Singapore, or from me to you?
You to me.
Oh, that's 12 hours, mate. I can be there tomorrow.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Do I need a visa?
No, not to come into Hong Kong. You would actually go into China.
Well, for you, because you're from Britain. I'm from South Africa. I'm gonna have to go and see if South Africa got visa-free travel.
Yeah, okay. For you, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, having said that, though, the flights are $856, but I don't know if that's obviously it's not Hong Kong dollars because that'd be 85 quid. So it's $856 US.
So that's like what, 12 to 13,000 rand a ticket, which is typical. That's a typical overseas flight.
That's not too bad. Well, where would you fly from? Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban?
Johannesburg.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, in fact, that's the cheapest. So 856. Dude, that's pretty good.
And that's like literally what, flying tonight or tomorrow?
That would. I don't know. I think that's average. Yeah, it doesn't say.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry, that's flying. That's flying tomorrow.
You see, and that's like you're flying tomorrow. Like you haven't even booked in advance, so it's just like, okay, it's not that bad.
That's Singaporean dollar. Sorry, no, that's not Hong Kong. That's not US dollar. That's Singaporean dollar.
How much is the Singapore dollar?
It's a little bit more, I believe.
Exotic.
What would it be?
So the US dollar to the Singapore dollar is 1.2.
Okay. Yeah, fair. Okay. So
1.26.
SGD.
So about 12.
To South African rand.
ZAR.
ZAR. What did I say? 856. So it's going to
816.
cost you about. Okay, it's going to be a bit cheaper. Yeah, 10,816.
Okay, good enough. 10K to fly to Hong Kong. Sounds good.
I think that's return as well.
Oh, dude, if it's return, that's cheap. Then it's like 5K a flight.
Yeah, I'm
That's
pretty
really
sure
cheap.
that's.
That's really cheap.
Yeah, it is. It's return. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Although you got to stay here for like 4 days. That's
I'm
flying
I'm
tomorrow and going home Sunday. I mean,
I'm
we can
pretty
explore.
sure. I'm pretty sure I can find something to do for 4 days, friend. I
Yeah.
can find something to do for 4 days. First and foremost, you and I are getting sloshed
Yeah, let's go
on a
party.
rooftop bar somewhere, looking over the JP Morgan building. That's first and
Bro,
foremost.
I have got the cigars ready as well. We
And
get
then
cigars,
secondly,
whiskeys.
CC needs to like take us to the absolute best food joints for the
Oh
next
yeah,
3 days.
100%. Dude, like you'll get fat. You will get fat. Like man, I put on so much weight from being out here. Like you will have all you can eat caviar. Just saying, and it's not a bad price.
I don't like caviar at all.
You savagery.
Yeah, nah, dude. I just
What about like
don't.
crustacean, like crab, lobster, stuff like that?
I've only ever had crab and lobster once, and it was good.
Okay,
I do like prawns and langoustines and stuff like
okay.
that. I
So
do like
you
that.
don't mind the seafood side because Hong Kong's full of
Oh,
seafood.
I like seafood. I just don't like
Oh,
I just don't like caviar.
fish
I'll have
eggs.
salmon. I'll have salmon roe.
Okay, so you do like fish eggs. It's just you don't like caviar. You don't like sturgeon eggs.
Yeah, the caviar to me is too salty, mate. It's like
Oh, no,
it's
fair, no, true.
so
Yeah,
salty, and it's just like oh. So
yeah.
I'm not, and I'm not a big fan of mussels either.
You know, okay. Well, I mean,
No,
if it's salt, if there's like the over salty taste you don't like, that makes sense.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, is hella
Not a
salty.
massive fan of too much salt. I'll bring you some biltong.
What's that?
It is a South African cured meat
Ooh,
that has been
yeah.
cured in. It's usually like vinegar with like a bunch of spices and herbs that you add to it, and then you
Bro,
let it cure.
stop digging. You've struck gold.
Oh, I'm gonna carry on telling you about it. So it's not like the American jerky. Beef jerky is dry.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
leathery.
It's like a
Bil-
brisket.
yeah, South African biltong is not like that dry. The center's
Yeah.
got like a reddish or pinkish hue to it, and it's more dense, but also softer and more chewier than less chewy. Let's rather say less chewy than jerky. Jerky is very dry, very. I don't know. I think it's more flavor than anything else. Biltong beats jerky any day, and if there's any Americans in right now, you should technically still be sleeping. Yeah, biltong beats
Sorry,
jerky, mate.
sorry,
Any
not sorry.
day. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah. Anyway,
Dude, yeah, that sounds incredible.
EU and GU seems like it wants to push a little bit lower. It's getting this nice downward push on the 5 minute. On the 15 minute, it also does not look horrible. I have this area down over here, 117.988 to 117.93 on euro that I think we must come and test first. There is a bit of a gap here as well that I think could also be
Did you
tested.
say
But this
1793?
1798 to 1793.
Okay, interesting. You want it to come down to there. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on GU as well, it's showing the same idea. Once again, I would love for it to come down to this area over here. 135.01 to 134.92 before it starts to potentially start pushing up again. But that's only because we've broken this. Why do I? There we go. It's only because we've broken this upper end of this downward channel that we had And I would like to see it retested and then continue up. But if we don't, that's fine as well. We can just push lower again from here. It's not a problem.
Yeah, if we drop, we drop. Is what it is. Like,
If we drop, yeah, that's fine. But I would like to see it react off of this.
yeah,
Gold.
I like that. That's nice. Yeah, I've even actually looked at the 1 minute because, like I said, my strategy did used to work on the 1 minute.
On gold.
However, no, on well, yeah, no, sorry, not on gold, on EU and GU, and
1
there's
minute.
some nice
Wow.
structure on GU. If we can break above 18.12.7 on the 1 minute structure,
On
then I'm
EU,
going to start
okay.
questioning whether it does actually want to start moving up after that. We've come into the nice area now. We've got that. In fact, it's a bit like your base. I don't know if it would be a valid base for you because, I mean, it's already reacted. So I don't know how you look at bases in that way. But there is a base that we've come within, and now we're starting to move up to. So 18, 12, 7-ish, I think would be interesting if we can break and close above that before continuation on EU. And then on GU, yeah, I don't know. GU, maybe if we can break above 35, 18, 7, but I'm not sure.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, but on the 5 minute, I'm not really seeing anything. I'd have to drop down to micro structure on the 1 minute, which I tend not to like to do. But if we were to do something, that's what I'd be interested in.
Interesting. I think if we can break above 1808, come back down, not break lower than, let's say, 1804, and then start presenting a new upward structure. This is now on the 5 minute. So where price is now, just break above, come back down, don't break lower than 1804. So let's say somewhere 1806, and then start presenting upward movement. Then I would say that could be a potential good entry point to try and, first and foremost, break back into the Tokyo lows, which is also this base area over here. Break in here with a potential to break above, retest, and continue up higher. That would be pretty cool. If I'm just looking at the 5 minute. But I don't know. I think if this area here gets disrespected and we push lower, this is the area that we are going to test first and foremost. Before I think we're going to find any sort of upward push. That's assuming this gets disrespected. So 1802 to 1808. So it's about a 6 pip area. Let's wait and see. GU has missed the gap so far. I wonder if this is going to start reacting a little bit more strongly here. This is the 5 minute. Come on. If we just take these local dip below, back in. No bullish structure for me just yet. This high up over here needs to be broken above. And then this low down here needs to be established and respected. So if it comes back up, let's say price starts pushing up. When it comes back down, it needs to then reestablish. So make a higher low. Doesn't look low. Doesn't look, though, as if it's going to create a higher low at all.
Yes.
Let's wait and see. NASDAQ. We have the options expiry today at 25.010. 0.1025, somewhere over there, which happens to be the daily rollover over the weekend. So if NASDAQ, if the price does seem like it wants to start pushing up towards this expiry point, which makes sense. This is a lovely 5-minute base. Mate, look at this. How nice is that? I
What's
might
that,
just
NAS?
get in on this.
Yeah, NAS was really nice, man. I was looking at
Ooh,
NAS down at that original area just after the Tokyo session as we were going into London, as I was setting up ready for stream. And I was looking at it, I thought, ooh, that is nice. I was like, there's a nice potential breakout zone here. And then it just broke. Like, it really broke. And I thought, I was just too shy to enter. I was like, why didn't I enter this?
Dude, I do like this. What does the 15-minute look like?
Yeah, it is nice.
Oof. Okay, the 15-minute doesn't look great.
No? On NASDAQ?
Yeah. So the idea is...
You don't think the 15 looks... I mean, okay, yeah, I don't know.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. On the 15-minute, I would love something more like this. If you're going to have strong candles and follow-up candles, I would like to have a bit of a deeper pullback on, for the base on the 15-minute. So you have a nice strong candle here. You have a very nice strong candle here. You have a little bit of consolidation over here, which looks fairly decent. You have a fair few lows down here on the Tokyo low, which got 0 attempt to push lower, which is nice as well. But I would have loved if this had a little bit of a deeper attempt before it started pushing back up again. Because if I were to get in now, this candle, this 15-minute candle here, this to me is a rejection candle. This is a reversal sign. More of a hammer, a very, very small body at the top end with a very long wick below. So to me, this is potentially going to pull back, and then we'll see whether or not a new structure to push up is created. Mm-hmm. So if I go down to the 5-minute, if I had gotten in, it would have been there. NASDAQ, this is a 1 to 2, but it probably would have been a 1 to 1 somewhere over there. Yeah, the 5-minute looks great. The 15-minute, not so much. Would have loved a deeper pullback. Yeah. Not a fan of this candle. So, of this previous 15-minute candle, not a fan of this one. So I'm going to wait for it to pull back a little bit. Let's see whether or not it can come back down to the 0.5 to 0.618 and then react off of that. Or alternatively, this 15-minute base area here. Let's check the 5-minute if there's a nicer base area. No, it's pretty much this whole section. Yeah, I want a bit of a pullback first before a continuation higher. If we can come all the way down to this area of consolidation, that would have been cool. So yeah, I'm going to say this fib level, if we can come back down to the fib level, that would be great.
I really don't understand the C Trader. I don't get it. I hate it. It's such a stupid platform.
Do you have a C Trader account?
No, this is on one of my other accounts. It's like my high risk account. What's it doing? I'm looking at potentially testing a buy idea on EU, but I don't want to take it on my live account, so I'm just going to take it on an account that I have, which is in its first phase. I bought it ages ago, and it just sort of I didn't neglect it, but I don't know. Yeah, I've neglected it. Simple as that. So I use it for like my high risk testing. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm testing the idea of a potential buy on EU.
Okay.
But we'll see.
CK4P for PO14 has asked for an outlook on DXY. This is on the 4-hourly. It's actually not that bad. We have a bit of a base area over here that got reacted off of. We have a base area up over here that we can come and test. So the upper base area is 98.48 to 98.26, and then the bottom one was 96.36 to 96.62. Pushed away, came back, retested, creating a higher low. So if this is the low, that's a higher low. This is the high. We've already created a higher high over here. Bit of a pullback. Let's see how deep this pullback can be. We already have a small area over here, a small base area to come and test. That's one. We have a little bit of consolidation here. Yeah, it's possible. Let's see on the hourly.
Unbiased Trader saying, I love CTrader and Trade Locker. Trade Locker, I love. I haven't used CTrader enough. I actually managed to work CTrader out just now, and I thought, actually, this is quite nice. So it's just because I'm not used to it. I'm a dinosaur that way. If I'm not used to it, I hate it because it's just clunky and awkward. Whereas, MT5 is clunky in a different way. It's just it's dumbed down for idiots to use, basically, and I'm an idiot. So I like it. But Trade Locker is good. I think I like Trade Locker just because it is basically TradingView.
I think MetaTrader is just simple, but it's not great for drawing. It's really horrible for drawing. So you kind of like forced to do like drawing analysis purely for convenience on another platform. Where trading, it's fine. I really don't mind. Obviously, the functionality, I think, could have been a lot better, but for the age of what MetaTrader is, it's fine. I think CTrader is really good because you don't need to have all of these external add-ons, basically, to try and make it functional. Which I think is really nice. That's definitely like a very nice feature that they have on CTrader. But if you're only used to MetaTrader, CTrader is going to be a learning curve. And if you're only used to CTrader and you go over to MetaTrader, it's going to be a frustration curve. You're going to be frustrated with I used to be able to do this and now I can't do this. It's just
so think about it like upgrading. Think about it like going from a Ford Fiesta to a Lamborghini. It's going to be a learning curve because you've got so much more power, you've got so much more availability, so much more technology, and then you imagine that's like MT5 to CTrader. Now you imagine going from a Lamborghini down to like a Ford Fiesta. It's just going to be so frustrating. You've got no power there. You've got nowhere near as good a technology. It's not as comfortable. It's just going to be irritating. So luckily, I'm going the other way. I'm going from Ford Fiesta to Lamborghini. Those who are going from CTrader back to MT, I do feel sorry for you.
Just don't crash, mate.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. Don't crash. Yeah, when you crash, turns out they both crumple equally as much. Oh dear. Dude, there's 188 of you guys watching right now. That's sick. There's nearly 200 of you watching our morning session, which is absolutely fantastic. Guys, if you haven't already, please smash that thumbs up. It does mean a lot to you guys, to us, if you guys do that. We have hit 100,000 subscribers, which is insane. So thank you so much for your support, everyone. If you haven't already, do make sure that you're going to subscribe to the channel. The frustration curve, yeah. Do make sure you're going to subscribe to the channel, guys. It does mean a lot when you subscribe and help grow the channel and reach a new audience of fellow traders who, I don't know, maybe just want to hang out and have a bit of a banter and check out some analysis. So make sure you subscribe, like, and share this channel. Sneaky little plug there for you guys.
Sneaky little plug. The DXY to me does look like there's this potential for more bullish movements. I've got this area over here that on the hourly looks a lot better than it does on the 4 hourly, as an example. So it was the gap, which was created on the 23rd of January. We've had multiple reactions on that area and then pushed lower. We came back to it, a bit of a reaction, consolidated, broke through it, wicked back into it, came back, pushed away, came back into it, consolidated, and then pushed off of it. So I do like this area. Price came back down again, consolidated, made a base, pushed lower. This news event over here missed it. We eventually came back to it, just wicked above, came back below, retested it again, pushed above it, created a little bit of a base area. I'm going to switch that off because this magnetism tool is annoying me a little bit. It's great when you're trying to draw like a line from, I don't know, the top of a wick to another top of the wick because it automatically pulls the line towards that point. But if I'm trying to draw with the drawing tool, it makes these...
I hate it. I use control. If I want the magnet, I just press control.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'll do. Oh, yeah. So if you press control, it uses magnet shift, and then if you press shift, it automatically straightens the line.
Yeah, no, the shift key I know. Not like I didn't know the control one was the.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice. Anyway, point being, price came back down and has reacted off of this exact same zone again. How strong is this reaction going to be? I don't know. We do have a little bit of a slowed momentum here from Thursday into Friday as well. A double top. So I don't know if this is a lower time frame bearish attempt or whether or not this is just a pullback and continue to go higher, potentially coming to this area of interest all the way up over here, which I mentioned earlier, which was 98.29 to 98.48. We'll see. To me, it's a little bit more bullish than it is bearish on the hourly time frame. However, we do have this channel where price was acting above it the whole time, higher highs, higher lows, and now we've broken through it, and it seems as though we might be retesting it now. Just something to take into consideration.
Yes.
Oh, did I delete that whole thing? Oh, that's annoying.
Just wait and see what Euro looks pretty crap on the 5 minute. Yeah, I want to see. I've set my alerts on Euro. In fact, just bring my chart up real quick. I've set my alerts on 0. On the 5 minute, you can see it's clearly in this downwards channel here. I want to see a break and close above this, and then something like that maybe. But right now, I'm. Oh, that was a nice 1 minute close. 5 minute close there. But I don't know. If we can break and close above this consolidation here, and then maybe consolidate a bit more, and then break and close further, retest into it, and then that's when I'm going to start considering saying, yeah, okay, I think we're in a potential shift of order flow. But until that happens, I'm not interested in taking this on my live account. It'd be cool.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm in it on the 1 minute. on my.
I mean, fair.
I'm 20, $30 up on my other account, but like I said, it's just a. Well, does DXY affect your bullish GU bias? It can do. Right now, not so much. As look at the candlestick characteristics. We are clearly bullish on the 5-minute and the 15. But at the moment, and in fact, actually, we have got a gap as well, so it could tend to want to move up higher. But not really. It does and it doesn't. Sometimes I'll look at the DXY and I'll think, oh, I don't like this. But we are overall bearish, so maybe if we can come up into this consolidation, then drop. Or potentially we could look at coming back down into this breaking retest, come back into this area before heading back up, and then either that or that. I don't know. Not really. Sometimes it depends what the DXY is doing, how volatile it is, what news we got coming out. That'll all help assist me on how much I take into consideration what the DXY is doing.
Speaking of news, we didn't even check what is this week's high
I
impact.
literally just thinking the exact same. I was like, oh my god, I've just said the news will help me decide, knowing damn well I haven't checked it today.
Yeah, so this is Monday today. Bank holidays on JPY and CNY. No red folder news whatsoever. We do have Fed member Waller speaking today. Should not be much of a mover. I'm gonna sneeze. Am I?
I don't know. Is he gonna sneeze? Oh, there's a bit of silence. There's a chance he is sneezing.
I sneezed.
Bless you, my friend.
Thank you so very much. Next day, Tuesday, we don't really have much. We do have a bunch of FOMC members speaking, but nothing specifically crazy. We do have Australian CPI month-on-month, year-on-year, as well as the trimmed mean one for AUD on Wednesday, followed up by President Donald Trump speaking. Guess who's not trading on Wednesday?
I'm not.
This guy. Whenever this guy speaks, I don't even open up my terminal whatsoever. I will not be giving into FOMO.
Well away.
This is on Wednesday, 4 a.m. GMT plus 2, so that's 2 a.m. GMT. It's going to be in the evening, basically, for the dollar. For us, it's going to be, for the rest of us in the world that's not in the US, it's going to be early morning. And if you're in Australia, it's going to be very, very late in the evening. Thursday, we have unemployment claims on the dollar. So that... Oh, and then we've got core PPI on Friday. Not a very big news week whatsoever. Four high impact events or time slots, let's rather say. Friday at 3:30 GMT plus 2, so 1:30 GMT. On Thursday, 1:30 GMT unemployment claims. Wednesday, 2 o'clock in the morning GMT for the dollar, and then at 12:30 GMT, so 12:30 for AUD, and that's the only red folder news that we have so far for this week. Interesting. So caution on Wednesday and caution on Friday and on Thursday afternoon. So Friday and Thursday afternoon, and then the whole of Wednesday, I would say. If Trump says something, he might tweet again later in the day. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? What is 6-7? What is it?
67. I have no idea. What is 67, my friend?
DXY is breaking into last week's lows again. It opened up, broke through the lows of last week Friday, traded around this this area of interest, and it seems as though it is trying to push back into it now. I've just got this line for the low itself just to see how it reacts there. So we'll see whether or not that is going to be the reinitiation of a upward push, or if it is just going to be short-lived in and then back down again. So that would then mean if you go to the euro and to pound, it should start looking like it's pushing a little bit lower. DXY picks up, pound and euro pushes lower. Simple. So we'll see. Gold right now is slowing its ascent on the 15-minute. So we still have this area of consolidation. It's a small area of consolidation. It's more of an area of consolidation on the 5-minute, not so much on the 15. On the 5-minute right now, the gold is looking very slowed. Even this upward push that we had here was very, very, very slowed as well. If you look at the candles in relation to anywhere, yeah, you can look at any of the candles towards the left. You'll see that whenever price does this, where it's got like more of an angle, here it has a bit of an angle, slowed down, beginning of a downward push. Same here. It's trying to push up slowly, starts pushing lower. So there might be a potential to try and push lower from here. But wait for the confirmation before attempting to try and sell gold just yet. This is just very slowed. I don't like this particularly all that much. I would love for it to attempt to push up higher, not break this most recent high point, and then start printing lower lows and lower highs on the 5-minute. On the 15-minute, obviously, this could just be a base and then a continuation higher. Or this could be a potential bit of a deeper pullback for this downward. Well, not a deeper pullback, a this movement over here. This be a deeper pullback before we continue lower with this downward channel that we have here, even though it's broken the top of this channel. This could potentially start pushing bullishly from here. Let's wait and see.
Yeah. Time will tell. Time will tell.
It's Vinny. My apologies. Good morning, Will and Rich. Been trading this 10K high stakes account, and bro, I was in a $950 drawdown. I just finished recovering that account from a 950 down on Friday. Not trading gold. Smart, not trading gold. So congratulations on like getting yourself out of drawdown, first and foremost. And secondly, if you feel like you want to just take a day and just wait for the market to kind of like show what it wants to do, which is what Mondays tends to happen, or on Mondays it tends to happen, where where the market kind of like waits in anticipation, and then on Tuesday it starts showing the direction for the week. So yeah, if you feel like you don't want to do any trading today, good decision. Alicio is saying, it is my personal opinion both EU and GU are set to trade lower. I trade the 4-hour time frame. For EU, agreeable, still uncertain. The technicals for 4-hour turned a little bullish. That is true. I agree with you there. On this movement here on EU, definitely. The way that I like looking at whether or not something is overwhelmingly bullish or overwhelmingly bearish is I do like looking at how many follow-up candles we have, and then also higher highs, higher lows, that kind of like stuff, like just typical structure, price action and whatnot. But if we have a strong push like this, multiple this is now in the 4 hour, obviously, multiple bullish candles, whereas previously, if we did have pushes, they were 2 candles, 3 candles, of which they're not really particularly strong upward pushes. And then if you look at the inverse, whenever we have downward action, downward price action, this is very strong, followed up by a strong candle, but no follow-up whatsoever. So this down here is a slowed descent. This is a very volumetric descent. And right now we had a double low with a bit of a sideways action, very short term, and then a strong ascent. Now with a bit of a pullback. But this pullback over here is a little bit stronger than what you would typically expect from a pullback if this is a new bullish structure. So to me, even though this area over here had a very strong bullish reaction, the follow-up itself is not filling me with joy to say that we're definitely going to push bullishly on EU right now. And then on GU, it's the same idea, except that here we've actually had follow-up. We've had follow-through. Sorry, not follow-up, follow-through. There's a bullish push, an attempt at a bearish push, and then another attempt at a bullish push. We need to come and test these bases. So if we were on the 4 hourly, this is the base area that needs to be tested first, which can happen. Just needs to be broken above. So that swing area over there needs to be broken above to say, okay, bullish action on the 4 hourly and higher. Because we've already, this swing point over here, we've already broken, but we've had no follow through. So this last lower high with this low. So now this is effectively a higher low and a higher low and a higher high in relation to the previous high and the previous low. So bit of a pullback and then a continuation higher. I'd like that. I'd rate that. But once again, DXY is showing a little bit. It had a pullback. It had a deep pullback from last week Friday, but we are reacting off of a nice area of interest for me specifically. And it is printing a little bit more bullish candles. So we'll see. But I do like what you're saying, Alicio.
Well, hello there, my favorite German friend.
Up, boys?
Monsieur Dirk, how is thine?
Mine? I don't know how to answer to that. I'm okay. I'm maybe can hear. I've come down with a flu for a little bit.
Me and you.
Oh yeah, it's maybe because the temperatures have like shifted within one day from basically -10 to now +12 degrees.
Oh, nice.
Jeez.
It's like
For anybody out there who are global warming deniers, Dirk has just shown you that global warming is a real thing.
It is
24 degrees Celsius change in 24 hours.
So excuse me if my voice is a little bit coarse. I'm drinking some chamomile tea with honey here.
Oh, nice. I was gonna say, get some herbal tea in you, man.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Nice.
At least I should buy one of those sticks. The people in Southeast Asia like to always put in their nose and run around with.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I remember my partner said to me yesterday, she was like, well, how was the winter? And I was like, what do you mean? She was like, the winter's officially finished. I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, well, February is usually the coldest month in Hong Kong. And she was like, it's only going to get hotter from now.
So how cold was it?
Bro, like it's not reached anything less than 15 degrees on a cold day.
That's nice.
And this is Celsius for my Fahrenheit friends out over there. This is 50 degrees Celsius.
Fahrenheit is a whole different story.
Dude, what are you talking about? You don't have Fahrenheit friends.
Yeah.
You've only got Celsius friends, mate. Oh,
So it is
LJ.
hot.
Afternoon, guys.
Well,
Yo,
Jay,
what's good?
how are you,
Yo,
mate?
Lock. How you doing, LJ?
Dude, I'm sweating bullets over here as well. So, you know.
Nah, I feel you. Honestly, I feel you. Like none of my clothes like fit me properly anymore. They stick to me. So,
I always have the feeling in these streams we have like a temperature window of like 50 degrees lit up between all of us.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
now
only because
living-
LJ's in.
Yeah, true.
I'm
Yeah.
now living in
He's the fat
linen
here.
trousers.
I've
I'm
got my
baggy.
aircon set nice and low at about 22 right now,
Oh.
and it's not keeping up with anything. It is. I'm
22.
sweating bullets.
I got mine at
bullets.
16. I got my air conditioner
Wow.
at 16 degrees.
See, mine.
It's currently 23 degrees with 57% humidity.
Yeah,
The thing
I've
is,
also got a
I
dehumidifier.
don't have an aircon. So.
the ridiculous thing is here, like aircons normally only sort of go down to about 18, or some you might have about 16 here, because there's no point trying to put it any lower. It's going to be that expensive. It's already too hot.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
you're going to delete your energy bill, right? So,
Yeah,
yeah.
that makes sense.
But if you get it down to 22, I mean that's nice. No, the thing is you gotta get rid of the humidity, hopefully as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've got it on the dehumidifier
Yeah,
as well. It's like ducted aircon, but it's not doing a thing.
I
right?
loved
It's
it
not
when
doing a thing.
back then when I was living in Singapore. You know, you did your laundry. You would just put it on a rack, put it below the aircon, put dehumidifying on, and then within 2 hours it's bang dry.
Yeah, literally, that's exactly what we do, man. So I've got a dehumidifier like below and an air conditioning unit. So, and I have them both on full blast. And then I'll turn it off after a while because they'll like circulate around. And then I'll go outside and it's like 30 odd degrees, and I come back in. And I'll be like, that's going straight back on. So like now when I'm working, because obviously, you know, we're talking, you know, I get hot and bothered when I start thinking about everything and about all the analysis.
Start
If I'm in
stressing.
drawdown.
Like,
I carry the air conditioning remote with me.
The shots always give them the hots, I tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, shots got you all flushed under the collar, mate.
Ryan.
all hot and bothered.
Yeah, Raphael saying global warming is a marketing scam. Tell that to LJ. Like, LJ, do you think global warming exists? Go outside. Tell me.
Bro, we've definitely had the hottest years of the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years here. Like it's each year it's, you know, sort of when you come to summer, like 34, 35, 36 would be like some of the hottest days. And now we're regularly getting 40 plus
Insane.
as like common, right? Normally that would be
Yeah.
like an outlier every couple years. And then it's 40, 41 with humidity or something, you know, 38, 39. Those used to be like, okay, this is like a very adverse outlier type situation. So it's definitely climbing. I got to put it that way. Yeah. Same with winter as well. Winter.
So, yeah, there's the argument of like, you know, the global, you know, the ice age. Now we've had the ice, and these are like cycles. So they'll be in like millions of year cycles. And so there was an ice age. We've passed the ice age, and then we go into what's called the global warming, and you know, and then we'll go into that cycle where the Earth will heat up. And it doesn't mean it's because we're all driving around diesel cars. It's because the globe is genuinely warming up. And then in a couple of millions of years' time, when you know we're all driving around in spaceships, you know, we'll go through a global ice age again, and there will be another ice age, providing the world lasts long enough. There will be another ice age. So a lot of people that says global warming is real because we're destroying the ozone. We're not. We're speeding it up. We're not destroying it.
The answer is both. Yes, you do have the kind of like extreme long-term seasonality per se of like the Earth, but we are accelerating that. So it's basically like you took a gold trade, but you went full leveraged. Right? And so
exactly.
Now your drawdown is getting really heavy, really quick.
I cannot agree to this because I took a picture of the Norwegian glaciers, and the trend lines and Fibonacci retracement I applied for them are pointing to 0. So
Where's the
Okay.
bounce,
Yeah.
though? Where's the bounce? We gotta buy the
Yeah.
dip.
Yeah, where's the low at? We gotta try and bottom out somewhere.
Speaking of bouncing, I'm about to bounce up out of here.
That was a sleek one, Richard. Really.
Yeah.
Right, that was good.
Yeah. So, Dirk, LJ, glad to see you guys. Happy to see you guys in nice and fresh and ready to go, even though Dirk is under the weather. Will, I'll see you a little bit later, my friend. Everybody else in chat, if you haven't already, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe. That 100,000 subscriber giveaway is happening sooner than you think. So, yeah. Don't unsubscribe now. Carry on pushing higher. We want more. We're not satisfied with 100,000. We want 110, and then 120, and then so on and
Who
so forth.
knows what will happen at 200k?
Who knows?
Ooh, crazy. All right, guys, I'm gonna hop out. I'll see you. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Have fun with LJ and Dirk.
Peace, guys.
Cheers,
Take care.
see you, man. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna skedaddle as well on that fantastic exit. But yeah, leaving you on one more thing regarding global warming as well. For those of you who do live in the UK complaining about what's going on in the UK, if those of you who live in like Kent way, the Kent weather is starting to warm up a lot more. Those living in like wine country, side like Champagne and stuff like that, those living in wine country, part of like France, there's actually a massive supply issue with wine and coming from France, especially places in regions like Champagne, where the supply is so low this year and last year due to the fact that the weather is actually moving up. So there's a belt and it's actually moving up and heading towards the UK. So who knows, in about 50 to 100 years time, we may get some really nice weather in the UK.
You're going to make some really nice champagne in the UK.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. I'm going to bounce. See you all in a couple hours' time. Peace.
See you, Will.
Oh,
Ciao.
yeah. So it's just the two of us again, LJ. How are you doing, man?
Yes, the two of us. Doing well, doing all right. My back is absolutely cooked.
Yeah,
I've been moving and packing some things for my move. And
you're getting older, mate. You have to take care of yourself. Always.
Yeah, like overextended, trying to reach some stuff, and I've like twisted it somehow. I got a little twitch.
I get that every once in a while, that I get. In Germany, we call that Hexenschuss, which literally translates into you've been shot by a witch into your lower back, which is this is Germany. It's like very descriptive. And I get that every now and then. It's like that I have to stay in bed like 3 days, put my legs up, take some ibuprofen and this until I found like a very good guy doing chiropractic who like every time I go to him, he like managed to get rid of it for me again. So
why is it by a witch?
I have no idea where that historically stems from, but this is like very typical German. It's always very descriptive about what is happening,
Yeah.
Like aeroplane, for example, in German is Flugzeug. Yeah, it's like flying stuff. Literally translated. It's like it's very funny language.
That is funny.
Other than that, I've been working. I enjoyed very much the discussion we had with Jonathan last Wednesday about crypto. So I said back then, I want to design some more indicators that will help people to kind of visualize where are we cycle-wise. I was talking about the logarithmic regression, so the very simple mathematical model. I added over the weekend the Fear and Greed Index, which you guys might know from alternative.me. Basically, this measures like where is the total sentiment currently for crypto? Is it like very low, which always is the case when you see here those orange and especially red faces. So like the one we are seeing right now, for example. Last time we were that low was here. That was during the collapse of FTX and the Terra Luna debacle and scam things were back then. Plus, I created an indicator which kind of picks up what we were talking about last time, LJ, which is like if it's maybe possible to kind of measure and time markets, not so much time, but measure markets when we take into account something like how much does it actually cost to produce one Bitcoin. We had it for gold last time, I remember. And that put like in an index, into an oscillator, which measures how much pain are Bitcoin miners right now in, which is obviously a lot of pain right now because the average cost is around $87,000, whereas we are hovering around, where are we right now, 66,000 US dollars. So they kind of lose almost 20K, more than 20K, 21K.
So it's at 87 now.
Yeah, it depends on which source you read. It's somewhere between 79 and 87 on average. So miners are in distress. And all of this goes into this indicator down there, a couple of other things too. And then it basically tells you, are we in too much distress? Then it will start printing those green triangles, which can be in combination with other stuff, obviously, like an indication, hey, this might be a good area to slowly start getting into Bitcoin again. If things become like very desperate, it will print those strong buy or strong sell signals. Last time, one of those, or two actually, of those strong sell signals triggered also during the collapse of FTX. And that way you can kind of layer up things, to get a picture of, is this a good time right now to maybe slowly start buying Bitcoin again, or is this a time where I should fade out of Bitcoin? And if you go into the description of this video, of this live stream, you will find a link to my YouTube channel called The Good, The Bad, and The Bitcoin. And what was I about to say? There you will find tonight, I recorded this video this morning, an hour ago, a video about these three indicators, which will also have links to open source indicators, these indicators on TradingView. So I made them all open source. You can copy them, you can use them for free, you can, amend them in any time, in any way you want to, and change them, and totally transparent, totally open source. The only thing maybe I ask you for that is, boost one of these indicators, all of them on TradingView. Leave me a subscribe on my YouTube channel. I've been super lazy on YouTube. I just saw this morning, the last video I put out was like 4 years ago. 4 months ago, sorry.
I was going to say 4 months. Yeah,
4 months ago. And so I recorded a new one. I want to become more diligent there again, get into that kind of cycle again to share my stuff there. I want to make as much as possible also open source, because I am seeing from the feedback that really helps people, and it separates a bit like, all those paid bullshit indicators that are out there from when you can put things easily together by yourself and get an own opinion, which is important in a sentiment for crypto like we are at the moment. It's like the worst sentiment ever. Not my fear and greed index, but the original alternative me had the lowest printing it ever had in history at 5, which was last week. That is even worse than when FTX collapsed or Terra Luna collapsed, which is insane in my opinion. And it's very easy to get into this FUD mood, to kind of believe, oh, everything is going to zero, crypto is over. When in reality, this is exactly what we saw the last cycles again. It's like rinse and repeat, always over and over again. This is why. Please.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, like, looking at the index just down here, I was quite surprised. Where you have the FTX Terra Luna type situation.
Yeah.
Not only the depth of drawdown, but also the length of the sort of fear component.
Yeah.
Right. It recovered very quickly.
Yes, but
it almost looks like a flash in the just random flash in the pan type thing. What happened there? Like, you wouldn't. Yeah.
Which it is, but once you're in it, like right now, it doesn't feel like this. It feels like the end of the world, Especially if this is like your first crypto bear market and you're not used to things going down 50 by 80%. And I think if you really zoom out, you put things a little bit into perspective, and like try to see it as one puzzle piece, and the whole puzzle piece, it looks different. If I wouldn't put if you didn't know this is a Bitcoin chart right now, and I would just show you this without even the two indicators below that, and you've never seen that before, you probably would say like, well, I mean, this is pretty clear. These cycles seem to repeat over and over again. Like if we go back, well, no, not this one. If we go back in time here, seems like everything repeats again from top to bottom. It takes roughly 360 to 370 days. From bottom to top, it takes around 540 days. I mean, what is this? Is this like a graph that's like showing me how population cycles of mice are or something? No, it's Bitcoin. This is why it's, for me, it's always like, guys, come on, it's so obvious what is going to happen. No, I don't know if the low is going to be now at 66 or if it's going to be at 26,000. If you really go down by an 80% again. What is important for me is every time we had a combination of extreme fear and trading below the lower green channel of the logarithmic regression. That was, in hindsight, a really, really, really profitable time to buy it. If you can still, accept that from there, it still might drop another 50%. But this is what DCAing is for.
Indeed. I think that's interesting. I didn't realize the cost of production was that high.
It's very high.
I thought it was much lower. Jeez, I hadn't actually looked at Bitcoin itself.
It's much lower. The production cost around 87. That's why we're in this, what is called miners capitulation phase. What is very interesting, in my opinion, is what just happened last week, that we saw a difficulty spike of plus almost 15%, back to 144.40, which is the largest increase in history, which is an indication, in my opinion at least, that we see miners coming back on slowly. So either they got like lower electricity, or they also think like, hey, well, this is a historic chance. On the other hand, what is different in this cycle is obviously that we have a lot of mining going on the institutional side. We saw, for example, BlackRock last year heavily investing into mining companies. Some of them are sitting on $8 billion of debt now because they also like to leverage like crazy. Why to pay it out of your own pocket, when you can borrow money? And
they'll be able to get great electricity deals. Obviously, they're invested in half these companies, right?
Of course, on the other side, we have data centers for AI, who want even more electricity. So there's a little bit of competitiveness out there between. I don't know how this is going to result in prices maybe dropping significantly during this bear market, but on the other hand, it's what you typically see kind of in new markets as well, that are not retail, but driven by institutional investors that, you have like a survival of the fittest eventually. I actually like if like institutional miners are driven out of business here, because it kind of goes back to what Bitcoin originally was designed for, like being like money, for everybody, people's money, so to say. So let's see how this is going to be. Another thing is like the spot ETFs have been losing $4.5 billion in net outflows in 6 out of the 8 last weeks we had in January and in 2026 so far, but we're still sitting on $83.6 billion, which is good. It's bad because more money can still flow out there, resulting in more pressure. Which is exactly what you would expect to happen in a bear market for Bitcoin or for crypto in general. All those people who have never been harmed by bull and bear market cycles, who have never been through this, it goes up by 1,000% just to crash by 90%. Then again, they are super afraid. Even if you are like a stock investor, you are accept maybe every now and then I'm going to see something like minus 20 to 30%. In the stock market, but not 80% minus. So we see a lot of panicking, a lot of people moving out there. Somebody like Trump selling his scam coins obviously doesn't add to the seriousness of the business as well. But it's typical. It's the cleansing of the market again. And I'm going to repeat myself. I'm not going to tell you now what I think the bottom is going to be. Jonathan might be very right about what he proposed there last week. But I'm going to tell you, in my opinion, every time you have a little bit of cash on your hand where you ask yourself, where should I put this right now? It might be a good idea to slowly scale into Bitcoin again. No financial advice, guys, but I cannot get more direct, in my opinion, than this.
Yeah. I would have to say I do have to agree. Between here, maybe you get like say if there's another market panic, so by virtue of just cross correlation knee jerk type selling, with say NASDAQ, S&P stocks coming off, depending what happens with the tariff situation, that kind of stuff. Potentially there's another dip, like a little bit into the 50s. But yeah, from where I'm standing, I think that will be we'll be finding a floor somewhere around here. But yeah, I'm particularly surprised about, I already said this just before, about the mining production level. Because I was just doing some side reading here as well, and at least good old Gemini AI overview on Google, how reliable that is, who knows? But public miners reaching as high as 137,800 on an all-in basis for cost. Yeah, this is that's much higher. I thought we were still. I thought it was closer to 50 to 60.
Yeah, I actually thought like 40 to 50 maybe, because
I guess since the new fork, like the new halving, I
Yeah.
should say, that's probably what's bumped it up. I
yeah,
guess.
and then we saw the price running up, no, to 126K. That's difficulty increasing. That's making it harder, obviously, to buy Bitcoin, to mine
Yeah.
Bitcoin. But this is
Energy
self-adjusting
costs going up. Yeah, energy costs going up with
Yeah.
AI, data centers, all that kind of stuff everywhere globally. Yeah, damn.
But you mentioned
Interesting.
tariffs just now. What do you think about what happened in the last days again? Global tariffs by the USA, not 10, no, 15% up.
Yeah. So I reckon we should jump over to some of the charts.
Yeah.
Just for you guys. So we're going to run through a bunch of charts, text, what we're seeing, like setups, all that kind of stuff, as well as some of that commentary through some of those main drivers that we're going to have this week. We do have a few bits and pieces of news out this week, but not too heavy on the calendar as far as some weeks. So I'm sure the majority portion will be continued speculation around the Trump tariff situation, any further comments from Kevin Warsh as well, further in relation to both the tariffs, interest rate trajectories, and then we've also got the software development, software private equity, debacle still sort of going on with the, Blue Owl Capital having more troubles and such as well. So we'll run through it all. First of all, though, I guess the tariffs. We'll jump into the charts, and I'll do some charting stuff in the background. This was the Bitcoin entry from a while back. Let me just.
Did you actually buy it? No?
I don't know if you're there, Remy. If you can remove Will.
Yeah, I'll do that quickly.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, when I click it, it's not working. There we go.
Did you buy it? Did you buy Bitcoin down there?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so right. I had an entry order there at 60,500. So I did just get tapped in. If I had it at 60K, I don't think I would have just missed.
No, you always fish the bottom, man.
Yes, yeah. So, and then I've got the two other secondary orders from 56, and then one down at 40, just in case. But obviously, if we start actually building some kind of rise beyond 80, and there's not going to be another dip, then I'll just start layering in through there. But yeah, that's the first core position, put it that way. Because I sat out of the whole run all the way up to 100K plus. So I sold out last at on the prior cycle, and then didn't get in again after that. So I've been waiting for it. So finally got the chance.
Welcome to crypto.
Yeah, or welcome back, rather. It's like you've returned. As far as the tariff stuff, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because we had the court rulings on tariffs, like you can't do it. But then you had Trump coming out with the 15% for everyone.
It's sorry, I just have to very quick comment. It's when I read this and read like that he basically said, well, I don't care, I don't care. They don't have to say anything. What I say is rule. And it's like really the reaction of a little stubborn boy, like a kid where you tell them, hey, be careful, don't drop your toy. And then it's going like, I'm going to drop it anyway. No, I'm going to drop 2 toys. I mean, if you would have told me something like this can happen at the highest level of politics, basically, then it's like I wouldn't have believed you like 10 years ago. It's like, what is happening here? What is this insane bad shit that is happening here?
Yeah.
And like how to react as a trader to that also.
Yeah, so I think the thing with the tariffs is that, I mean, they've gone over it in the past. They've also talked about the legality of it when this first kicked off. And they have talked a number of times, same with Scott Bessent, that even if it depends on the delivery method of how they're trying to shoehorn the tariffs in, right? So I believe they have various other legislative methods to actually put them through. So I think that's why it's not really a concern for Trump. He's saying like, oh, okay, well, if that one doesn't work, we'll just do the other one.
Yeah.
Right. And then obviously the other big thing is that no countries have like tried to pull out of the tariff obligations. Right now, I'm pretty sure it'd be a very foolish mistake to do so, especially being the first person to try and do that. You would not be on Trump's good side. So for now, I mean, it sticks regardless, right? So whether this just transforms into a different way that they put it through, and for that same reason, I would say each of the countries are still going to keep paying it. Unless there's absolutely no questions that you can't do it. And then I'm sure they'll all talk together, kind of simultaneously, pull out. But yeah, I don't see any change right now. So I think as well with that, that's kind of what we've seen today, where we did see the jump up, say in the euro dollar. Saw Aussie dollar run higher. We saw the pound jump up as well. And then dollar yen obviously right off. And now we're basically recovering, retracing that. So I think people are pretty much putting it down to it doesn't really matter. It's still going to happen. Nothing really changes altogether. And so again, it's just another Trump squawk event. I don't know. Right? We haven't had many big tweets for some time, to be fair. Not so much. So yeah, I think people are just writing it off.
We had one big tweet, which ironically feeds into the joke I was making a couple of weeks ago, like what is the black swan going to be this year, where he tweeted that Obama, saying there are aliens out there.
Oh, the aliens, yeah.
Like declassified, classified information. So now Trump, can declassify it as well to save Obama. I ironically said, like, what is going to happen now? Not a new pandemic, not a nuclear power plant exploding somewhere, or tsunami. Maybe it's aliens. Of course, I said that jokingly. But in this world we are right now, who knows?
Bunch of little green men just appear out of the pyramids. They've been there the whole time, just like waiting.
And they do like...
yeah. I was just going to say, literally, as I've been saying this, we literally just got a headline saying the EU is set to freeze US trade deal approval of the Trump tariff risk.
They are getting more outspoken and actually actionable here in Europe. It's the same with that government bodies and corporations are getting rid of software that is server based in the USA. For example, Microsoft, for example, Google, also Gmail, stuff like this, which also looks a little bit like the beginning of a trade war between the EU and the USA. There were like very strongly worded letters already from some of the CEOs of US-based SaaS companies like AWS, Google, and so on and so forth. Obviously, Trump also and his administration being like shocked that, oh my God, how come this can cause something like this? The Europeans to react like this. So they are even more shocked now that Europe is turning eastwards. The relationships between Europe and China are at a new high now, whereas with the USA at a new low. And I'm guessing the same probably is happening even more in Australia, with you having traditionally already very good trade relationships because of natural resources with China.
Yeah, I think Australia. I think we're just very, very much trying to play it 50-50 in that same way, and we'll just stay very neutral. We're taking like a Switzerland type, just neutral stance. Because then if the other guys flip, even if we're 50-50, we now look good.
True.
Right? On comparatively. So I think that's very much where Australia's just trying to like hide in the corner and be like, hey guys, we're down here still.
Down here, but not down under.
We got some medals and stuff. You want that? All right, here you go. Bye. We're off again. So yeah, but yeah, no, they put out stuff over the weekend saying nothing will change, but yeah, European envoys meant to discuss EU-US trade at a meeting today, so this afternoon in the US, I guess. So yeah, but yeah, Henry, we diversified our allies. We're hedged. We're a hedge fund in the trade war scenario.
But I mean, translating this into daily trading for me, it's like increasingly again difficult to take position in the markets, honestly, because this is really an environment I personally do not like, where like I in theory know where things should be heading, but at any time the party can be spoiled by a tweet by Donald Trump, for example, or it's not only just Donald Trump, or by the EU, for example, like we saw just now, reacting to something that was done in America, or China saying something, or maybe Australia cutting off resources, which they never would do, like you just said. But it's too much of a reactive market to news. I don't like that very much. I would like to see a time again where, at least for a couple of weeks, we have this natural flow of course, reacting to economic news. But other than that, the price action is really based on natural supply and demand, and not skewed supply and demand, because we have these series of fat tails due to what news are coming out, or whom is commenting, whom is coming up with new things to make stuff difficult for traders and economics.
Yeah, I agree, and hence with that, I'm wondering where the if this keeps continuing on, and say for instance the software type private equity situation starts to bubble up once again, and we get more and more concerns around that, the bleed over from that into the banking sector. I mean, what efforts does the Trump administration have? Like, it pretty much, it's going to be a financial bazooka coming out and just pump liquidity.
Yeah.
Has to be. And we saw
trade deficit numbers actually, which have not increased at all.
Yeah, and so I've got a couple. I was going to say it also gets weird with the positioning right now. So everyone's very pessimistic on the dollar already, and this is EU options for today. We've still got more pricing to the upside, but like I've said a number of times, we're very fully priced towards the upside on euro dollar, like in terms of contract size, in terms of all-time limits that we've hit. Everyone's very stacked on one end. So it's going to be a bit more of a grind. Now, if you start to play those things out, though, that still means dollar goes into the bin. So you have to start asking, do we see some kind of cup here and we come off? Or is it we break all-time positioning and rocket well beyond? We've seen, this was some of the comments from Kevin Walsh, right? This is the same stuff he said back in 2008, quoting like, this is like Shakespeare and stuff. Sleepy complacency of a bygone era seemed rudely interrupted by a liquidity shock last August. A global margin call on virtually all leverage positions began. So that's the same stuff he said back in 2008, literally basically re-quoting the same thing. And yeah, up here. So yeah, what's past is prologue, what's to come in yours and my discharge, which is the Shakespeare stuff. So like we were talking about, I think very much he will flip to the side of, even though he opposed QE and all that kind of stuff back then, I think he's going to be very much pumping it out, right, alongside Trump. So I've been very cautious coming into today. We've obviously had the tariff stuff. We've had some of the Iran things kicking off back and forth, a few of these bits and pieces. Also read the IMF Global Financial Stability Report. And it's basically been, what do they call it? Shifting ground beneath the calm. Right. So this was back from October, but I was rereading it today. It's really weird because there's a massive juxtaposition, I think, between some of these risks that are really, really stacking up to like serious kind of levels. At the same time, you've got a bunch of other financial conditions that are now looking quite Goldilocks, right? Both for the Fed, for markets, for stocks, for everything in general, whilst you've still got this like specter shadow in the background of this evil waiting to like pounce. So I've been still trying to toss up like where we're going, that kind of thing. I think I'm still sticking with my perspective of markets and everything higher for like one final dance, like last dance, and that time will be called, and then we tank, right? So I think I'm still going to stick by that.
You know, the one thing about, I didn't know that piece you just shared with us about Kevin Walsh. It's like, but if it's a bit hard for me to understand, honestly, like Shakespeare in English, obviously, but if I kind of interpret it right, he basically says like, we are now in the same situation that we were prior to 2008, the financial crisis. So this is a prologue for what is about to come, which is actually a good insight, if I interpret this correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong there, which is a good insight because this kind of shows, first of all, that he's willing to change his stance and learn from the past. Because for me, it reads like, guys, you know, I'm willing with my team to drastically cut interest rates very fast to fight if we get something like a liquidity crisis in banks, for example, again, or whatever wherever it is coming from. Commercial real estate has been like, named out there instead of retail, not retail, private real estate this time. For me, it looks like he's a very smart man, honestly speaking, and you don't see that very often, that somebody is willing to change his stance that that person had for a very, very long time, because he was very adamant towards what the Fed did after 2008, right? And to me, it seems like he said, it's like the basic gist is like, if there's a crisis coming, which I think there is, you know, I'm willing to do everything I need to do to do my best to help the markets, help the economy get out of a crisis, which is only so much, of course, a central bank can do, primarily helping to inject liquidity into the market, primarily by lowering interest rates. Am I interpreting this wrongly now? or is that
No,
kind of
no,
a
that-
meta message behind that?
It's sort of the meta message. It's also the message around the market itself, like that. What was before, things are now changing in the market. So it's like both, but it is kind of like you're saying, like a meta message in that he seems to be implying that he will be doing what he needs to do.
Because it ties also very well in what you just showed us from the IMF. No, we have like this calm surface, but underneath the water, the storm is brewing.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you guys can look this up. You can just search the Global Financial Stability Report from the IMF. You can actually go through like the full report and everything, download it, all that kind of stuff. Won't spend the whole time going over it here, but definitely an interesting read. And they talk about a bunch of, at least from their own sort of stress test conditioning and that kind of stuff, and potential number of bankruptcies. I was also reading another piece from Goldman Sachs today regarding the private equity software type situation. Just looking at some of the base cases look pretty rough. I was like,
that is
dude.
that could be like a large part of a storm under the calm, that is brewing out. It's like seems at the moment that every day, especially from the side of Anthropic, there's like disaster coming into the software as a service market. We had it for law firms, everything connected to law. We had it, what was it, yesterday or today, this morning I read. Sorry, I have to look it up again. It was another industry that is basically, at least the software as a services out there that could be made obsolete to a large scale by language models. Let me quickly look it up.
Yeah, the sort of base case for a small fall would render about 66 to 70% of all of these funds illiquid and effectively bankrupt. I was like, oh, okay. And their expectation is there'd be about 10% left over that would survive over the following 3 years. So this is quite deep. And the thing is, for you guys to understand that a lot of this has been funded by a lot of the smaller banks, right, which don't necessarily have, the liquidity pool, the same access to some of the swap lines and things with the Fed. Obviously, the Fed is looking at that very much to try and cater for them a bit more. But that makes up about 90% of the lending. At the same time, you've had Bank of America, you've had JP Morgan stuff sort of almost doubled down in like a FOMO type element, opening up a number of private equity funds for the same stuff. Like I know BOFA did another $25 billion fund just recently. And we've seen all the pension funds layering into them more deeply. So everyone is very stacked here. And the thing with it's basically what people are looking at now was the Blue Owl. What's it called? Blue Owl Tech? Yeah. So basically these guys, their stock has absolutely tanked, as you can see. Look at that. Like, what is that? So these guys have been one of the players that everyone's looking at. Their co-CEOs have bought a NHL team for like 1.8 billion, which they bought on the promise of shares that they own, which is about 6.6% of the float. Then they've had a bit of distress. They've had withdrawals from the fund go up about 20% or so year on year. They've now closed withdrawals, which is never a good sign. The public rates are trading way below. There's some of the bonds that they have that are trading about 47 cents on the dollar now. They've said that they're selling off some of these assets about 99.7% of par value. right? So that means 99.7% of what they roughly should be worth. But there's no indication of, is this, they're selling their top quality stuff to make it look good? Did
This
they sell
basically screams
portions?
we don't have liquidity anymore. No?
Yeah, they said they've sold portions of across the entire portfolio. The other thing as well is they've had deferred interest on these things since COVID because interest rates went up and they couldn't sort of afford it. It's been deferred. So those, say if you had 100 mil, you sold it for 99.7. They probably have about 30 mil in interest on top of that as well. So even though you sell it for 99.7% of what it's sort of worth, you've got a bunch of interest on the back end of all this stuff, and then creates this big gap, and all of a sudden stuff collapses.
Just fixing, holes where they seem to appear in real time.
Yeah.
One thing interesting for me is like that 70% of the exposure, so of the lending loan exposure that Blue Owl has, is to software firms, actually.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
with quickly just switching back to mine here. So with let me scroll it up. Sorry, guys, a little bit. Like with news like this, Anthropic launches Claude Code security. Cybersecurity stocks lose value. So it seems like, that slowly but surely, what we see not only from Anthropic, others will follow, obviously, for that, is like that what normally is sold as software as a service, even and especially at enterprise level, we're talking about. We're not talking about retail customers. Is something you can quickly build in house by having, for example, Claude and telling Claude or the specialty cybersecurity agent that Claude can spawn. When hey, do an assessment of my business IT security, cybersecurity risk, and create fixes. And I'm doing this for myself, for my servers, for the websites I'm running, by the way, which is, and you go through it 3-4 times, and then you got pretty much everything fixed. Whereas in the past, I paid multiple thousands of euros for some websites per month to have this protected. So we're talking about a large business here. What is really interesting, by the way, also for Blue Owl for me, is like they're doing this how to call it, like they are now offering to buy shares 20 to 35% below the net asset value. So the net asset value is if you would now sell everything in assets that the company has, including something like company cars, real estate, servers, and so on and so forth. This is what a company would be worth then, like the core materialistic value, so to say. And they are offering now to especially retail shareholders, hey guys, we are going to buy your shares back, but at this price, which is 20 to 35% below that net asset value. The last time I saw something like this consciously happening was, by the way, after the internet bubble. I was still working for a bank there, and we always would get this offers we by law had to forward to clients of the bank saying oh, we're going to buy your Volkswagen your Volkswagen shares or your Mercedes-Benz or Daimler Chrysler back then shares for this price, which also was 20 to 35%, sometimes 50% below net asset value. It's so ironic. There's so much panic now that and even at that stage, they're trying to exploit the retail traders.
Yeah. And that's the other thing, because so a bunch of these private equity, basically the companies within the fund, right? Ultimately, you want to take them go public, right? Then you can kind of cash out, dump it on the market, that kind of thing. IPOs have not been doing too well for some time. We've seen the likes of, Klarna went IPO, they're down 75%. There's been a bunch of others. Everyone's getting smashed, right? So everyone's holding off from that. So they can't really cash out. And then there's a bunch of the bonds as well, which are structured, basically put it simply, structured bonds, which cover a whole bunch of things with, currency, interest rate differentials, all sorts of stuff in them. But there's no real secondary market for them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of just what the bank marks them at. And so if stuff goes to haywire, they can't dump this, right? And the banks basically margin call them, right? And then the whole thing will just cascade and fall apart.
It reminds me so much of 2008 again, where you had those, what Michael Burry was buying back then, which, what were they called? He basically was buying the insurance on
CDOs.
Credit default swaps, credit default options.
CDS, CDS. Sorry,
credit default swaps. So buying insurance against when from a basket of treasury bonds or corporate bonds, they cannot be bought back. And there was no market for that. That was an instrument that was invented back then. And maybe if you saw the movie, you remember him, like when the market actually crashed, calling banks, and they were like, oh, we cannot give you prices right now. Our servers crashed or something, like coming up with all kinds of excuses, which is typical for like a market, where there's no liquidity, which is like a shadow market, if you want, like this. And I remember, at least in the movie, maybe also in reality, it frustrated him a lot. He eventually got prices for them, but the real prices probably would have spilled much more profit into the pockets. And kind of we see the same here again. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the banks, by the end of the day, protecting themselves more again than their clients, so that we see a lot of those private equity companies with even large portfolios just disappearing, simply because they are the ones being sacrificed when the shit is hitting the fan.
Especially when it goes back to, like I was saying, some of the big banks are actually essentially doubling down, trying to jump into the private credit situation out of FOMO, like they've been missing out for some time.
And it's such a
the smaller
business,
regional
right?
banks have taken advantage of it, and they've done well. And now they're kind of buying the top, per se. So anyway, point of talking about this, guys, is that this is probably going to be something we'll keep sort of evolving over the next couple of months, and we'll have eyes on it, and you'll see headlines and stuff come out, just like we had the falls the other week. So it is just something important to keep in the back of your mind, which normally you might not be looking at, and potentially could be, the exact what's called the flame that starts the next crisis type thing. So with that said, potentially dollar yen becomes an absolutely insane trade, right, on the short side. Because in that scenario, like, this is why my preferred trade overall.
Wouldn't that be the ultimate irony somehow? It's like,
because we're going to get massive stimulus having to be pumped out for the US to try and hold this stuff together. Trump's going to be willing to do it because he doesn't want to mess up his final term, and he wants to look good and stuff. Plus just the US in general. Plus there's so much packed into this. Again, it's very much one of those too big to fail type situations where they kind of have to jump in. And I mean, we even had the tech companies, OpenAI, Sam Altman talking about it a while ago. He's like, oh, it's fine. We'll just do whatever because we're that big. The government will have to bail us out. Just
don't get me started on that guy. I mean,
oh God!
If you ever want to read into him, you have to read the story about what was his startup company called.
I forget the early ones now.
Yeah, it's like just Google him and Google his history, and whatever. It shows you very much what is going on also in private equity. This whole bro thing, and I do you a favor, you do me a favor thing. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt you on your chain of thoughts.
No, it's right. Yeah, he seems very dirty to me as well. So overall, so the point is basically the kind of structure we've got at the moment. Very much, it will eventually be leaning to dollar yen coming down. That's where everything is positioned now. Again, like we've said before, it will be a gradual situation. It's not going to just happen overnight. We have had some of these falls. We've recovered a bit, come back up, come back down. but we're starting to build out these tops and starting to get the underlying conditions on the Japan side that need to actually happen for this to sort of put the final nail in the coffer and actually sink things lower, right? Especially in combination with the Fed trajectory. So once we get that, that will already be on that sort of downward trend. And potentially, if we do get further wobbles in the financial system with that kind of stuff, be a massive capital flight back home for Japan. Interest rates coming down, stimulus being pumped out, the debasement trade will come back into vogue. And I mean, we could see dollar yen. Honestly, if it fully, everything got obliterated, I mean, somewhere towards 100 to 90 on the spike, like the sort of wick bottoms we'd probably get. But it'll be a pretty quick tract down to 110 to 120. The initial stages down closing that gap that we had was up here about 143, and then down through the 140s into 130, so on. So I definitely like shorts on dollar yen throughout this year, shorting from highs overall once you get these sort of structural pieces come in, to continue shorting that overall. So those are some nice trades, I think.
Yeah, dollar yen is notoriously difficult. No, I mean, we've been talking so long about it. I remember me last year in July saying, fair value somewhere around 130 or even lower. But it has been surprised over and over again. I said it, I admitted it, that this is a trade that has been costing me money last year. It's one of the currency pairs I was not profitable with option tradings on. So I'm getting a little bit cautious about it, because I'm like, if I do something, try to short it again, is it going to blast me out of a window faster than I can hedge the position, then I can delta hedge or gamma hedge my position again? Difficult, very, very difficult. One thing, however, that makes me I don't want to say more optimistic, but more, sorry, that's the wrong chart still. Let me quickly switch that one. Here we go. This one we want. Yeah. What I see, if I really just look at the last 500 days now, and I just apply, the standard deviation channels to get an overview, how is the market structure right now, I can see that it seems to, slowly be shifting to more of a downside structure, which is typical, because the unwinding of this whole carry trade that has been building up for such a long time now in dollar yen, this doesn't happen within a day. Although we see the downside volatility, we saw that before that also in 2022, 2023, we saw that in 2025 as well. It happens, but due to lack of alternative, it seems like people or institutions, this is not a retail trade, obviously, in large parts, seem to flock into the trade again. So they buy when the yen becomes, in their opinion, too strong again. But I would be very nosy, if we really go down to somewhere this area of 140 in the next weeks and months again, how this would look on the chart. If we're seeing a sudden drop again, which is always an indication that we have large margin calls, which cannot be satisfied. Drop like this often results in pairs like this in a V-shaped recovery again. What really would make me confident that this carry trade is over would be if we see something like a very gradual, natural kind of decline, slowly down to at least 140, possibly deeper than that, because that really would give me the indication of a confidence, at least, to say, yeah, this is over. We are shifting now into a momentum where maybe, at least for a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3 years, we are going to see the US dollar becoming much, much stronger. The yen becoming much, much stronger. And I mean, if we look at the bond markets, if we look at the yields, we have every right to believe that this is going to happen, because it's like completely the opposite. We see a slow decline of US dollar yields. I'm looking at the 2-year yields. You can do, of course, the same for 1 year or even shorter or 10 years. It's pretty much the same picture. And we see yen yields going higher and higher. Actually, I mean, this chart is pretty like a pretty strong upwards trend, no, for this amount of time. And it has to at one point, there needs to be this inflection point of this trade carry dollar yen is just not worth it anymore. And the problem really here is there is no alternative, at least if you want to play major currencies. I mean, what do you want to do? You could play this. Maybe we're going to see this with Aussie dollar more. That's a possibility. Because for whatever reason, Australia likes to hike rates instead of doing the opposite. I don't want to get you started.
Yeah, don't.
There's not really an alternative. And if I've learned like one thing, you know, like talking to institutional investors, talking to banks, they are very slow in changing their opinion. So it takes them a long time until they will accept, yeah, okay, this is not working anymore. We are going to switch to something else. Because if you are like an asset manager somewhere, you're normally very interested in do what everybody else is doing, at least if you're a public-facing type of institution, because you don't want to risk, you know, being cornered somewhere where you have to answer towards like, where everybody was doing this and it worked out. Why were you doing the opposite?
Throw their hands up. Like, oh, well, you know, everyone else is doing it. Yeah. Oh, it blew up. Oh, well, exactly, I was just doing what the normal.
You always want to play it safe, you know, which is like why we see most mutual funds underperforming their benchmarks. And so, yeah.
People are trying to play the employment ladder game as well.
Exactly, that is it, yeah.
You know, they get carry on some of these trades, they get their bonus, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They don't want to be the outlier, that kind of thing. Because they're also concerned about keeping their job at the same time.
Yeah. And which is the major difference between what they are doing, the so-called experts, and what we are doing here right now. Because we are looking for, you know, what could realistically happen and how can we profit of it, which is the short dollar yen position. Now, as I said, I've burnt my hands on that one because it's notoriously difficult to project, to forecast when is the point this is happening. This is a bit like trying to forecast when is the next stock market crash coming, for example. Yeah. You know it's coming. All the fundamentals are laid out in front of you, but timing-wise, it's extremely difficult. But it will come, and when it comes, the price action will tell us. I'm very sure about this. And it's just, you know, a matter of having the guts to jump onto this trade.
Yeah. Trading journey. Yeah, of course we were in chat. I brought up your comment just before. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Sorry, man. We have been doing this a bit less than we normally do because, you know, LJ and me, once we get like caught up in a discussion like this, we kind of get all railed up about it.
And it's sort of running through that. It's Monday, you know, give you guys that breakdown so you prep for the week, what to look out for, you know, what kind of scaries could, you know, blow you out if you're not, you know, prepared, or you leave trades in or orders in or that kind of stuff. And so we talk about that for a little bit and then relay that over into the execution side of what trades you guys can take today, the rest of the week, what to actually look out for. So anything else you guys now want us to take a look at, just throw it in chat, break it all down, go for it. So, you know, we had Good Kid, Mad Scientist. Good Kid, Mad City, dude. Great album. I appreciate that. I like that name.
I don't know that artist.
I'm a bit of a scientist myself.
That's from Spider-Man.
yeah, it is. Yeah.
A single stock I cannot miss out on buying.
Yeah, single stock. We'll run over to gold just after. I don't know if you have some thoughts on whether to actually be looking at a stock to not miss out, or look for a stock to not miss out on when it drops, per se. Maybe might be a better idea.
I mean, guys, the thing
I'll just jump up.
Yeah. Okay,
coffee.
you jump out, grab a new coffee. I'll cover that. And so that question, obviously, I cannot answer like, oh, this is the stock you cannot miss out on buying, simply due to the fact that I approach markets on a different or in a different type of analyzing them, meaning I look at the whole economic picture and then I decide which are the sectors I want to be invested in, and timing wise, when do I want to be invested in the sector. So I think like if we look at stocks, you don't want to miss out on this whole AI, which I think it's not a bubble. Doesn't mean we cannot go down by 30, 40, 50%. But if we do so, I'm very much willing to buy up stocks like Nvidia, for example, again, which is the one I bought it under $100. I sadly sold it far too early again, but this is the one that's always on my radar. And but again, I kind of get the vibe from your comment that you're asking, like, where should I put all my money into which stock, which you shouldn't do. My go to theory for this year is that we are going to continue to be a bit in troubled water for this year. In troubled water, I mean that we are going to do a long-term chart here. Yeah, this one actually is a long-term. That we're going to see the stock markets, everything risk on, not performing in a crazy way that way they were performing for the past 500 days. I mean, look at this upward trajectory, but that we're seeing a bit more of consolidation. So of the market moving pretty much like we saw it from November. We go up, we go down a little bit. So a little bit, maybe we dip down all the way to 23,000 or something like this in the NASDAQ. And then from maybe early fourth quarter of 2026 onwards, I'm preparing to slowly scale into US stocks again. This is due to something that I call the US presidential pattern. Hold on a second, I'll show you this one. Presidential stock market patterns, which is like a pattern that seems to repeat itself over and over again, that after an election, not the inauguration, I don't know how that is actually called in English. So after some a new president or a president has won the US election, we normally see 1 year of rising stock markets and then 1 year to 1.5 years of stock markets that go sideways, that become a little bit more difficult. They go down somewhat, recover themselves again, and so on and so forth. So pretty much actually the pattern we've seen from the NASDAQ since, well, surprise, surprise, November of last year. And this finishes usually after about 1 to 1.5 years. And then 1 year before the next election, which would put us in, November 2027, then the good time of buying stocks again starts. And so my plan really is not so much about, I need to pick out now a single stock that I want to invest in. For me, it's more of a timing thing where I say, well, November this year in 2026, which would be somewhere around here, this is the point where I slowly want to start to invest into stocks again, which, if you have been following the stream from the beginning, is also the time where I say this probably is going to be the very low of what we see in terms of Bitcoin. So try not to, time it so much on what is the single stock I want to buy. Try to time it more on, when should I in general start investing in stocks again? At least when you are talking about investing long term. So March is for me not the time, where I decide this is the single stock I want to buy again. Except, of course, we see like a super slump down, it is super crash on the stock markets. Then I might consider buying companies that actually have a flow of revenue that are profitable, which Nvidia is one of them. We might get heavy selling from in dollar yen from now on. The way I see short-term dollar yen is that this is not an area where I want to do something like this. I actually would like to see really for like a swing trade short for us to go up maybe to something like 156. And then I would like to see a sell signal from my real-time swing detector. Then I would engage in a trade down here to the 0 sigma line at around 153.70, 152.70, 153 again. Now that you're back, LJ, I need to quickly disappear for a minute as well.
That's all right. Yeah, go for it.
I switch back to yours.
Yep. So yeah, as far as US stocks, and then we'll move on to like gold and such. Yeah, I mean, look, anything. I mean, healthcare is also good. Obviously, you got aging population. A lot of the jobs numbers we've seen, number of places been getting hit, right? As far as like US jobs, for instance. One of the places that has done very well is things like healthcare, right? That's where a majority of jobs are still coming through. So if you get anything healthcare plus AI sort of tech related, how that assists the industry, plus you've got an aging population, all that kind of stuff, it's going to grow. So that's definitely an idea there as well. Let me run through. So gold, let's go over to our good friend gold. So let's zoom out to longer sort of time frame a bit. So 1 hour, not that long, but long-ish. We got a bunch of scrap here on the charts from earlier. Let's hide that for now. Obviously, we've had this break to the upside. That's in part due to that ruling with the Trump tariffs and putting that stuff into question. We'll see what goes. We did have another headline just earlier from German government spokesperson saying we expect the US to follow the SCOTUS decision with clear policies. So yeah, this is going to be an ongoing thing for the week in particular, watching what actually happens as far as the tariff situation, see how that plays out. Gold has, if I put this on here, it's going to bring everything up again. But basically this line, let's just put on through. I think I already have the level. So basically we've cracked these highs that we made. We had a few channels playing out through here. We broke into the upside of that channel. We've run higher. We've now cracked the prior highs that we're getting capped by around here, just above 5,100, about 5,110. Let's start to clear up some of this, some of these levels, just make it a bit easier. Get rid of some of those old trades as well. You can even get rid of some of that. There we go. So from here, the next higher level I'm looking at is about 52.80. Now, I must say, I'm not super confident in us just running off to there, even though we have had this technical break. This is more the inducement from the tariff situation, so we could just as easily be unwound from there as well. Much like when we go back out to when we hit the 3,500 peaks some time ago. We got a number of these kind of false breaks through here, where it looks as though we're going to run for all-time highs, or same through here, where we got the technical break there. We then just, turned right around and came all the way back down, right? So definitely be aware that there is a strong possibility that gold may similarly do the same thing through here, right? I mean, you can look at these candles on the daily. That is pretty strong right now. But say if we start to pull back, come into tomorrow's candle, we could just as easily reverse back into the midpoint of that range through there. So we also have somewhat of need the triangle. I don't have the triangle thing saved on here. I'll just leave it for now. But so yeah, I would prefer to sell gold at the tops or else buy it from bottoms. I don't like trading gold anywhere within these sort of ranges, at least not on a Monday and not off like a headline type movement that is very uncertain, right? It's not a definitive headline. We don't really know what's going on with the tariffs. Is it going to be dropped? Is he just going to use a different avenue? The trade reverses. This is not a high conviction movement. We just have general price movement now induced from that catalyst. So you have to always keep in the back of your mind that it could very much unwind, even though you've had the sort of technical structure broken through here. Came through, made those highs. We dipped back down into early London, coming into London, and then we bounced off that prior level through here. So that is being respected at present. That would be your key level to watch through here. Comes in about 51.20. If we break that, obviously running right back down to about where we started the day. I would not be wanting to buy at these levels. I don't know what you think about that, Dirk, but
yeah, I'm like torn into two halves. Like if I look at it like from a pure technical perspective, I'm afraid I'm always repeating myself every week here when it comes to gold long term. It's still this this notion of every time we go back to the 8 weeks moving average or even the bull market support ones, definitely buy it because the major trend is of course intact. There's no doubt about it. So pure from a technical perspective, are we like really exaggerating too much to the upside? Absolutely, we still are, in my opinion. And we saw over and over again how quickly you can get burned. I mean, we are looking at the largest asset class in the world, not asset class, the largest asset in the world, which can within 2 days fluctuate by 21%. It's insanity. It's insanity. And this is something, when I see a chart like this, I'm like, I don't want to trade this, because you get caught up so quickly in a situation where suddenly there's no liquidity anymore, when your stop loss gets triggered with 300 pips of slippage or $300 of slippage in this case. There's a lot of danger when it comes to this that normally, especially beginner traders, do not like to analyze. However, on the other side, and guys, on Mondays, as you've seen in the past 1.5 hours, we like to talk about fundamentals a lot also. I just on the weekend had a call with an old colleague of mine, and we were talking about golds, and I was asking him the question, well, in this kind of environment, what speaks to gold having like a crash moment or like declining price again? And he said what I think is very true. He said nothing. It's very unlikely that this happens because this would only be possible in two scenarios. The first scenario being that we suddenly see like geopolitical tension going basically to zero. Ukraine was over, China saying like, hey, we were just joking about Taiwan, we're not going to invade it. And the USA saying, Venezuela, please elect a new leader. We are out of there. We also don't want Greenland anymore. We are all happy families suddenly again. I'm exaggerating, of course, now a little bit. So this would be the first scenario. The second scenario would be, in my opinion, that we would need to see like a global initiative towards a more sane budget discipline in individual countries again. So not like spending like crazy, Yeah, okay, every half year we are running into some sort of scenario where we cannot pay our bureaucrats anymore because there's no budget anymore. We cannot pay public jobs anymore, like we see in the USA right now. It's not only the USA, this is a worldwide phenomenon, of course, not to that extent. So if we see something like this, what is the likelihood of that? Close to zero, because this is something that has been brought up basically for the last 26 years. Actually, since I have been active on the market, this was like a concern over and over again, like GDP to debt ratio, if you want to translate it into one equation. Probably not going to happen again. So the fundamental narrative is gold going higher. However, you don't want to be caught up in those crazy volatility spikes to the downside. So you get these scenarios every now and then. Not every now and then. I mean, if we just look since October 2025, with multiple times, multiple times we were trading at the 8 weeks moving average. This is on a daily chart, where it was a good opportunity to buy. You just, of course, then need to have the guts of holding on to your position. And you do this with a prop trading company, difficult because the swaps are probably going to eat you up. So it's not a feasible strategy, maybe, for you to trade on your Fivers account. But if you want to build up like a side position in physical gold or like ETF gold, for example, that has the physical supply also. In Germany, for example, you can buy something called Xetra Gold, which is actually somewhere in vaults out there. It's not just this IOU thing, trust me, bro, kind of stock or promise. That could be the case. Intraday, I'm really having a difficult time trading gold. I mean, the setup today is, in my opinion, quite good, especially what we see on the 1 minute, because we're trading at the 200 EMA moving average. And we see like the more long-term, like on an intraday level, long-term Renko chart pointing up. We see the 1 minute chart up. So if I had to make a guess now over the next hours, I probably would see gold more up here, maybe at 5168, 5170, then down at 5140, for example. But it's nothing I would trade right now because I'm really afraid of those spikes, to be honest. They cost in crypto. I had this last November where suddenly a liquidity shock and spikes cost me quite a lot of money. And then it took like 2 months to recover from this again. And it's like unnecessary, the reward needs to be very large for me to put myself into such a risk. So like you, LJ, I would prefer actually a scenario where price action, where other things point into the direction of a potential short. If that one plays out, you're very quickly, really within just a couple of hours, looking at something like a 3, 4, 5, 6R that you can grab off a market. But it's the more difficult trade. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I mean, it just where we are, like if you didn't capture the move of, gold also already running up, during Asia, I would say buying in through here is obviously you're increasing risk massively. If you get a solid enough of a dip, then potentially you could take another consideration going into tomorrow. Obviously, you've got this level that we already printed before coming into London, just before London, end of Asia, that you can lean on. Either a spike dip through there and then some kind of recovery candle indicating that there are willing buyers coming in through here, potentially as this 50 moving average rises, and maybe we get caught somewhere around there, around 50, 80 or so, between there and 5100, then potentially I'd look for buyers. But buying from up here at spot, I think you're probably a bit high. Better else wait for the break of these highs that we've already got at 5180 and then jump into it with the follow through of that. So basically buying at spot where we are, you're kind of flipping a coin at this point in time. We have seen the volatilities come up once again on gold and on silver. So we're trading at about 21 for the options volatilities on gold last week. We're now back at 33. Silver has also jumped up. It was about 60. And we have seen the 25 delta risk reversal. So this is where people are positioning either side for a further increase in the spot price or decline. So you can see silver is still printing negative 1.35. So we have jumped up a bit here, but overall people are pricing for, at least on a 1 week basis, lower prices on silver. Now gold, on the other hand, was also negative. It has now jumped to plus 0.35 overall. So there is some pricing for higher moves in gold. Obviously, that is from that catalyst today, however. So it's just a question of how much it has left in it. I would say we probably priced most of that in for the time being. So I'd prefer to see how gold plays out into New York and then find a level that we sort of reside at, or else we get a break of these highs going into tomorrow, or else late New York, and then jump in on that. I would say trading at spot right here is pretty risky.
Yeah,
unless you're trying to scalp it on like a 1 minute and you're playing between here and here, that's a different
thing,
matter.
yeah. But I agree. If I were to go long, this 518 is also what I would be looking on. Preferably like a breakout over it, and then maybe on the pullback, if there's a pullback, of course. Something, because that always gives you the opportunity to place your stop loss rather tight, maybe like at 75 or something like this, and have a good enough R and upside as well.
Yeah, so you could
always the chance that you get stopped out if we see the spike to the downside then, but like statistically speaking, this would be the trade I would be looking for if I were to trade it on the long side.
Yeah, I agree. I'd look for something like that, like a breakout through another dip and a touch to those highs, jump in there, stops down here below that 10 moving average, and this basically this higher cluster just here, and then look for about 52.80 roughly is the next topside level I have. So yeah, that's still good risk reward, and then obviously as it starts moving, you can pull that further up, and there you go. Very nice. Where do you get your news, Dirk?
The news about what? No, I understand the question, of course. Well, primarily, I have some newsletters that I'm subscribed to. Primarily, Bloomberg has very good newsletters, which kind of summarizes the Asian, European, and US session always. So this is always my starting point. Then, in the past, I was somebody who had a lot of newspapers on his desk, which I would go through. But nowadays, newspapers are always late news. So I actually have an AI, a script, scraping news from the markets that happened while I was asleep. So first thing, when I wake up in the morning, I run the script, then I get all the news, which is just headlines, like you would scan through a newspaper, and that whatever catches my eyes, I click on that to know more in depth, which directly links then to the news source. And like this, I can very quickly go get up to speed, that I at least know, what is probably going to be important today, what is kind of the sentiment today, what are the economic news coming out, was there somebody of importance saying something, was there something interesting published, especially from investment banks in terms of analysis, or like the IMF report you showed earlier, definitely also something that would be in the list. And then I go through that usually around half hour, and then I kind of have my picture, which I then translate into, okay, these are the assets I want to look at today. And this is kind of my bias I have for them. Then I need to align that obviously with the chart still. So if I am positive for the US dollar, but the chart say like, this is nonsense at the moment to translate this into a trade, then I'm not going to do that. And everybody, I think, needs to have kind of their own, like their own process of how to start. For me, what is important here is that my process every morning is the same. If there's a morning where I have to deviate from this process, for example, last week I had an appointment at the school of my daughter, then this is normally a day where I do not trade a lot, or I do not trade at all, because I want to have this rinse and repeat pattern where I do the same things, because if I do the same things, I kind of can expect that I get the same results usually. Not every time, of course, obviously, like when you play golf or something, just because you do the same, sometimes you're going to slice the ball, especially if you're me, you're going to slice very, very far to the right, very often. Long hitter, like 200 meters, but 100 meters to the right. But joke aside, now you want to kind of build up your own process. Yeah, start with Bloomberg. I think they're a great source. I know you like Reuters a lot. I do not so much, honestly speaking, because I used to have a Reuters terminal and I absolutely hated it. So it just stems from bias. But the Bloomberg newsletters really are a good way to start to get also more into this fundamental kind of chain of thought, except maybe you're a scalper and you're looking at 30-second or 1 minute candles or something like this. You probably can basically not ignore the news, but it's not going to be of relevance for you, where the trade deficit of the US currently is in comparison to where it was a year ago.
Yeah. Darth Vader. So the other guys will be coming in later for their session. So it's just us chilling here today. We don't have a stacked lineup like we did last week a couple times. But they'll be coming in just after us. So, but yeah, as far as gold, look, I can see a couple of you guys still asking about gold. Basically, what we've been saying is buy on a break. If not, probably prefer to wait for a bit of a dip and then find some kind of buy through there. So, buying at spot at this current level, we have leaned on that prior high, right? Just earlier coming into London. But if you missed the majority of that move today during Asia, it's probably safer to actually buy off some kind of relative low once you've found some kind of structure being built out. Because the catalyst that basically drove us higher today is very unclear. So it's around the Trump tariffs. Talked about this a bit already, but to put it into quick 2-second thing, Trump is still going ahead with tariffs. The current rulings that he can't do it, but that's in the current way that it's being shoehorned in. So there's plenty of other methods, legislative methods, that you can actually get the tariffs in. So it's not necessarily that the tariffs are over.
Sorry. For a moment, I thought you wanted to say Trump is still going insane.
I mean, there's that too, but but yeah. So just be careful, because I was basically bringing up like when we picked at 3,500 back during last year, we had a number after the first dip. We had a number of tests higher, and it looks as though we're now going to push for the all-time highs again, and then we just sort of drop off, right? And even when we've had the technical breaks, right, where we did, on the text sort of break some of these highs through here, which would impute that, yes, we're moving right up. That next level for me would be about 52.80 or so. But this can quickly unwind like we saw last year. So it's a bit temperamental right now. And like the Cozy was saying, that yes, there was the margin requirement changes from the CME on a number of the metals, and silver in particular. There are a number of firms that were caught out trying to sell silver too early. Eventually we did see a number of spikes both ways, both long and short, on the way up to 100 and was it 119, 121 that we peaked out, whatever it was. I forget the exact level now. But then, yes, eventually after that, we saw the big washout as well. So,
I mean, for
that will have abated a lot now. And the other situation with gold is a little bit different. Most of this buying has actually come in through hard metal buying.
Yeah.
So central banks and governments, not from speculative positioning. The speculative positioning from traders and such has only increased very marginally since even all the way to when we were trading at like 2,000, 2,200 per ounce on gold. So it's only up very marginally.
True.
So I definitely prefer gold over silver. Put that way, silver rally was much more speculative.
Absolutely, it's like everybody that missed out suddenly needed to buy silver. It's like you missed out on Bitcoin, so you're looking for the next altcoin that can replace Bitcoin. It's like on gold right now, like very, very short term. I'm really just looking at the 1 minute chart. Like this is very speculative. Obviously, this is nothing I want to trade. But if you look at a structure like this, we went over the 200 EMA. We touched it one time. We touched it 2 times. We reversed from it actually the third time here. So you kind of have like a good, very narrow support area here. The next support area is you have to go down all the way to 125,125 again. So you could argue, and I'm leaning myself right now very much out of the window. So it's not a trade I'm trading, but if you're looking like for those super short-term scalping opportunities, maybe this could be a possible trade. Enter somewhere actually at the price we are right now, on the premise that we are not going to drop below the 200 EMA, below this kind of support order block we made here. And then, so put your stop loss maybe shortly below that, and then look for a good risk reward, maybe to a bounce back to the +2 sigma, which would have a risk reward ratio of 2.9. That's a fair trade, if you want to scalp it. But be prepared. A trade like this will very often stop you out and then go or do something else because there's so much noise, if you're looking at low risk levels like this. But if I were trading the 1 minute chart right now ago, this would be a typical setup I would be looking at. Because it looks like, of course, there's a lot of creativity always in drawing those order blocks and support and resistance levels. But, something where I would say like, oh, okay, this is worth a shot. If it succeeds, I make like 2.9% the money I risk. So I only need to be successful with this like 30% of the time, and I'm still going to break even. Just an idea. Let's see where it goes later.
Yeah, I think. Look, yeah, I think gold, at least on that time frame, until we get New York opening up. I'm sure Trump will come out and say something about the tariff situation.
That's what I'm afraid as well.
Very likely today.
25%.
Yeah, whether that's I don't know, good or bad for gold at the moment is kind of hard to say. Because you can get the one final spike up and then profit taking after that. So that's the other trouble.
I mean, in terms of news, we're pretty much done, no? Next one.
We've got there was something else out tonight for US factory orders.
Okay.
Durable goods.
I always wonder why TradingView is filtering or is like basically telling those are not high impact news. It's very weird.
And we do have Christine Lagarde speaking.
Oh God, who cares about her? Yeah.
In what? That's 6 hours time.
It's interesting. Also on TradingView, this is not a high impact news event.
Yeah. Normally. Wait. What's this for? Which isn't high impact?
The Christine Lagarde.
Oh, right. Yeah. Normally it wouldn't matter because outside of ECB talks, she's normally not saying too much.
Yeah, but I mean, if Jean Paul holds a speech somewhere, it's on TradingView, no, as a high impact.
Yeah. And the only other portion is that, I mean, we had the comments around Christine Lagarde potentially stepping down last week, the rumors. Right?
Oh, really?
So,
I didn't catch that one. Okay.
Yeah, so we saw Euro move around a bit for her potentially stepping down early. So whether there's any kind of commentary around that, whether she puts...
They finally found evidence for the things she did in the past, maybe.
Dude. I like her, though. I like her. She's good.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn, honestly.
As far as all those people out there, I don't think she's that bad. I liked Mario Draghi.
I like Mario Draghi better.
Cool.
And I like her. Yeah. I think Christine Lagarde, she doesn't have like this charm. I don't know how to put it. There are people out there, when they start talking, you're naturally drawn to listen to them and take
their kind of charisma.
Yeah, charisma.
Or as what does Gen Z call it now? Like aura?
What are they calling it?
Aura?
Aura. Okay. I'm too old for that already.
Whatever that translates into German. See if you're
Aura.
Your little ones
The same,
know
yeah.
what it is. I don't know.
Okay. I have to ask my daughter then. Although no, my daughter's Gen Alpha. They are still
Yeah.
more busy
Alpha,
with playing
yeah.
Roblox and Pokemon.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's more of a Gen Alpha. I don't know. There's like a crossover of all
Yeah,
that
there's
rubbish.
Spy Joe 7. The second chart on the right side is not candlestick, it's Heiken Ashi. No, it's a Renko chart.
Renko,
I
yeah.
love using Renko charts, and I like to have them parallel to my candlestick charts because Renko charts take time out of the equation to a large extent and purely focus on price movement. So, for example, this Renko chart will form a new box, a new red box, if the price of gold moves down by $5 from the last low of the Renko box before. And if that takes 1 minute, it's going to draw the box in 1 minute. If it takes 1 day, the next box is drawn in 1 day. So this takes out a lot of the noise you see, for example, especially in lower time frames, like a minute, 5 minute, 50 minutes, 30-minute charts, where you'll have extended periods of not much happening, and which are defined by most traders as market noise. So this is not happening here, and I like to have them parallel because I noticed if I trade on lower time frames, and this is a very extreme example of that now. I normally do not trade the 1 minute time frame. So just for demonstration purposes, what I'm looking for is that I want to have the overall market structure for the Renko blocks kind of way to look at charts, matching what I see on the lower time frames. So right now we see the market structure of Renko blocks way of looking at the charts is pointing upwards, and it's the same for the 1 minute charts. So I want to look for long entries right here because the lower time frame is pointing into the direction of the higher time frame, or in my case, the Renko charts. Takes a little bit time to you get used to them, especially because they take the timing equation, or they take the time component out of the equation for measuring momentum, for measuring market structure. But I think they are very helpful to, at least for me, to stay out of markets when I see that they are not matching up. Let me quickly look if I can find something that's not currently matching up. Yeah, this one, for example, euro dollar. We still have the Renko telling us we have a positive, we have a bullish euro dollar momentum, but the 1 minute chart telling us no, we do not have that anymore. So I see the discrepancy between them, which means for me, I probably do not want to trade them, or I actually want to wait for more extreme events, which in case of euro dollar would be if I see, for example, here the 3 sigma band being touched, and I might consider a long position there, trading back to the 0 sigma. But this is still very experimental for me as well. Still very new, so I don't have any data like, does this really work? When does it work? When does it not work? So please take it with a grain of salt. This is nothing I currently really base my trading decision on. I have a Fivers account, which I'm not using for anything else at the moment. So I probably might start using that for this type of strategy to see, can I actually translate this into profit by the end of the day? Because there's a lot, this is not a mechanical system. There's a lot of, like a lot of feeling that goes into this. When is the right time to buy, or when is the right time to sell? Hope it makes sense, that explanation.
I was just going to say, so I took 2 scalps just earlier. So euro dollar, that just got hit. Just took that here as we were continuing to decline. No real pickup. We broke those lows there, back down into the 200 moving average on the 15-minute. So easy done there. I did take this on the Aussie. I've now jumped out of this just here. Again, was looking to hold down through here. That will probably require NASDAQ to actually come off. Having a look at things, this is actually where the options level is today, 2510. So a bit high up here, right by where we had the small gap sort of open this morning. And we now seem to be building up pretty nicely. So there's definitely potential we could just bounce off here, go towards the options level, keep going. And then dollar yen, I was looking at potential shorts if this continued through here. But we, again, bounced off there, saw euro dollar coming down, pound dollar coming down, everything else. So I'm looking for this to come up and close this gap up through here. So these are just some
NASDAQ actually one of those long trades I'm looking at right now as well.
Yeah, I didn't like the potential of this just turning around. Because ultimately as well, I am looking for Aussie dollar to come back up through to 71.30 plus once again. So out of that now, pound dollar coming off still. Whether we get to the 200 moving average, not sure. We did have Taylor from Bank of England talking just now, another 2 to 3 more rate cuts before neutral, apparently he's saying. And also comments on the tariff situation, saying the high tariff regime is here to stay, and saying it will probably take 2 to 3 years for it to fully play through as well. So different comments on tariffs coming out from various countries. I don't know if this is trying to play favor or but we'll see. But yeah, so that's what I'm in now, just sitting in the dollar yen trade. That's all I've got left at the moment. And then possibly, getting closer to New York. If we get another further dip, I might look to buy somewhere around here. Just for like a short-term trade of the session type thing for the NASDAQ, something like that.
Actually, I would be willing to pull the trigger if we see pull back to 24,850 right now.
Yeah, that's exactly where I have that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 24,850. Yeah. So it's just by that cluster high there.
Yeah.
I like it. What is gold stop loss? So gold, or at least I was talking about as far as gold, is I prefer a break of these highs to actually join the trade. So not even just right there, probably be a touch above there, like 51.82. And I'd have a stop below this current cluster, this local cluster that we have. But yeah, I wouldn't want to necessarily buy in through here, because we could easily see this just take a wander off, right? Especially if we get some of those risk-on flows coming back into the NASDAQ. People have sort of chilled out about the whole tariff thing. Gold could start to reverse as stocks start to come back up.
So, I mean, if you are talking about the theoretical gold scalp long that I was talking about just now.
Yeah, it might have been Dirk's.
Might have been, I don't know, just, to have like both sides of a picture maybe there. Yeah. That one was the stop loss for that one. I would put at, what is that, 5144 ish somewhere, and take profit for that one would be somewhere 5168. So that one, but please really bear in mind, I don't want you to copy any of the trades we are doing here, especially this one, since I actually didn't trade this. This was just an analysis on a trading view chart. And the goal always is, we want to share like how we are doing things, in the hopes that you take us as an inspiration to develop your own trading strategy. We're not here, we're not doing this live here so you can just copy trade things, because we are also wrong sometimes, often, and you have to see like what is the outcome on 100, 500,000 trades. And it could be the trades we are showing here by coincidence be the trades, that go wrong. And you have to keep in mind, what are you going to do if we one day do not stream anymore and you're back to square one? So better develop your own trading strategy and take it as inspiration. And you can see already, how LJ has a different way of going about the markets, analyzing them than me, although we sometimes come to the same conclusion, funny enough. And this is true for all the other hosts here on the Fivers. Everybody has their own way. They are selected to specifically to stream live because they have different way. Because there are so many different ways how to become successful as a trader. There are even more ways how to blow your money as a trader. So take it with a grain of salt, please. Everything.
Indeed, there definitely are. G night, man. Bed's calling. Get some rest. Well deserved.
Good
Thank you,
night's
brother.
sleep. Thanks for being with us today.
Indeed.
That being said, guys, leave us a like, subscribe to the channel. You heard Richard, hopefully this morning. We are soon going to have a very nice giveaway since we reach 100K subscribers on YouTube. But, reaching one goal is just opening the road to reaching another goal, which obviously is going to be in the end 200,000 subscribers. But make sure you are subscribed, leave a comment, leave a like here. That is really, everything we are asking you for. And this is what motivates LJ. This is what motivates me, and I'm sure motivates everybody else on the stream as well.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, if you guys are enjoying it, we're here almost every day, Monday to Thursday. So yeah, if you guys are enjoying it, leave us a like, a follow, share would be great. And just as Dirk said, we will have a 100K giveaway coming very soon, like Rich was saying. So the big one. It's going to be good. But yeah, apart from that, I was looking at Ord Yen potentially just in the background, as you know, scanning over a couple adjacent pairs, as potential longs through here, not looking too bad. I'd prefer this over, say, like dollar yen overall, as far as like continuation of the move.
Aren't you in dollar yen already?
Yeah, I'm long dollar yen just for a very, short, very small sort of trade through here.
Okay,
right?
okay.
But then beyond that, I'd prefer to short dollar yen from tops. That or else potentially, if we see it through here, if we get another dip down to this level about 154.50, then I'd consider taking it for a drive up to 156.20 or so. But I did have this area marked out as a potential collapse point. But we've sort of already had that build up through there. Majority follow through just above that cluster. So that might be out of pocket now. Ord Yen, though, similar characteristic, but just has that Aussie dollar component, which I do see going higher still. It's kind of looking like we're going to get another rate hike at this point, even though it's ridiculous, but, So we've got some nice structure building up through here. Higher lows right the way through. Same with these, all the way through here. The break there, high, highs coming in, doot. So any kind of pull back through here, we might see another run at the 110 plus type area. So this is definitely a consideration.
And you always make it look so easy. It's like, oh yeah, this like pulling back here, high, do, and then
Yeah. Look, I try to.
No, it's amazing. I love it, really.
But yeah, so I think where we'll get kind of this intersection with the 50 moving average, the 100 coming up, and the 10 coming in here, somewhere in this cluster, which is basically going to be from that peak down to here, comes in about the 50%. That or else this recent price action just through here as well, it's about the 61.8 through there. So we've got a nice little section in this kind of bubble, about 109.40 or so. Which then, particularly if we do get Aussie dollar following through this evening, potentially, alongside the NASDAQ coming higher, we'll see if that actually happens. So these are trades I'm waiting for. I'm not in any of this yet. And I did exit the Aussie dollar trade just before, just because I don't want to get caught out with that going into New York. And since, we already have that relative low there, I was looking for a deeper retracement into here, which is where the 200 moving average on the 15 is. Similar move to what we had on the euro, but we haven't really kicked on, which I don't like. And we're struggling to actually push towards those lows from earlier. So we may have another turn higher instead.
NASDAQ 56. I think I need to play.
I was going to say we're getting close by here. Might even look for a slight dip further.
Yeah, that's actually
maybe
not too sure about this one right now.
Because it will depend very much on the durable goods number as well coming through.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That will kick volatility around.
But still could be a nice scalp trade. Like if you from here to potentially 920 or something like this.
Yeah, Björk. As Remy posted in the chat, you guys can follow the futures channel. So we've got a separate dedicated futures channel for the fivers. So you guys can find all bits and pieces, all the knowledge, all the updates, everything that you guys want for the futures over there. You'll also find a bunch of the intro/tutorial type stuff explaining the differences in contracts, contract size, contract name, all of those bits and pieces for the futures. So all of that and all the live updates, all that kind of thing will be over there on the futures YouTube channel. So right there for you guys. But yeah, we will have some of that sort of slight blend crossover mix, but majority of everything will be over on the futures channel.
Okay, I'm buying NASDAQ now, guys.
Yeah, you're gonna pull the trigger.
Yeah, I pulled the trigger, but willing to add to that position actually, because I see. I think we still could get a pullback until 24,810-ish, maybe.
Yeah, this is what I'm wondering as well.
It's okay. I'm slowly starting to scale
averaging.
Not going to risk more than 0.25% anyway on that one. So let's see. I would get out if we go under 24,750 on this one.
Yeah. Darren saying just got alert for Aussie dollar trade. My trade closed at break even. Good thing I moved my stop loss. What's going on with this market lately? I assume you might have been long somewhere through here. Either you got in during early Asia, basically near market open today, and I'm sure you would have jumped out by now if you did capture that move. So I take it you jumped in through here somewhere for that move higher. Yeah, look, today has been a bit of back and forth information around the tariff situation over the weekend. We did have some of the Iran stuff going on into the back of last week also. And early in the week, we had progress, then progress unwound, I should say. Then we did make some further steps forward. It's kind of a bit up in the air. Nothing too crazy at the moment, though. It seems, stable. But the main one was definitely the tariff situation, with the courts ruling Trump cannot implement his tariffs. But there are many other avenues to which Trump can actually deploy the tariffs, right? And he basically doubled down, saying he's putting another net 15% on everyone globally, right? So we've seen this kind of back and forth, selling the dollar, people unwinding it because it doesn't really change anything because, like I said, he can put them in different manners. So yeah, it's a bunch of that. And just in general, good old Monday digestion.
Yeah.
I guess. Also going into the end of the month for this week as well. Don't forget. So end of month flows, end of week flows, etc. coming in on Friday. So yeah, there's always a bit of kerfuffle around that.
Look at this NASDAQ turning around. I caught the bottom.
Very good. I'm contemplating whether to jump in.
I don't know. We could move further down, of course. As I said, I'm willing to add to this position. In the meantime, welcome back, Richard.
Why, thank you for having me.
You are very much welcome.
Welkom hier zo bij ons levendige... I can't remember what trading channel is in Afrikaans.
I was just about to say that sounds like Afrikaans. Afrikaans is like one of those languages where I always think I almost understand them, but I don't. The language sounds so familiar, but it doesn't. As a German, same for me with Yiddish, for example.
Yeah, so when it comes to Afrikaans, there's some German words that, like, it's exactly the same, or sounds exactly the same, but generally it's more the, like, Netherlands with Dutch, where their language and our Afrikaans language is, like, let's say 90% correlated.
One thing I've always meant to ask you, Richard, as somebody from South Africa, how do you like the Antwort?
The Antwort. I personally hate them.
Really?
Can't stand them. Dirk, as a German, how do you like Rammstein?
I knew this would be the follow-up question. And I hate them too. They are, I mean, I have to give them, they are giving one, like, at least for a German band, they are like incredible live. Like, their performances are incredible, their sound is incredible, but everything surrounding them and the type of message they carry forward, I don't like. Not at all.
Yeah, they're not my favorite German metal band. I do like Electric Callboy quite a bit, though.
Oh, they are awesome, aren't they? They
yeah,
are
love
so.
them.
If you like them, you should go for the Butcher Sisters as well.
The Buttresses.
Yeah, they are like Electric Callboy, but on steroids. It's just so insane what they are doing. It's like, it's all about drinking and stuff like this, but in a ironic, funny way, you know. I think we're scared of poor LJ.
The Buttresses.
Yeah, the Butcher Sisters. But I think they mainly perform in German, so you might not understand the text.
It's okay. I'll use my ability to deduce some of the words and be like,
the way to go. Yeah. Seems like we have some fans of the Antwort here. We have been around for a long time. You gotta give them that, no? I remember
that is true.
This a type of band. When I first saw them, when I first saw their videos, I was like, "What the heck is this?"
Don't worry, we ask the same questions here in South Africa when we watch them. We're like, "Who does this? What is this?" Anyway,
somebody's singing in the background. It's William from Hong Kong, buffed with nice big night chow, hopefully.
Yes. Why?
Will, question to you. Question to you.
Mm-hmm.
You being from Hong Kong, what is your favorite Hong Kong band?
Got him. He doesn't know any.
I don't know any. Dude, I don't listen to music. I'm not a big music guy. I don't really listen to music at all.
I don't listen to music. I just listen to the noise of charts.
Yeah,
The noise of charts.
I drive in silence as well. I won't even listen to the radio. I'm a very boring person.
Noted.
Although, I will say I was in a supermarket the other day and they had a Cantonese song on which I was jamming to. But that's as far as I go when it comes to knowing Hong Kong bands. So, sorry, mate.
There was going to be a follow-up question, like, what is your favorite Welsh band? And if it's not Bullet for My Valentine,
well,
then I
that's
don't
an
know.
easy one. I can tell you that the men's Welsh choir, of course.
Wait, Bullet for My Valentine is from Wales? Really? I didn't know that.
Yes,
You've also got Coldplay. Coldplay are also from Newport, which is an hour away from me.
I don't like Coldplay at all, but
nor do I.
Yeah, well, they're from Wales.
Okay,
really?
fair.
No wonder I don't like them.
I think it's Coldplay. It's either Coldplay.
Makes
I'm
sense.
sure.
Of course.
Yeah, Coldplay.
I only like one Welsh person. He's not here at the moment.
Same with me, and this one is here with us. And
Will's face.
his name is William Davies, the
Oh,
traveling
definitely.
trader.
Oh no,
I said
okay.
I only like one Welsh person, and he's not here. And Will just like straight up just was like, anyway, how's the markets been? I popped out for a little while.
Pretty good. Actually, we did some trades just now in the last half hour of our stream, and
really,
we have this. I have to go to the lower time frame. This one is not really going anywhere. We are, at least I am long NASDAQ at, what was it? 24,854. So, yeah,
wow.
this one is going.
Did you just get in on it?
Yeah, I just got in. As I always do, I managed to get into at the bottom.
What are you aiming for?
Profit.
I mean, I can't fault you on that one. That is what we're all aiming for.
Well, no, I mean, it's like this was actually
all day.
Let me assume your stop loss is just below 24,820.
You are so good. You listened to us just now, no? Did you?
He was in the background listening.
I was listening.
Trying to be the sneaky, smart bastard he is sometimes.
Yes, I do try. I do try. No, I was listening to your trade. You saying, "Oh, I'm jumping in on NASDAQ," and I was like, on a buy, and I hadn't had my screen up yet, so I had to go and open everything up, and I was like, that actually does look good. I do like that as a trade, but I couldn't figure out where you would be aiming for, because I didn't quite know whether or not you were going to do a scalp, or if this was like,
no, this is a scalp
intraday, or
unusual for me. I would get out 24,950 somewhere around that area if we go there. But
okay, so tops of the day so far.
I love that you're in a buy, and I can see that I can see where you're from, and I love the idea of it, but I kind of want to see a sell.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, I kind of like.
No, the long-term fundamental crypto guy is doing a intraday scalp based off a 1-minute chart on NASDAQ. I mean, this information should tell you everything, right?
Shame, you're going to make Nazir feel strange about this, mate. I'm really dedicated to mastering the NAS 100 strategy LJ Dirk are teaching.
This is why I don't like to scalp on these live streams.
God. Seeing John Essex saying K-pop, well, I've not heard one single K-pop song. Even living in Hong Kong, I've not heard a K-pop song, I don't think. But I've learned what K-pop is since moving to Hong Kong, so I'll give you that. So we're right next to Mongkok, or well, we're not right next to it. We're like not far from Mongkok, and it's like a big K-pop built up part of the country. And basically they have a slang out there. It's called MK. So it's you're very MK. So in other words, you're very Mongkok. You're very not necessarily like cliche, you're very cliche. You're into your sort of your animes, and you're into your your K-pop and your gaming and your, the cliche Asian style. And so I was out there, and that's where I sent a couple of you guys, those anime characters and figurines. That was in Mongkok. Now that is where I learnt about K-pop, because there was a couple of people going nuts over this certain style and music and all. And it turns out that was K-pop. So apparently it literally just stands for Korean pop. So
welcome to the 21st century, William. Welcome.
Dude, like, that's I live under a rock. Like, this is
William Davis, the body of a 25-year-old, the mindset of a 60-year-old.
Yes.
I cannot stress enough to you guys how under a rock I am. Like, I literally log onto my computer, open TradingView, open the stream software, trade, close my computer, go out onto the farm, or go out onto the land, or go out and do. Like, I come from very much a farmland part of Wales. It's, even though it's very touristy in Pembrokeshire, it's still very much away from everything. So yeah, guys, I hate technology. I'm very old school. I love my country. I love typical hunting. I grew up horse riding. I am a 60-year-old man at heart. Everyone's like, "Oh, Will, how can you not know how to, like this, that with technology?" I was like, because I use it to make money. That's about it.
I love it. I love the fact that you're not a K-pop person. I love it that you're more a EU and GU person.
I'm a G-pop person.
G-pop, E-pop.
At least William is touching grass, man. That's my favorite saying. Go outside and touch some grass, my friend.
Very true. Gentlemen, I have to leave you. I need to get some lunch. And you guys out there, thanks for being with us again for the past 2 hours. I'll be back on Wednesday. Yeah. And I'm going to leave you in the, as always, more than capable hands of Richard and William. I don't know if LJ is going to stay around. But yeah, see you again on Wednesday. Take care and bye-bye.
Easy.
Thank you, Dirk. Have a lovely day.
Peace, Dirk. I will be dipping out as well. Going to go get myself some dinner for now.
Some dinner.
Right. What's for dinner, LJ? Pizza?
I think my partner's bringing some food over. She made what are they called? There was some kind of tacos thing, like not quite birria tacos, but something like that. I forget what she called it. Something, I don't know. It sounded good. Put it that way. So I'm happy.
Yeah. You're about to find out.
Yeah, so Mexican, I guess.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. My stream, I got to restart my PC as well, but everything just crashed before. So, yeah.
Fun.
Peace out for today, guys. Nice. I'll see you again tomorrow. Stay safe out there. And ciao for now.
Ciao for now. See you later, brother. Ooh, yeah, I do like Naz on the 15-minute. That's nice.
While you have a quick gander at that, I'm just quickly going to send a message, mate. If you
sweet man. Yeah, not a problem. Awesome stuff. Let's have a gushy gander at the NASDAQ. Oh god, no, come back. I don't want to get rid of you. I want to get rid of you. So as you guys know, in fact, just real quick, I would have taken an SL on EU. So I'm not too fussed on it. It is what it is. Like I said, it was just, I wasn't 100% valid in what it was. It was also on the 1 minute time frame that I looked at placing it. And truth be told, it wasn't even the most valid close above on the 1 minute. I kind of wanted to see a breaking close above this high, something like that. But nonetheless, it is what it is. It's a nice little trade anyway, nice little attempt. So back to the 15. So the NASDAQ, no, that's USD, there you go. The NASDAQ is looking really nice on the 15-minute for buys. However, I don't know, man. We got Asia highs here. Do I have like a symbol thing for Asia highs? Yeah. We got Asia high here. But we've also got the consolidation here. Sorry, not imbalance here, which we've tapped into. We've also got the consolidation up here, which we haven't quite tapped into. So maybe we could have moved a little bit higher up into this area here. I don't know. I do like the idea of buying. If I was to buy, it would be here. It would be in this nice little zone there. But at the same time, I kind of want to see a pullback back into this consolidation here, and then take out these Asia lows. Or would we even take them out? I mean, we could take them out if we can close below this consolidation. Or maybe we can come down to the, maybe not take the Asia lows, but come down to the Asia lows. So maybe like my TP would be just above. I don't know. It's a tricky one. It is a tricky one. I don't know whether I like it for buys or sells. Euro, again, yeah, Euro and GU. Euro pound are just dropping.
Tanked.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely tanked. Which is not the best, but it's okay. You know, it is what it is. If we can, in fact, it's actually in a really nice demand zone, just down the lows here. So if we can hold around this area, I think that'd be quite nice. Drop down to the 5 minute, wait for consolidation around, where's my tool? There it is. So maybe wait for some consolidation around here, and then break and close above, and then continue higher. That would be pretty cool. Same goes with Euro. Euro, again, nice little area. It's gone lower than I thought it would. So, you know, I didn't mind it hitting my stop loss on this area, but it's gone lower than I thought. Certainly on GU. EU, it's, I don't know, it looks quite nice. And we are starting to consolidate and hold here, but some hella bear price action, man. It's maybe it wants to head down to these lows here, this consolidation. Maybe this large area here. Who knows? Who knows? But we'll see. We'll just deal with whatever price comes now. I want to see price really slow up at this level here now, because if it doesn't slow up at this level, then I won't be buying it at all. You know, if we just get like that immediate pullback, then it's like, oh, okay, I don't know if I like that. Whereas if we get like consolidation and then what looks like a pullback, it could just be a break and then something like this. But however, I probably won't be interested in entering a buy at this level. I'll be more waiting for the confirmation break and then entering around this, you know, consolidation or breaker or whatever you want to call it. So that's what I'm going to be looking at on EU and GU, in fact.
Yeah, GU to me is definitely following through with the bearish momentum that we spoke about earlier.
Yeah.
And then EU, definitely so. EU came into, let's call it an order block. And then this morning, and then since the Tokyo highs, it has not tried to come back to it. GU, on the other hand, reacted on that area of interest that we marked up this morning during our first session, and has since been pushing lower. So I'm looking for a potential drop all the way down to 134.44.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay. Yeah. What I like about GU is the fact that, okay, I know this is Tokyo high here, so let's just mark out Tokyo high. No, there you go. So we got Tokyo high here, or Asia high here. So we've still swept this high, which is nice. So I kind of see the jump to the downside now. I kind of see the sell opportunity. We have swept these highs with these two candles here and then started pushing lower. So that kind of makes sense, even though obviously I would have much preferred to have
had a continuation.
Or swept Asia high first, then dropped.
But that's what we did. So Asia highs was established on that very first left candle of yours. And then was swept just...
This is Asia highs. These are Asia highs here.
No, that's
Yeah.
already off. That's after Asia is closed.
No, has it? What time's Asia close? UK time. This is
6:30 UK time.
yeah. So this candle here is Asia high. It is 6:30
Yeah.
candle. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, fair.
That's what I
Yeah.
mean. It's already swept. As we were coming out of Asia,
Yeah,
the Asia session,
yeah. I
we
suppose.
swept the high, and then since then we just started trickling lower.
Yeah, fair.
And it was also the
Yeah,
high of the day as well that also got just swept and then continued lower. The high of the day was established just after, like just before 2 o'clock, so 12 o'clock GMT.
See, I marked this as the Asia high, being at
Mm.
6:30, but oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it makes a bit more sense that we have swept this high here, over here, and then start pushing down. But I would have preferred the continuation. And not only that, we hadn't swept it on EU. So I would have liked to have seen EU sweep it as well, especially after taking the lows.
Yeah,
No.
EU created the high also same time, high of the day, high of Tokyo high as well. Tested it once, and then as we were coming out of Tokyo again, or coming to the end of Tokyo, we tried to push through, failed, and then just started pushing lower. We swept the Tokyo low very quickly.
Yeah, on GU, yeah.
EU, I mean.
Hang on, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, that coffee's strong.
There's no such thing as strong coffee, mate. There's only weak people.
No, it's not like coffee strong. It's like almondy strong. So my partner's got me a new coffee, and she was like, "Try this coffee; it's really good." And the first one was really good, but I have 2 coffees a day. I'll have the first coffee with the AM session with you guys, and then I'll have my second coffee in the technically also AM but kind of PM session, the lunchtime session with you guys. So, but this second one is like, it's a bit sweet now. It's a bit too milky. I only like a dash of milk. Like this is like a full-blown almond latte.
Dude, it surprises me sometimes when we have to compare how we like certain things. Like you put honey in your coffee. I don't put any sugar, sweeteners, nothing. Nothing goes into my coffee. You drink a dash of milk. I drown my coffee in milk. I love a latte. So
no, psycho.
It's just like polar opposites when it comes to coffee. I drink a coffee in the morning, and then maybe just before lunch, I might have another one, and then I won't drink coffee for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'll have
funny sometimes.
Yeah, it depends where I am, So if I'm abroad, like if I'm in Europe, like I don't know, France, Italy, Spain, I'll have an espresso and a cigar in the afternoon. Other than that, I will not have a coffee after 2 p.m. I'll have a coffee maybe at the lunchtime session with you guys, but before we extended the sessions, I'd only have a coffee with you guys in the morning. So like 11 a.m., I'd make sure that I've been awake for a couple of hours, so I let my natural body wake up with water, and then I have 2 scoops of coffee, nice and strong, dash of milk, like almost to the point where there's no point in having the milk. Some honey, just because I like natural organic honey, and it's a superfood and it's good for the body, and it makes it a bit sweeter. And then, bosh, that is my only 1 coffee done for the day.
So my wife does the mocha pot, so mocha pot coffee. Yeah, and that's breakfast. It's a little clay or ceramic pot.
Okay.
And then it's got 2 segments. The bottom segment is filled with water, and then you have your filter coffee or like ground up coffee.
Yeah.
In a little compartment just submerged in that liquid. And then as that boils, it pushes the water through the coffee, the ground coffee,
nice.
and into a second compartment that's on top. So it never comes back down into the coffee. It just passes through once. Man, I love that coffee.
Yeah.
I love it. I thought she was being a bit pretentious with it. I was like, yeah.
Fair. So, yeah, it's the same. So my mum's just had her birthday on Valentine's Day, and my brother's girlfriend, I think, who got her this gift. It was like one of those coffee strainer things. And so she got this coffee strainer, and then my brother has just bought himself some. He's big into like how the body works and its functions, and how life gives certain people different brain chemistry. Like anxiety can be controlled, depression can be controlled through different. So he's very much into that side of the body, and he's just bought himself this new sort of coffee, because coffee gives him like really anxious, like it gives him anxiety, it gives him like heart palps, and makes him feel quite ill. So he's just bought a coffee that's super good, like super good for you. It's got like all sorts of like collagen in it, and apparently it's like a lower dose of caffeine, so it doesn't give him as bad a heart pumps, but it still gives him that like bit of a rush to kick him going, like around like lunchtime. And I thought he's a bit pretentious for it, but then he starts reading out like the benefits with it, and I still think it's a bunch of garbage. But I mean, like, he loves it, and I'm yet to try it. But I don't know. People enjoy different coffees, I suppose.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's like I said with my wife when she did the mocha thing. I was just like, man, so many extra steps for
that's what I mean. Just
same product that I'm getting from my little scoops. Yeah. Was I wrong? Anyway, I marked up this trade in the morning session. It was a UJ one when we were talking about how UJ was starting to push a little bit higher, and I thought initially that we could push into the lows of last week Friday, and then I wanted to see the reaction in this area and then potentially start pushing it higher. So when we marked it, it was when we were discussing it coming back and testing a base of mine, and then we just placed this trade here for clear, just like openness. I did not take this trade. It's not a trade that I would normally take. It was just one that we marked out for the sake of interest. And yes, it came all the way back to the open of the day. So if I just move that out of the way, a small little area over here, and if I go over to the 4 hourly, there was a bit of a gap. Is it on the hourly? I think no, it was just this one over here. Yeah. That I can remove. It was literally just this section over here, a base area before a monumentous drop down lower. Yeah, and if this was a trade that I had taken, it would have been a very lovely trade, but it's not one that I would normally take. So that looks good though.
Can you see me go now? Okay, I'm back.
Yeah,
I don't know what just happened. My Wi-Fi just crashed out. Oh, not my Wi-Fi, but like my computer system just crashed out.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Did you just take that trade?
No. That's the one that we marked out this morning when we were having a discussion.
Oh, fair.
Yeah. So if I go to the 15 minute,
nice.
No. So if you look at the 15-minute, you'll see, if I just move this one just a little bit out of the way, this is what I talk about when I'm talking about creating. I wouldn't say creating, but like when I'm talking about the establishment of a new trend, and then the rally-based rallies and the drop-based drops. So in this case, you have this downward push from the previous week. We come to a low point. Instead of pushing lower yet again, we start printing a higher high and higher low in relation to previous. So if that's the low, and this was the recent high swing, because it's every time there is a bit of a pullback and continuation, you can take that as a swing point. So swing point, this created a new higher swing, a higher low, a new higher high, a new higher low, and so on and so forth. And anyway, so when you're creating a new base like this one over here, price sometimes comes back to test it. It doesn't always. But on the 15-minute, you don't get one. But then if you go down to the 5-minute, you'll notice that there's a bunch of these opportunities where it takes a new high, creates a new base, takes a new high, creates a new base. And the reason for this one that we had here was because of this reaction, this base over here. So We had just taken or created a new high, created a new low, and then had immediately swept that new high. Yes, this is on the 5 minute. Yes, it's super low time frame, but the concept always kind of like stays the same. And then when price started to prove that it wanted to go higher, when it comes back to it and then rejects off of it with this candle over here, a bullish candle, that's why I would have taken that trade. So when we were discussing this trade earlier, I was like, well, this does really look good for a potential buy. So once again, didn't take the trade, just marked it out. This would be more of a break of a base and then a retest on that base and then continue higher. Where normally what I would do is I would take the trade out of the base. So if this is still the base, so let me just mark it. This is still the base over here. But as price is creating a new high in relation to the previous one, there's a low and higher low. So you've got this upward trend that you're starting to create. The moment you start breaking a new high point, so you have the establishment, which is this whole section over here. That's the establishment of the new trend. You have an establishment. So new trend is established pretty much at this point over here. You have a reaction off of that established area. So you have the new low here, you have the new high, and then you've broken into a new high, and then you wait for the base, which is these candles over here. There's the new base, and then you just wait for the recontinuation. So rally, base, rally. Here's the rally. Here's the base, and here's the confirmation of the rally. It's on this candle. So what I would have done is I would normally have taken the close of this candle. I would probably have had a set stop loss and TP ratio. Let's say in this case it's 10 pips as an example. Let's just do it like that. And then I would have gone for a 1 to 1.5 or a 1 to 2. So a 1 to 2 would have been somewhere over there, and it would eventually have taken it, probably not on that candle, but the next one. So this would have been one entry. And then if I did the return, so you can almost think of it as the break and retest, the way that you would normally trade will. But instead of it being a break and retest of consolidation, we have a break and retest of a base. And then that would be this trade. So this is the trade that I would have wanted. If I did not get it and I took this one, this would have been my follow-up to that specific trade. Simple.
Very nice. Very nice.
Anyway, I was having a look at gold as well. Gold
went up in the end. I mean, it paused. It stopped. Decided not to go all the way up, but it did go up.
We had this whole section of consolidation, which we marked up earlier, and it did eventually just wick above it. And then since then, it has had zero follow through to push higher, and it just immediately went into more consolidation.
Mm-hmm.
So gold, to me, I don't fancy it. I did not get the push all the way down to take the gap. That's unfortunate. So this gold moved without me. I did say that we were starting to slow over here, and I was waiting for a new push to go lower. We didn't get that either. We just kind of continued pushing higher. But yeah, gold to me is not tradable at the moment. I'll just kind of wait. Maybe there's another consolidation. So I would say if we could get a break from this area where we are now, this is on the 5 minute, but if we could get a nice break of this, I'd be in it like immediately. Mm-hmm. So we do have nice area up over here to test, and then we have the gap which we can come and test as well as this last area before price started to push bullishly. So I'm just going to call this a bullish order block, and let's change this one to something like that, and we'll call this one a bearish order block. So we have these 2 points for price to come and test. Right now, we're pretty much exactly in the middle. If I were to draw a box from the top there to over there, you'll notice that this box is absolutely smack bang in the middle. So we're consolidating pretty much right here. So if we do get a break above this consolidation, a potential retest, and a continuation, I could be in on the break. So a break and close above with my stop loss just below this last wick over here. Maybe I should just incorporate that wick as well. There we go. I'll have my stop loss be right there, and then I'll try and aim for that. That's a 1 to 1.3. Maybe the top of the box, maybe a 1 to 1.5, something like that. That's if we get the break above. Then a retest could potentially also be on the table a little bit lower. With the same idea, aiming for the same point, having your stop loss at the same area, but just being a little bit lower as an example. Or we could have price breakdown lower. So from here now, breakdown lower, retest and continue. I can take the break if there is a sell opportunity, if it closes outside, and then I can maybe look for something like a 1.5 as an example. And then the same idea as price comes back, enter as well, something like that. So break and retest on consolidation, pretty much Will's strategy, unless it's not working anymore, in which case.
I mean, to be fair, it's not working. It's just slowed up significantly since end of last year. End of last year, I managed to bag 7% in 2 months.
And then this year, it's been a bit slower.
I've lost about 4. I've lost about 4. Yeah, about 4%. This in 2026, I've lost in 2 months.
That's unfortunate, mate. But you do like saying that you get like 2% is like a good month for you.
Yes, yeah,
2% positive, 2% negative. It's a good month.
Yeah, exactly, man. It is what it is.
Interesting question here from the shiny yellow metal. Gold. Richard, is this not accumulation and maybe a manipulation if breaks lower? I don't really trade the ICT concepts, but in terms of like smart money concepts, I also don't really trade that either. But it does look like consolidation with an attempt to try and gain some buyers or sellers in this case. So once again, I always look at it as an arm wrestle. And in this point in time right now, the buyers and the sellers are in limbo. They're waiting. So this back and forth with the arm wrestle, they're kind of like just stuck in this little area. One of them's going to lose. One of them's going to eventually overwhelm the other one. And you'll start seeing the movement. As it stands right now, on the day, we are still trading above the daily open, but we're also still trading below the high. So you can consider this, if you go up to the hourly or even the 4 hourly, as a much higher area of consolidation. Now, there's a lot more areas to come and test above and below on gold. So if it breaks, it could be short-term break. Maybe it pushes a little bit lower, just picks up more orders, and then it just volumetrically shoots up higher. I don't know. But the way that I see it right now, it's in limbo, it's stuck. We're going to have to wait for some sort of impetus. I'm leaning more towards buys in anyway. I would have loved if this gap was filled. But if it doesn't, so what? It's gonna move up. And anyway, so I'm more leaning towards buys and trying to buy into the highs of the day rather than trying to buy into or sell into the lows of the day.
I'd love to see a break and close above that consolidation due to the fact that we've had such a momentumous move, especially after, we started slowing off. Yeah, exactly. We bang on there. We started slowing off on that that second area that you marked out, the lower one. And then we consolidated a little bit. And then we had that sort of like that. It's almost like it gained a second life, it had a second wind. And then it just moved up really, really nicely. although we mitigated it almost instantaneously, we came back down and mitigated it, and then it tried. No, the one just after. There you go. Yeah, bang on. So we had that really nice bullish move up, and then we came back down equally as fast. And then it was almost like price was trying to push lower. It consolidated. Now, if we push up now and close, that'll be price's way of saying, look, you tried, you failed, F off, and then it'll move higher. So if we
we're
break and close
breaking,
we're
busy
buying.
breaking. Yeah, so we're busy breaking, close in 8 seconds or so. This is definitely going to close above this consolidation on the 5 minute.
Yeah. It would be nice if we can get a close on the 15 as well, but we got 5 minutes before that.
Yeah, I think we're going to probably get it. See, this is once again why I just love the rally-based rallies and the drop-based drops, mate. I just love them. Just 15-minute base.
Dang.
Pushes out of it, comes back to it, enter. Yeah, you would have, if you entered like somewhere over there, you would have been sitting with this for a little while, even if you had the on the close of the candle just above after wicking in it. You would have been stuck in this one for a little while, but eventually you would have gotten there.
I nearly opened up a 0.2. I nearly opened up a 2 lot, not a 0.2 lot. That could have been ugly. Oh dear. It's fine. Don't worry. I noticed.
Oh no. Oh no.
Although it was quite funny. I think it was a Funded Freedom episode. I can't remember now. I was in Venice Airport and I opened up a 2 lot on gold instead of opening up a 0.2 lot. And we went down like 200 real quick. And I was like, oh my God, no. It was a 40k funded account as well. I was like, oh, what have I done? And then it came back up to break even. I closed it instantly at break even because obviously I didn't want to be thinking like, oh my God, yeah, like this could go up because I was crapping myself. So it was like a complete safety cut out at break even. And then it rallied up and I could have bagged like 500-600 quid from it. And I was like, that's a shame. Shame I had to be so risk.
So yeah, shame I had to be so risk averse.
Yeah.
So are you in this gold trade?
Yes.
Do you want to show us?
I do. Indeed. Do you want me to show you my trading view or do you want me to show you my MT5?
Dude, whichever.
I'll tell you what, I'll show you both. I'll do both for you. My very, very good looking friends. I'm not talking about you, Rich. I'm on about the viewers.
Yes, because you have so many friends.
Why are you gonna rub it in like that?
Dude, you've almost got 300 friends. I only have a handful.
Damn, that's awesome. Well, if you are all my friends, can you like give us a like? Because I know for a fact that all my friends do like our stream. Anyway, moving on from whatever just happened, we had this consolidation here. So that was really interesting. Nice little consolidation. Again, very much like I just described on Rich's screen. We had this low here, which swept the Asia lows. So that was really nice. We didn't quite come down as far as this level. That's okay, because we broke and closed above the consolidation, which I said that I wanted to see. Although this area here, we started off strong and then we just started dying off around the top of it, which is fine. It is what it is. It happens. And then, we sort of we consolidated, but in an upwards channel. And then we got this beautiful second wind where we attempted to really push up higher, followed by an equally as strong mitigation against it. So that wasn't as nice as what I wanted to see. However, we then got consolidation, which is price trying to push lower, but failing because buyers are trying to take control. And then here we got the beautiful break and close above, where I was able to enter in, because that is a break and close above a consolidation in what a current uptrend. So therefore, valid buys. We can have either TP here at the high, or we can target these Asia highs. Ideally, I'd like to be targeting Asia highs. It's going to give me about 200 quid if I target Asia highs. However, I may just look at taking out any second now at these current highs. If we can get these current highs, maybe a little bit of a pullback, re-entry, and then continuation up, depending on the volatility. We've now taken Asia highs, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is go ahead and share.
Gold.
Yeah.
No, we haven't.
Sorry, no. Current local highs, current highs, not Asia highs.
London highs.
Yeah.
Taken London highs.
Our local high, our previous high. Sorry, not Asia high. Ignore me. I'm lying to you guys.
I would hold it, mate. I would hold it.
Yeah, let me just get my MT5 up for you guys so you can see that okay.
I do expect it to pull back a little bit and then continue.
Yes. Yeah, so we've now actually taken these highs here, which is nice. So, $126 banked.
Did you just close it out?
Yeah, $118 minus $2 commission. Looking at now getting back in if we can pull back. Now, we actually have on the 5 minute as well closed above the local high, which is really nice. Now, if we look at the 15 minute, we've got a very nice 15 minute candle close, which is clearly above the consolidation that I marked. Right, let's try again. The consolidation that I marked up. Anticipating a bit of a pullback. Where do I want to pull back to is the potentially couple of $100 question. Can we get a break and retest of the consolidation zone or of the highs? Can we come down to that far?
5,156.
5,156. Yeah. So yeah, roughly around where I'm potentially looking at. Can we pull back down that far? Maybe I'll scale into this one. Maybe I'll go with a 1.15 and then go with another 1.15 lower down and then a continuation up.
Where would you have your stop loss? Okay, wait. Let's ask this.
Okay.
Are we going absolute nightmare stop loss? Are we going like if all else fails stop loss, or are we going discretionary stop loss? Because I know that you like, I know that you like having like your discretionary stop like way down.
Yeah. I do like having my discretionary stop loss, which would be down here. So my discretionary stop would be here, and then my if I wasn't using discretion, my hard stop would be here.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So this candle that we're getting now on the 5 minute and on, if you go down to the 1 minute, it does look like it's pulling back ever so slightly. I'm just going to wait for it to come back to potentially 5154, and then we'll see what happens there if it slows down and starts picking up again. You're already in it, or are you putting?
Yeah, I'm in it.
Okay.
So I've got one area here, just in case it's one of those really shallow pullbacks where price just wants to wick down, continue up, and to that nice bullish momentum. However, if price wants to do what I really want it to do, then I want to see price come down to about 5155.
5155. Yeah, that's just above that area of consolidation. Isn't there a speech going on in 10 minutes? No, not from my memory.
I don't think so.
That's FOMC Waller. FOMC Waller.
That's yellow folder, isn't it? That's
orange.
That's low.
It's orange folder.
It's orange folder. Is that fair?
Yeah, but I mean, still, like, I don't think. Nah, like the only person who I really care about when they speak is Fed Chair, and Trump. That's the only
Yeah,
time
I was literally about to
say
say the only orange news that I'm scared of is the guy who's orange when when it releases his info.
Yeah, exactly that. Truth FX saying 5154 is a strong key level. So it depends on where exactly you see it. It does look pretty good on the 1 minute for today. So for today, it looks pretty good. We've had multiple reactions around this area, 153 to 155 ish. So not bad, I think. Yeah, looks good. You're gonna have a bit of a deeper pullback, I think. I feel like Will is.
I'm so sorry. Guys, I do apologize.
We can hear Cece. We can hear her.
I know.
Yeah, you're gonna have to tell Cece that this is an age restricted.
I know.
This is a PG. This is a PG stream.
She came in singing something, and I was like, "What are you singing?" And then she said, but she got it completely wrong. Yeah, it is funny. Apologies, guys. Side quest. Oh man, that's the trouble about live streaming. Sometimes is that anything can happen, and you can't edit bits out. So like you can have something happen where, like, I don't know, like your cat will walk across your keyboard and just absolutely obliterate whatever is going on. Oh man.
Yeah.
My partner literally just comes back in from the shops and then just forgets that I'm live streaming.
Yeah, it happens. At _...918. First and foremost, please don't spam. That's how you know that we're a legit prop firm. We don't like spamming. Secondly, you can go to any trust reviewing platform to go and have a look at what people think about the fivers. You can go and do that. Thirdly, and I would probably say most importantly, we've been in the industry since 2016, and we are the highest rated as well as the most consistently paying out prop firm. Not my words. You can go and find. We've got all of the awards for all of that stuff. So if you want to, you can go and check at thefivers.com for all of our information. You're more than welcome to question everything that's there. But if you work with us, you will realize that we are, I'm just going to say it, we're the best in the industry. The Fivers is the best prop firm in the industry. And we've recently launched our futures program as well. You can go to our futures channel. There's a YouTube channel for the futures as well, which is separate from what we're doing here. This is technically the CFD section. You can go to the future section. There is a description, or there's a link in the description box below. You can go and have a look there, or you can go straight to thefivers.com and you can also go and join the future section from there if you want to. But I'm not going to try and convince you that we are a legit prop firm. I will let everybody in chat tell you with their own personal experiences whether or not we're a legit prop firm.
100%.
I mean, I only paid Adam Wells a very small amount of money for him to say this, so you know that it's legitimate.
Yeah, because we didn't actually have to pay him that much, which means he was already considering it anyway.
So Fireway is saying, anyone who can help me here, I am new in our funded account and I bought a 10K account, which I then saw Forex highlighted in my dashboard. Does that mean I only trade Forex pair? No. Okay, so in the hub, you have two sections. So when you're buying a new account, you either have CFDs or you have futures. So the two accounts types of accounts that you can basically look for, or the two programs, let's rather say. On the CFD side, the one that you, Fireway, has gone and purchased yourself for, you can trade indices, forex, metals, crypto, so long as it's indicated on the MT terminal, if you've got MT5, or if it is the CTrader one. You'll see there's a symbols section on MetaTrader 5. You can go to the symbol section and you can check all of the forex pairs, as well as gold, silver, Bitcoin, Ethereum, S&P 500, NAS 100, US30, DAX. You can trade any of those indices. If you wanted to trade forex, if you wanted to trade futures, on the other side is the futures section that you could have purchased if you only wanted to trade futures. So, yeah. Euro USD has formed equal lows on the 1 hour time frame. Let's go to my chart and on the hourly. All right, Euro USD has formed equal lows at 1 hour time frame. I'm waiting for it to be swept, and then I can look at a long from there. Am I correct in thinking? So you're talking about all the way down here. So you have your equal lows from last week, Thursday and Friday down here. This is what you're looking at potentially trade from. So you're saying you want it to be swept. So basically, you want 1.17420. Nice. 420 to be swept. So you want price to come back down to it, sweep this low, close above, and then start printing a bullish structure from there. That's a fair assessment. The only issue that I see with that right now is the fact that this is the only local double low that we've had. We've had a order block over here, which we've reacted from. So actually, yeah, that's not even a problem. That actually looks pretty good as an order block buy. Let me rephrase. The thing that I find a little bit scary is the fact that we had triple highs over here, and then we started to push lower. And right now, as we're speaking, this drop down that we're having right here seems a little strong to me. So I would definitely wait for price to, if it does get back to this area down here, to slow down significantly and then to start changing, pushing up before I were to take a buy to try and push price up. The problem with, or the reason why I'm saying this is because, yes, you do have equal lows down here, but this is a strong push down. So I would want to see slow and then continue up. Tell me about your one-side betting rule. How can explain it? How most people face it mostly in the fivers. But are you saying that most people experience one-sided betting rule breaking in the fivers? Is that what you're saying, or are you asking me to explain what it is? Tell me about your one-sided betting rule.
I think the second one.
How can explain it, how most people face it mostly? Oh, okay. So you're saying that people are experiencing the one-sided betting or one-sided trading rule as they're breaking that rule. Okay. First things I would ask is, where did you get your information from? That's first and foremost. To say that that's what most people are experiencing, or is it just localized to you and the people that you know? Second thing is, one-sided betting is effectively you trading without a strategy. It's you saying, okay, contrary to what this analysis is showing right now, I'm just going to buy. That's all I'm going to do. It doesn't matter what if we're in an uptrend or a downtrend or consolidating or whatever. One-sided betting is you look at an asset like Euro USD and it's going down, it's pushing lower. I'm just going to put in a buy. I'm going to put in a buy. It's going to be open-ended, and I'm just going to have my stop loss there. Price keeps pushing lower, and you enter another buy trade. You just keep on entering buy trades. It doesn't matter. You just keep entering, and your stop loss is down there, and you put in another buy trade there, and you just keep on buying, even though price is showing you that it's pushing lower. So the analysis that you have is that it will eventually pick up. That's what you're saying with one-sided betting. It will eventually start going bullish. And that
news is out in 5 seconds, by the way.
News out in 5 seconds.
The Waller. Remember Waller speaking.
Yeah. So that's one-sided betting. It means that you are choosing to ignore current price action. You're choosing to ignore the way that the volume is working. The momentum where it is, you're choosing to ignore all of that, and you're saying it's going to go up. And that is a gambler's mentality. That's a gambler's way of approaching trading. So maybe we do look at that and say, "Oh, this person is really banking on the idea that this is going to go high or this is going to go up." So they will continuously look at your trading with skepticism and wonder, did you actually do analysis on your trades? So that's why it would be taken as one-sided betting. It's the absence of analysis and the current price action movement, and you're choosing to go against that continuously. So you take gold and you only buy gold. It doesn't matter if we're in a pullback, you just keep buying and buying, and you keep adding and adding, and your losses keep piling up. Yeah. Even though we do know that gold has been rallying for a long time, like the whole of last year, we were rallying, and then we had some pullbacks, and then continuation pullbacks and new higher highs and stuff like that, and new all-time highs. That doesn't mean that it's going to continuously do that. There's no guarantee that it's going to continuously do that. So you have to look at local price action. You have to look at the way that price is moving. But you keep doing that, that is seen as gambling. Yeah. This is fine. If you use macro analysis for gold, like, it means that at least there's a macro reason for you to buy gold continuously.
If you can justify it, then that's fine. It's as long as you can prove that you're not gambling, then there's not really an issue. Loads of people have different trading strategies. Not everyone has a different trading strategy. Not all strategies are the same. And for someone to judge that strategy and say that's gambling, it would be very difficult. That's why more times than not, it's difficult to say, you're one-sided betting. However, if you flag for one-sided betting, you can't justify it with an appropriate strategy, then you're clearly saying that you're gambling. If you can justify it and give reason, for example, a macro trader in gold, if you're just constantly buying gold, and there's a fundamental, or not necessarily fundamental, but if there's fundamentals of an analysis, it could be fundamental, it could be it could be a macro, it could be a technical, whatever. As long as you've got a structured analysis there, then there's not going to be a problem. It's when you start screaming gambling, that's when there's going to be an issue.
Yeah. And the thing is, you can go and have a look at all of the Fiverr's rules. They have 0 hidden rules. Every rule for every evaluation account and every live funded account is available on the website. You can go to the FAQs. You can go and look at each, like, let's say you want to look at the high stakes program. The high stakes program has rules associated with it that sets it apart from the other ones. So you can go and have a look at all of them, and you'll see all of the rules is plainly written out there. Scribbles is saying it would feel very harsh to be accused, but journaling, I think, is the way to staying safe in that circumstance. Thank you for answering comment. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Is it's in the absence of analysis, meaning that you're entering because it's supposed to go up. Gold is bullish. It's supposed to go up. You see. So there's no analysis there. That's hope. That's you going on the idea of, well, everybody's buying gold, ergo it go up. I must enter. So yeah, I wanted to get to this one from K4PO14. Before you left, Richard, earlier, I asked what is your confirmation of your basis. All right, that is very, very easy for me. A base. Let me go to a cleaner chart. Let's choose any chart. Let's look at Euro NZD as an example. Bases for me is within trends. So if we have a trend, so you would rally, then you would base, and then you would rally, or you would drop, you would base, and you would drop. The way that I view it is there's a back and forth. As simple as that. It's an arm wrestle. The bears and the bulls are pushing against each other, trying to beat the other one. That's where you have consolidation. Consolidation is that back and forth. So what eventually happens is one of the two loses that round of arm wrestling. So in this case, here, we had a bit of consolidation. So I will draw it in boxes for you. Then you can see it a little bit more clearly. This is consolidative price action. Plain and simple. All right. Then eventually what do we have? We have a break. We have a break of that consolidation. So in this case, this back and forth between the bulls and the bears, the bulls overwhelmed the bears. The buyers overwhelmed those that tried to sell. Pushes price up higher. As price is pushing higher, you are creating a new trend. So consolidation, trending. You're going to start creating a new trend. So what happens is this bearish candle that you see right over here. This is a rally. This section here is a rally because you've rallied out of the consolidation. So back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. One loses. We're going to start rallying. Okay, they've gained momentum. What is the bears trying to do? The bears are trying to break this recently established new trend. This candle right here is that attempt. So it's within a trend trying to break this newly formed trend. The sellers are like, no. Yes, we did lose earlier. We did lose the fight over here, but we're not done yet. We're going to try again. And that's this. This is that attempt. So what happens is the bulls just say, nope. And then you have this follow-up bullish candle. So that is what it is. You have a rally, which is all of these candles that followed and break out of sorts of consolidation or a reaction off of an established area. If you have consolidation, that becomes an established area. Okay, so you have a rally, then this candle over here becomes a base, and then this candle over here, this bullish candle, becomes your follow-up rally. So RBR, rally base rally. And the idea is that this was the last point besides the consolidation where there was a bit of a back and forth between the bulls and the bears. So the assumption is that if price were to come back to it, there may be a similar reaction than what happened previously. Because yes, here the bears completely lost control. This was the nail in the coffin to say, nope, it's over. This is now a bullish trend that's happening. 15 minute, 5 minute, it's a short time frame, but for that section that the bears have completely lost. So price has come back down to it, and what happens? We have another reaction where price tries to push up higher. Kind of fails a little bit to really break new highs, but price does come back down again to try and see if it can push price lower again. It reacts on this same area again, pushes a little bit deeper into it, picks up some more buys, tries to push price higher. What happens? Price comes back down again, same area, and then reacts strongly off of it. So a base to me is, you can consider it, if you're just looking at it from a candle to candle basis, it is an established area, so consolidation or a low or a high of a previous day that was tested a few times, and then a new trend is initiated from that area. New trend is initiated, and then it's that final attempt to try and break this upward trend, or it can be a downward trend as well. It's this attempt. This is what I call bases, and I look for them on different time frames. They can be on the 5 minute, they can be on the 15 minute. If it's on the 5 minute, it's usually much shorter in terms of its I would do scalping on the 5 minute off of the bases. If it's on the 15 minute, I would want to see a little bit more higher time frame confluence, and then you can get it on the hourly as well. The problem is you don't always get it in trending markets or assets. So in this case, Euro NZD is not really a rallying market. It's pretty much sideways a lot of the time. So you'll struggle to get it in Euro NZD. But on something like NASDAQ, which, well, for the recent time frame, it's been struggling a little bit with some sideways action on the 5 minute. But when it starts rallying on the 15 and in the 5, you get a lot of bases, and then it reacts off of those bases quite a bit. Gold, same thing. Very much a rallying or trending asset. Goes higher for a long time. When it goes into draw or pulls back to go bearishly, it kind of like does that over a few days. And you can get a lot of these areas where there's a back and forth within the trend. So I would go and look at trending assets. It works quite well. The drop-based drop, rally-based rallies works really well on, for argument's sake, indices, which tend to choose one direction goes. Stocks as well. It works quite well on stocks. It doesn't always work on Forex, because Forex is, by its very nature, trying to be more consolidative. You're trying to have price be closer to each other. If one is just rallying like crazy, there's a problem. So, yeah, that's my confirmation is establish a zone, react out of that zone, and then attempt to break that new trend. And if it passes all three of these and it carries on rallying, that is a base. And then I will want to see price come back to it if it reacts the same way or not.
Yeah, nice. Also, just to let you know, I've re-entered into gold on my pullback, which is really nice. I'll actually bring my screen up real quick. It should be my
So it's
MT.
retested the consolidation, yeah.
Yeah, really nicely. So I've entered in on my 0.2, not 2 lot, my 0.2 lot buy position, TP at the Asia highs.
Okay.
So TP at the
And
Asia
then-
highs. Whether I let it get
okay.
up that far, it kind of depends how we test this. If we can just plummet, I say plummet, like rocket above this, plummet's the opposite. If we can like rocket above this, like really nicely use a momentum shift and close above, then I'll hold right to the highs. If we, act like we are now and dwindle on up, I'll probably just look at closing in some nice little profit. So we'll see. I've already bagged $116.94, but we're down 150. So, we got this consolidation, which I'm fine to consolidate in, but if we break and close below this, then it's an invalid trade. That's where my stop loss would be. We're down 125. If we can wick around here now and start moving, this is where I want it to move up. I want it to start pushing up from here. I don't mind it coming down a little bit lower, because that'll mean it'll test this. Whereas right now it's only wicked into my golden zone. So if we can, maybe wick, there we go. So now we're wicking down into this level here. Now I don't want it to go much further down. I don't mind it wicking about, but I want to start seeing a reaction off this now. We didn't get the nicest break and close above this area. We did get a break and close, but it wasn't the nicest. We even got it on the 15-minute, so it's not invalid at all. But I'd like to see it a bit better. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see. I am entered in this now. Committed, and it is valid. So let's just hope the trade goes to plan. The break and close strategy actually worked to perfection. let's just hope the break and retest also works to perfection.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I would like to see it break retest continue.
Yeah.
K4 is saying, Richard, I closed a 1 to 3. Thank you for this morning DXY outlook. Before you left, I already answered that one. But congratulations on the DXY trade. Away, Richard. Away, Nadine.
See, I can't speak Afrikaans, so I just looked at that as, oh, Richard.
It's supposed to have an H at the end. It's AWEH. Away.
Okay, that maybe I would have read that a bit differently then.
It's an informal greeting. It's just like away. Yeah. But for us, it's like typical South African speech. Everybody does it. Every culture has got an away. Even the Joburg English dudes also says away.
Fair.
Yeah, but they follow it up by saying away brew.
Away brew.
Away brew. Yes, please. If you're enjoying the session so far, please drop us a like and share the stream and all of those lovely things. You know what to do. Click that button.
And click
Thank
that
you very
bell
much.
notification.
RVP Gaming is asking, is it possible gold will go down to 5117, 5108 area before it continues the uptrend? So 5117.
Only going up from here. It's impossible to go any lower.
I mean, you're looking at the gap. So the gap is at 518. 51082 5117. Yes, it can. It can do that.
No, it can't. It's impossible, Rich.
Okay, apart from the fact that Will is in a trade, let's assume Will wasn't in a trade. Yes, it can. It can definitely go down there. Gaps tend to want to get filled because what usually happens is it's either a price differential between what the CME is giving us and all of the brokers have some discrepancies, or what it is it's buyers that bought and there wasn't any sellers at that point, and they only got in a higher. They only got executed at a higher price than they actually wanted to. So it gaps up. Okay. So what happens is there sits sell orders potentially at that point, or even buy orders lower than the gap. So price can theoretically come back down to a gap, fill the gap, and then continue going higher. The inverse is also possible. It can come back to that gap area and absolutely tank, absolutely sell off, because there's more sellers lying in wait in that area than there are buyers. But the only way you would know is by going and looking at how an asset has reacted the previous few times where it did indeed gap, what led to the gap, and how it reacted when price came back to the gap. So it is possible, yes. Will it happen today? I cannot tell you. I really don't know. Once again, I'm always a reactive trader. I react to the market instead of trying to predict the market. I would like for it to be filled and then reacted off of, because it would make sense. Link for the competition. There isn't a competition today. We are busy working on the 100K giveaway. So if you guys just stick around for the rest of the week, I will bring all of the links out the moment we have a giveaway for the 100K subscribers. We've just had our 10-year anniversary subscriber or 10-year anniversary giveaway, and then on the same day we got the 100K subscribers as well. So that is finished, but now we're busy working on the next thing, and that would be the 100K subscribers. So stick around, but there isn't a giveaway today, unfortunately.
Indeed.
Alo is saying, hello guys, can you check a silver all the way from Peru? Do you want to have a look at silver? I don't. Let's have a see.
I don't have silver. Do I have silver?
I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up. Don't worry.
He's like a chance to watch this trade.
Yeah. Okay. First and foremost, we have the same gap that we had on gold. This is on the 5-minute. If I go down to the hourly, we can see that Silver has had very much the same movement as gold. So if I just go over to the gold chart, you'll see the same kind of movement. Bullish from last week, broken recent highs, consolidating ever so slightly on gold. So if I go to silver, you'll see exactly the same thing. We have the highs over here, which were broken. Long upward tick the whole of last week, and then a little bit of consolidation. So both gold and silver are sitting at exactly the same kind of like structure. The only difference is that silver, if I go down to the 5 minute, silver has already tested the gap ever so slightly and started pushing up. But since then, it's been slowed. We've had a dip down, an attempt to push higher, a failure, another attempt to push higher, and then a little bit of a pushback lower again. So silver is a little bit more subdued in my mind. You can also see that we are trading, this is a 50 MA. We are trading close to this 50. We're not really expanding away from it like we did over here. And we're not expanding away from it like we did down here as well. So right now, silver is very much the same as gold. We are waiting for some sort of break and continue. We're looking for impetus to try and push the price up higher. Gold is exactly the same right now, although it's a larger area that is busy wicking. We've had this area of consolidation with gold, a break and a potential retest. We want to see if this candle over here is going to continue pushing bullishly or if it's going to start pushing bearishly. For Will's sake, I hope it goes bullish. Silver, on the other hand, did not really have an area of consolidation. We've had a little bit more of a very short-term consolidation, then an attempt at a break, another attempt at a break, another attempt at a break. And so it's higher highs, higher lows on the short time frame over here. So technically we are trending ever so slightly on the lower time frame. On the hourly, it does not look as good on the hourly for buys, at least not from where we are right now, because we have the high all the way up over here, the high of the day, and the whole time we've had the London session running on silver, we've kind of like just tapped on it. What is a good thing though is that we do have a slightly upward ticking lows in this case, but we're having equal highs the whole time on the hourly. But each hourly candle is presenting slightly higher lows.
Yes.
So if it were to break, I would assume that it would break bullishly. Even on the 5 minute, I would wait.
Yes. Scribble saying, I learn a lot from the stream. Thank you. Absolute Scribble. Our pleasure, my friend. We also learn a lot from the stream. You know, yeah, we all, you know, hosts, co-hosts, guests, people in chat, you know, we all learn from each other. So glad that you're enjoying what we're doing here. Anyone else that also feels like they're learning or just enjoying what we're doing, please leave us a like and subscribe. Sam, hello boys. What's good,
up,
Sam?
sir?
How you doing, my friend? Offie's saying, let's go, Will. 5k left for break even or account breach. Dude, that's true. I am.
It's one of the two, mate.
Yeah, I am literally at the halfway point between make or break now. Like it is, I've got equal chance at getting to break even as I have blowing this account. If you think about the
probability wise, yeah, sure. But
yeah,
in actuality, dude, there's no way you're losing this account. There's no way.
Oh no, not
0% chance losing this account.
Zero. Although there is, unfortunately, due to the P&L, there is. I've got just as much to make as I have got to lose before something good or bad happens to this account.
Yeah. And I mean, if you do lose the account, there's always the next one.
I'm excited to buy another one.
Sam saying, yesterday South Africa trashed India in the Cricket World Cup. The T20 World Cup, I think. Richard, did you watch
Oh,
the
so
game?
the T20.
No. Yeah,
I
no, I
watched.
didn't. It was my wife's birthday yesterday, so didn't watch any television whatsoever. So no, I didn't watch it. But yeah, South Africa, mate.
Dude, gold.
We're just good at sports.
Wow. Dude, check out gold now on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Holy moly. That's not what
Okay,
we want.
So it seems as though we're failing this retest.
Quite dramatically as well. What's going on
Yeah.
there? Naughty gold. May just give up trading. Guys. Anyone else got any career ideas that I can look into? Oh dear.
How good are you at creating thumbnails, mate? It's not over yet, mate. It's not over yet.
Hey, look, it's not over till the fat lady sings.
Sophia is saying I'm also in gold flux. I hope you didn't take Will's trade because that's not going well.
Dude, what gold's heavily bearish now. It is just melting. Why?
I mean,
just so random and weird. It's literally just. So okay, why now? Why have you decided now to quite literally enjoy the fluent momentum of the downside? Maybe because we've taken these highs.
You see, this is why it's easy for me to say this now, but this is why I don't like trading consolidation on gold or any asset whatsoever. Because when you think, yes, we're going to start breaking, it does this. And I don't know. I want to see more something like this, I want to see upward movement, and then I want to see a base created. Well, this is a very large base. That's news. I wouldn't have traded that anyway. I want to see a base created and then a continuation out of that base. I've always kind of struggled with the break and retest strategies. Especially maybe, actually, I think it's because I choose the wrong times to look for breaks and retests. Whereas getting into a trend and then getting the rally base rallies and the drop base drops within that trend, to me, has always worked more fluently. It's a little bit better.
Yeah, makes sense.
Praritang is saying NASDAQ view. NASDAQ, if I go down to the 5 minute, for today, we had this area of consolidation coming out of, well, let's first start here. We had the high of the day with rollover, a little bit of a gap, price started pushing lower. We had a base area that initially I thought was going to hold and to push price lower, but it didn't. This whole base area got disrespected. We immediately went into consolidation after breaking into this base area. And since then, we've started pushing a little bit lower. But what we have been doing the whole time is you have an area of consolidation, you have another area of consolidation. We break out of this area of consolidation, retest, continue lower to another area of consolidation. So right now, I think it does look like there is a potential for us to respect this area of consolidation that we have right here, for price to potentially start pushing up again, either to come and retest this area of consolidation, which is 24,918 to 24,940. And if that were to be disrespected, meaning price pushes through it, retest and continue up higher, I can see it come to the gap basically of the day or to the daily open, which is where the options expiry is for this afternoon as well. So I can see it potentially pushing up from here. But with the New York Open being in an hour, I can also see it come and wick all the way down to the Tokyo low and then from the Tokyo low, then start printing a higher order flow as well. I can see that happening as well. So my view at the moment is there wasn't a trade for me earlier. I'm waiting for the New York session to open up. Once New York opens up, I'm going to wait for either an area of interest, like down here at the Tokyo lows, a little bit of consolidation to be reacted off of. So I want to see price make its way down. Let's say New York open is here. That's New York open. I want to see the New York candle like really pierce down, pick up some orders down here, and then start printing a new flow. So I want to see it do this afterwards. So I will wait.
Yeah, nice. I don't blame you. This will, well, obviously, given that it's 9:30 at night right now, this will be my my last trade of the night. I also want to talk to you guys about discretion. Now, I'm going to bring my chart up real quick because a lot of you guys get frustrated by being wicked out and then price moving in the intended direction. And so many people like get frustrated and be like, oh, I'm going to trade without a stop loss because I don't want to be wicked out. Now, this way of trading, I don't recommend at all. I really don't. However, there's pros and cons. So a pro to this is this was my stop loss. If you remember me saying, I was like, guys, look, this is going to be my stop loss if I'm going to have a hard stop. However, if I'm going to have a discretionary stop, my stop loss is going to be down here, which it is, you know, minus $600, minus $600, so $1,200. There's no way on God's green earth am I going to let price get that far down. I am waiting for a break and close under this level here. Now, I just had this wicked. It just notified me I had this wicked, but it didn't close. This trade isn't invalid. It's still a valid trade. I need it to close underneath. That doesn't mean it's not going to. This may still yet invalidate. It will be frustrating if it does. If it does, I'll take out and it'll be a loss. And I'll be like, damn it, what a shame. What is frustrating is you've got to be strict with yourself. Now, this could come down to here and close and then head up and hit TP. Now, that would be frustrating. And this is where the difference between a discretion and a mechanical trader will be, is you've got to be strong enough to actually close when previously you've had 3 times where it's closed under and then hit TP. You still need to close on that 4th, 5th, 6th time in a row of being stopped out or about manually closing. You still need to close when you get an invalidation. And this is the luxury about trading with a discretionary stop loss. Again, I don't recommend it. If you do try it, if you do give it a go, make sure you are going to watch the trade. Make sure you're going to manage the trade, because the minute I jump off stream, if I'm still in this trade, my stop loss will be moved. Why can't I grab it? Why can't I grab it? There we go. My stop loss will be moved up to here. Let's try again. There we go. My stop loss will be moved up to here if I walk away from this chart. Why? Because if price then breaks and closes under and invalidates my trade, I'm not there to watch it unless, of course, you can set alerts. Now, that's a whole different situation. But then you need to make sure that you've got some form of data or some form of way of managing the trade remotely. Now, it could just completely close below and plummet and then just start melting. If so, so be it. Unlucky. However, you manage to take yourself away from a higher chance of losses. So that's why I do what I do. And this is a fine, perfect example of why I trade with a discretionary stop loss, because I'm here at the charts on stream watching it. Hopefully, this hits my TP. And the reason I say hopefully is because I am praying it does, because that would be amazing, because it has actually wicked under what would have been my stop loss. And that would back up exactly what I'm saying right now. If it doesn't and it closes under, I mean, what I say is valid, but it just holds a little less weight. So it would be perfect now if this hits TP, because it is still a very much a valid trade. But yeah, so that's why I trade this discretionary stop loss idea. Also, Sam saying, I know, Will, we were in the same boat. I exited earlier since I noticed gold just would not get a pip above 51.66 twice now. I get you, man. I get you. And dude, I'll be the exact same. You know, this could go up and then move back down to break even. I'd be frustrated. It would be annoying. But you know what? Sometimes you just got to move on. And sometimes it is super annoying and super psychologically frustrating, like where I could just pick my laptop up, open the balcony, and throw it over oncoming traffic. You know, it's so frustrating because you're watching trades moving in a direction, in your direction. You're watching the blue P&L at the bottom increase, and you're like, yes, this is good, and it makes you feel good. Now, this is what sucks about managing a trade and watching a trade. You know, there's pros and cons to every strategy. However, you've really got to try and detach yourself away from emotions in like movement of P&L. Like right now, we got a beautiful close, but it's pulling back again. This could drop, and I'm thinking, for God's sake, stop playing with my emotions. But instead, I get to scream about it on stream, exit the trade, and wake up tomorrow and do it all again. And
Woo!
keep in valid trades. You know, it doesn't matter if you hit stop loss. It's about holding yourself accountable and making sure that you're still going to take the trade. I would still take this trade every single day because it's a valid trade. Even if I lost 7 days in a row, I'll take it again on the 8th day. You know, that's why I went into 7% drawdown, and that is how I got out of 7% drawdown. And that's how I got back into 5% drawdown. Consistency.
If anything, consistency.
Yeah, exactly.
Cello is asking, where do you get the options expiry info, and can you explain how that relates to trading NASDAQ, please? Awesome. I'll do that for you right now. So this is all thanks to LJ. And Cello, if you really want to get into NASDAQ all that well, I think LJ is also not only on a fundamental level, but like as a technical trader as well. He's incredibly good at picking NASDAQ. What you do is you can go to this website right here called Options Chart or optioncharts.io. And then if you go to this one, you can go to, if I just go straight to regular optioncharts.io, you can scroll down, you can get all of the symbols that you want. You can literally just go and search for the ticker that you want, any stock, any indice, information that you're looking for. And anyway, so what you do is then you just go and look for index. So you get stocks, ETFs, index, and all. If I click on index, it'll give me S&P 500. It'll give me the Russell, the NASDAQ. There we go. NASDAQ. Bloop. NAS 100. I don't have premium. You don't need premium. What you do then is you go to the options chart section, and then you look at the expected move or the probability distribution. The probability distribution is literally going to give you a chart that says probability distribution, and you look for the 50%, which is, in this case, the most likely target for the day. And it'll give you the most likely target is 25010. That is the 50% mark. It's the point where they say half of the expected move is probably going to come to this point. So half of the time it's going to come to this point, and then everything else would be the other distributions upon that point. So how does it work in terms of the NASDAQ? That is to say that price, that's the options expiry at New York Open. That is what that price is. And you'll see that generally it is close to the open of the day. So this was the daily open. It is very close to the daily open. So in terms of the actual options expiring, that is the 1 day option expiry. So it's the expiry from the day open until the New York session opens up.
Yeah,
thank
nice.
you. Thank you for this one. Optioncharts.io, and then you just follow it from there.
Yes. Scribble, I'm in the same. Oh, okay.
Sorry, we both clicked at the same time. Yes, Scribble saying he's in the same trade as you.
Yes. What's my TP on gold? It is 5176805.
Okay, so you're
So-
taking the highs.
Yeah, I'm looking to, or as close to as we can get. We'll see how price action gets. The way it's going, I'll probably take out a little bit lower, but I'll try and have faith in the trade. But it's not long, and then I'm going to be heading off and getting ready for bed. So truth be told, I probably don't want to be in this trade if I'm not watching it. So we'll see how price matures over the next 20 minutes. You need nerves of steel for discretionary SL, and you need to be on the charts watching constantly. Yes, 100% exactly. You do need to be on the charts watching constantly, or have alerts set where you know that if you get that alert, you can jump straight onto the charts. So if you're going out for dinner with your parents or your partner or your friends, or you're going out for the night, you're going out to the clubs or whatever you're going to be doing, or you're going to be driving, do not be in a trade that's got a discretionary stop loss, because if you hit that alert, you're going to be distracted and you're not going to be able to have 100% focus on that trade. Or what you can do is just sit and watch the charts. Now, this sucks. I do it because I live stream my trading. I don't mind sitting at the charts for a couple hours watching the trade and managing it. It's not how I trade off stream. When I trade off stream, it's a hard mechanical stop, so I can go out and enjoy my life. It's as simple as that. You do need nerves of steel, and you need to have severe confidence in yourself and your strategy, and a fair bit of experience. So it's not the best for newer traders. It's more of an advanced trader sort of ideology, because you need to have that market experience to understand and have a little bit of, not sixth sense, but have a little bit of sixth sense on what you think is happening in the markets at that current time. Sam, Will is basically saying, do as I say, not as I do. No, Sam. What I am saying is, yes, you can have emotion in the market, acknowledge that you have emotion in the market, but trust your setup. If the trade is invalid, take out. If the trade is valid, stay in. Do not let emotion cause you to take out of the trade. So if I'm seeing, in fact, let me just bring my chart up again. But what I am going to do, I'm going to actually bring up my trading view chart for you guys and draw it out a little bit better. So what I am saying for you guys is, if price moves, say you enter here or you enter here, and price moves above and you're in profit, do not get nervous and take out here for no reason. If it becomes invalid, if your break even is an invalidation point, so if it's like, okay, if it comes below my entry or at my entry, I then no longer think the trade is going to be valid due to data, yeah, take out 100%. Look at me here. I haven't taken out because the trade hasn't been invalidated here. It's not closed below. So therefore, only take out when you feel the trade is invalid, because right now this trade is still valid, because it's giving me no reason why this buy can't work. This buy setup may still work. So that's what I'm saying, is acknowledge that you have a bias, acknowledge that you're getting emotional about it, but remember and have confidence in the strategy that has got you profitable. That's what I'm saying, Sam. I hope that makes sense.
What a long-winded way of saying, do as I say, not as I do.
Shut up, man. There's not do as I say as I do. You know what? Screw it. Do as I say, not as I do. There you go. Have it.
Hello, I just found you. Well, we weren't hiding. What sessions are you guys going on live? So we go live at 8:30 GMT Mondays through to Thursdays, and we are live up until 3 o'clock GMT the afternoon. So a fair few hours You can jump in at any point of the day to come and watch us. We have different traders and hosts that join the live stream at different sections. We have fundamental traders, we have technical traders, we have live trading. We sometimes have giveaways. We sometimes have discounts. We most recently, last week, the 17th, we celebrated our 10-year anniversary. It's a shame that you didn't find us that day, because you could have won yourself a 100K bootcamp account. A fair few people did. But yeah, stick around, select that or press that share button, press that like button, and then also just subscribe. And then if you want all of our socials, all of the details is in the description box below. We're very happy to have you.
Yeah, man, 100%. Big welcome to you, brother. Make sure you subscribe to the channel.
Hello, guys.
What's up,
Yo,
Samir?
what's good?
Hi, guys.
How are you?
How are you?
I was like, who's that
New
talking?
week.
How you doing, Samir? Oh, damn it.
I'm good. I'm good. Will, what about you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah, really good. Have you been
Sean.
been up to much? Can you tell Will to come for his cows, please? Oh man.
How have you been,
Nice.
Samir? How was your weekend?
It was awesome. What about you, Rich?
My weekend was really good. It was my wife's birthday yesterday, so we had some fun for the weekend. So yeah, good. Good weekend.
Wow,
Happy it's Monday.
that's
though.
amazing. So, yeah, new week, new opportunities here. So, what you guys are looking at? I can see gold here on the screen.
Yeah, I'm trying my hardest to blow my account with gold, but
Let's see what gold is doing. I haven't seen gold. It has been some time. Okay.
yeah,
Last stream, I did some
gold's okay.
analysis on gold. It has really played well.
Oh, good man.
So
Awesome
I don't
stuff.
trade gold, but analysis wise, it was good.
I think Will is starting to lose his sanity with gold. He's been
Dude, this
he's
is
been doing gold the most out of everybody, and it's been like, yeah, I'm up 7%, I'm doing really well, and then it's okay, now I'm down 7%, and then it's up,
yeah.
Almost break even, and then it's down, and then it's just like, gold, you bastard. So
Yeah, pretty much, man. Raphael, I love this, man. William, I did what you said and I blew my account. Lol, joking. Oh, class.
same here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
gold
Dude, this
can
is
be
like
savage.
Yeah, 100%, man. Gold's a savage asset to trade. This this is 2023 all over again for me. After I managed to get out of there was light at the end of the tunnel for me, and I got out okay. And I looked at gold, and I said to myself, I was like, I know I'm not coming anywhere near you again. Here I am, trading gold again. I mean, we lasted about 2.5, 3 years without speaking, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I feel like Will is huffing some copium at the moment. He's just trying to cope with what gold has been doing to him. Dude, gold can be a savage mistress, mate. Like,
oh yeah, 100%.
one of the reasons. Yeah, it's one of the
Yeah.
reasons why I don't trade gold. It's just I
Yeah, do not
haven't
blame
had
me.
the best success with it. And it's just like, it's okay.
I don't blame you either. Like, going out like a message to every single one of you out there that maybe just getting into trading or like early days in trading. So many influencers on social media will trade gold. You'll see like 20, 30K trades with gold. And yes, gold is a great opportunity. It's a great asset to be trading where, volume moves. But if you are newer to the industry, don't pick gold. Gold is not something for the light-hearted. It's you got to have nerves of steel. A bit like But like the comment earlier when it was talking about, you've got to have nerves of steel to trade a discretionary stop loss. Same with gold. You've got to have nerves of steel when you're trading gold because it really will rip you apart. Like Justin just said, gold really is a newbie killer, and it'll put you off the markets. You will want to stay away from the markets and stay away from trading after trading gold if you're a newbie. So just be very careful. Bit of advice for all of you beginner traders.
Will, question here from Funal asking, hey, can you reveal your moving average?
I can indeed. On average, I move about 20,000 steps a day.
That's good. That's a good amount of...
really bad joking. It's a 200 moving average. It's an estimate. It's a simple moving average. It's nothing. It's not exponential or anything. So simple moving average 200. But I don't use it on my intraday. I only use it on my scalp strategy. On my swing strategies. Thank you.
Swing. Like Justin was saying, when I started trading last year, I found out why gold is the newbie killer. Yep. It's one of those things. And then Wesley followed up by saying, I heard a stat. 90% of traders fail, but 85% of traders trade gold. I think there's a correlation there. Yep.
Makes sense. And you'll probably find that all newbie traders start off with gold as well. So the stats really correlate when it comes in like beginner traders trading gold as the first asset, and then gold being the newbie killer, because it all makes complete sense. Those 5% or those 15%, it depends. 90% traders fail, so that 10% probably got into the markets trading an asset like GU or maybe not GJ. I hated GJ. That was also an account killer for me. But maybe something a little less volatile,
like EU.
EU, dude. EU is one of the most up until I think beginner 26. EU was the most highly volumized asset out there. I'm pretty sure.
But it's not as volatile as, for argument's sake,
true. Yeah,
Bitcoin,
fair.
gold.
Yeah, no, that's very true. It's not that volatile. But the only thing with EU is obviously it's a European currency, so therefore it's got a multitude of countries affecting the economics and the movement of that currency. Whereas when you look at like the pound, you can look at one country, because then you're looking at the pound against another country. So you've just got two countries that you can look at, like pound dollar, two countries, pound yen, two countries. When you put the euro into it, you're looking at all the European countries and the effect that has on that currency. That's the only thing I'll say about euro. It's a little bit more in depth.
Is it 7 gold? You're saying, do you trade at high time frames at all? I'm more of an intraday trader. Jonathan, I think, is way more of a higher time frame. So I think he's from the hourly and up, 4 hours daily, weekly time frames. I know that Griff on Tuesdays, he's also only on the hourly. Samir, yourself, you're also more intraday as well.
Yeah, I'm an intraday trader, but my entries are on 1 minute and my stop losses are on 15 minutes. So sometimes my trade goes beyond that particular day, but the majority of the times the trade is, it hits TP or stop loss in that particular day only.
Yeah, so generally having the lower time frames, it's for the live stream. We're trying to look for trades during the live stream to take. So it's very difficult to do that on the 4 hourly and wait for a 4 hourly candle to close. We may not even be on stream when the 4 hourly candle closes. So in general, for the live stream, it's more the lower time frames that we kind of look at. But like I know Victor. Okay, so Victor's not here today. But Victor also uses multi-time frame analysis, 4 hour, daily, weekly, monthly, to analyze his trades and then take them on lower time frames and stuff like that as well.
Yeah. Gold. Analysis on the higher time frame. not the best. It's not the easiest to stream with because it can be quite boring. Or like there's a running joke when Griff comes on. It's like, Griff, have you placed a trade? No, not yet. So and it's it's a very much a long journey. So those swing traders out there, it's a very long journey, as I'm sure you guys know. Where it's a little easier to be an intraday, especially scalping. Like scalping is perfect for streaming because it is multiple trades in a day. Or multiple opportunities in a day, I should say. So that's quite nice. Unfortunately, I don't scalp. I'm more intraday. Whereas you guys have probably only seen me place a swing trade 3 or 4 times since streaming on the Fivers. And I think in 2026, I placed 1 swing trade, which wasn't actually, it didn't end up being a swing trade. It only ended up being a trade that I held for about 9 hours, and then I was out.
He's asking, sorry, man, thought it was your drawing on the chart. Lol. Can you explain the 200 SMA in chart?
Yeah, of course I can. Let me have a quick look. So the SMA, so let me go on to something that I use the SMA on, so Euro JPY. And then let's have a quick look on the 4 hour. There we go. So this is my SMA. This is my 200 moving average and how I use it. It helps me determine trend. It helps me determine what I'm looking for in the market. So this is what I was talking about. Okay, there we go. Actually, these are the 2 trades that I've placed on my swing trading strategy. Although I don't think I'd placed this one. I thought I drew it out. I don't know. Maybe I placed it. What I look for is I wait for price to consolidate a little bit, wait for a break and close above, and then usually I will enter a trade depending on the lower time frame confluences, depending on news coming out, depending on the strength of what assets I'm trading. But it has to be above the 200 EMA for me to enter in a long position. And so that's what I do. That's what I do. And that's the only reason the 200 EMA is there, is to show me that price is above it. Once price is above it, that's where I look at entering in. Euro, JPY, same with US 30. As you can see here, US 30, low time frame, we had this confluence and a bit of confirmation down here, and then pull back, wick below, didn't quite close, and then got a nice break and close above. Entry opportunity here. I don't think I entered this one. I think I just placed it, and then it would have eventually hit TP. So let's say I entered here. That was Wednesday, 21st of Jan. I would have been taken out here at 10th of Feb. And then same again here. I did take this one. The reason I took this one was we closed above it, and then we sort of consolidated around, and then we slowly pulled back. I wanted to see a pullback into this area here, lower time frame confluences, but I wanted to see and make sure that we were above the 200 EMA. We were. It helps me show directional flow of trend, and then I entered beautifully, and then boom, nice little 2R. Pretty much.
As you guys was talking about the time frames, I was thinking about this thing. It just popped up in my mind. I think the one should not do have lot of time frames in place. I think the one should keep like time frames, let's say 3 4 time frames in check. Let's say he's an intraday trader, he might can start with the 4 hour. Occasionally, maybe here or there, he can look at daily. But if intraday trader is going through, taking confirmations for monthly, I think that is something where the decision making can be a little bit tough. So if somebody is intraday trader, I think his time frame should be intraday specific only. Like if you want to, your strategy is based on 1 minute time frame, I don't think so the daily will help you that much. Maybe 1 hour 4 hour can help you, or can give you that much information that can be helpful to you. So let me know what are your thoughts on this point, this time frame thing. I just, that thing just popped up in my mind. As I am entering on the 1 minute, I rarely look at the daily candle. So that's why, I was putting points here and there. So I came up with this thing. So let me
Yeah,
know what your, what the points,
that's
things
interesting.
coming in your mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Same with chat, actually, guys. Let us know in chat whether you think it's better to multi-time frame or whether it's better to single time frame. When it comes to my swing strategy, I just on the 4 hour predominantly. I will drop down to the 1 hour, just take a bit of a look on confluences, but I'll analyze and place on the 4 hour. Same with the my daily my sort of intraday strategy. It's 5 and 15, so it is 2 time frames. But yeah, it's 5 and 15, and then that's it.
Yeah, I primarily jump between the 5, the 15, and the hourly, and I will execute on the 5 and sometimes on the 15. But the only reason is because that's where I did most of my testing. That's where I did most of my back testing for my strategy. I've gone up to higher timeframes, and I've had a look at how it goes on the daily, the weekly, and so on. And I think it's good to know what is happening in those timeframes. Meaning, are there areas there that can be tested or that we're close to where historically we've had reactions from? I think that's good to know. But it's something that you don't need to go and have a look at it every single day. You can have it marked up, and the history is on your chart. Maybe in 2 months' time, we'll start drifting towards this area that we had that was established 5 years ago, as an example. But I don't generally use that for my daily trades. I start at the hourly more often than not. Sometimes I'll go up to the 4 hourly just to kind of like see if there's something that makes sense there. I rarely use the daily for my day-to-day trading. It's primarily the 15 to 5. And then, like I say, sometimes the hourly as well. The reason why
for me also, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to be looking at taking.
I was just gonna say that I think if I see my previous self when I was doing having a lot of time frames in place, I was going taking confirmation from weekly as well, and now I am just taking confirmations from 30-minute, 1 hour, or a 15-minute here and there. Now my trading is way better. So the point that I want to put here is, I think having a little bit less time frame is better if you are an intraday trader. The swing trader, maybe, you need some more confirmations, I don't know. But for intraday traders, I think having 3-4 time frames are enough. One is your entry time frame, and 2-3 can be the analysis one.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. The idea that you be overly concerned with what's happening on the weekly time frame every single day, but you're taking trades on the 2 minute as an example, doesn't make all that much sense. Unless you have a very, very specific strategy that relies on this very specific confluence. But more often than not, it's not going to align. You'll have your weekly bias, your daily bias, hourly bias, 4 hourly bias, and so on and so forth. And then you'll have discrepancies between them. Your 1 minute and your 6 minute, I don't know, is showing one thing, and then your 15 minute and your daily is showing a different one. I think it's overcomplicating certain aspects of trading. Where, like for argument's sake, James is saying daily 1 hour, 5 minute bias confirmation entry done. Simple, straightforward. Daily confirmation, hourly confirmation, entry on the 5 minute.
You just need 3-4 time frames, as James has mentioned,
pointed out.
Yeah, just to let you guys know as well, I'm going to be heading off now. However, just to be open about this, I have taken out of the trade. It is still somehow a valid trade, due to the fact that I really thought we were going to close, but we didn't break. We didn't close below. We did break below, but we didn't close. And this is starting to head up now. So this could still be a valid trade. But like I said, guys, if I can't watch it, then my hard stop goes into place. We have already triggered that. I'm out of the trade. I'm done. Unfortunately, it's invalidated according to my not at the screen trade. So I have had to take at a loss. So that's a shame, but it is what it is. We banked $100 earlier on in the break and close strategy. That was really nice. And then we took about $400 loss on the break and retest. So net loss today, which isn't actually too bad, at $271 in the red. So actually, that's not an awful trading day. So that's me done for the day. Bit of a loss, but it is what it is. We come back tomorrow. We come back stronger. It's only Monday. real shame, but it is part of the game. So, guys, I'm gonna love you and leave you and head off. So, thank you very much. If you guys have enjoyed it, make sure that you smash that like button and make sure you do subscribe to the channel. I will be back el mañana. I'll be back in the morning, London Open, 8:30 GMT. So, guys, thank you very much, and see you all tomorrow.
Awesome,
Thank you,
Will.
Will.
Thank you very
Take
much.
care. Bye bye.
Have a good day, Will.
Okay, so we
Well.
have okay. So I have US 30 here.
Leave me
Buys for
go.
today is
Dude, you can
oh,
go. We said goodbye.
Will is still here.
I was so funny. I was added to the screen like 3 times.
Let me go. All right, bye, Will.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Take care, Will. Take care.
Samir,
Thank
you
you.
were saying.
Yeah, I was analyzing US 30 here. We are stuck in this consolidation, as you can see. And because of this, my last week I ended up in like a negative 1.5%, which is not too bad. I took like 4 trades. I think 2 wins, 2 losses. The reason I am in negative because my stop loss got slipped, I think on Friday. That is again a part of, part of a game. So I accepted that. It is okay. It was according to my plan. But the stop loss I got, it got slipped, but I think it's fine. But for today, this is a fresh week. I have a new mindset, same strategy that I'm using, which is some trend lines, levels here and there. So as you can see, this is my level. Price is trading below this. So I do think before going up, we may can liquidate these areas. So maybe I can look for sells today. And if we go to the 15-minute price, if it closed below this trend line and it is also the NYSE open, I think that will be a good selling opportunity. I can sell it here, put my stop loss here or maybe here, depending upon the structure, and can target, let's say, this daily low or wherever my 1 to 1 is. So if the momentum continues, I may can hold for like 1 to 1.2 risk to reward. I don't want some crazy gains, so I like to keep my gains small and steady. So that is a game plan for US 30. Looking good for sells, but overall, if you ask me, I think it is bullish. But I think we can liquidate this, then we may can continue to the upside. And I know you guys are you guys love gold, so let's see if we have any trading opportunity on gold. And this is analysis, it was done with you guys only. So the reasoning was very simple. We broke this trend line, we closed above, and we was already bullish. If you see this whole structure, we never broke this major low which was here. So the swing is never broken, so it means we are bullish. Even if it breaks, I don't consider that is a trend change, because the first structure can be a liquidity. So I wait for these kind of confirmations. But the long term view was bullish only, but we need to take some intraday buys, so intraday moves. So for that, I have this trend line in place. So the bias in the stream itself was, if price closed above this, we can take longs, put the stop loss here, and we can target this area. And why I was having this area, let me tell you why. Because if we go on the daily, this candle was having no wick. So candles having no wick means we can create the wick in future if the market structure is aligning in that in that way. So we was already bullish, so this was the target for the buys. So we already reached to the target. But as of now, as it is a new trading week, so let's see what gold can do. For that, I think we should look at the weekly candle, what this week can do. Okay, this week has already taken this low, so definitely I am bullish this week. Of course, we can take some liquidity to the downside here and there, but we have huge wick here which make and filled. So the buys for this week is bullish. Now we need some entries, like intraday entries. So we can plan that thing by drawing some levels or whatever strategy you are using, some order blocks, FVG, whatever, no matter what. So so right now the structure is bullish, as I mentioned. Higher high, higher low, higher high. I'm planning for a higher low. And where can be the higher low? Now you have to ask yourself where the higher low can be formed. Of course, you don't have to be precise, like I want to catch, with the 10 pip stop loss. Don't be like that. So just some anticipation. If I use my Fibonacci, this is the first place. Actually, this can be the second place. First place can be this area where there are some rejections. So this is the first area where a higher low can formed, or this is the second area. So I am that kind of trader which who keeps some kind of huge stop losses or wide stop losses, so that I don't get stopped out based on some liquidity moves here and there. So I would like to keep my stop loss something like this, keeping my target, let's say something like this. Okay, let's say 1 to 1.1, something like this can be the first area where you can take longs, and this can be the second area if price pulled back, and the target can be the same. So this is the
Samir,
buys for gold. Yeah,
Samir, do you mind giving me like 2 minutes? I just want to jump off. I'll
yeah,
be with
it's
you
okay.
in 2 minutes.
It's okay, take your time. Okay, guys, I was explaining you gold. So two areas are looking good for gold. So first can be this area, second can be this area. One thing is there, don't be foolish. You just be impatient and you just entering based on, I don't know what you are seeing right now. Don't be foolish just taking shots right away. Why? Because look at this impulsive move. We don't know if price goes above right from here, or we can I have these two areas. So we don't know if this can be tested or this can be tested. This is just the areas where I am planning that gold can revisit. So just think logically. If this is the area, historically also we use some areas, so that we can anticipate this particular move can take place from this area. So right now we have two areas, as I mentioned, this. So just wait for this and just take your trades accordingly. And you can use your entry patterns, whatever strategy you are using. So yeah, so we have some questions here. Let's see. Okay, GU direction, I will cover it. Just give me a moment. These days, I understand the power of having small risk to reward, like one to ones when you have a stable win rate. Yeah, exactly. I think one to one keep your mindset healthy. Why I'm saying this? Because let's say you are having 2 3 wins in a row, it will give you some kind of confidence boost, or some kind of just the confidence, so that you can perform well in the next trading day. And at the same time, you have to control your risk and you have to keep your psychology in check. And what do I mean by these two terms is, controlling the risk can be keeping your risk static. Let's say if you're risking 1%, keep your risk 1% only. If out of some losses, 2 3 losses, you increased your risk, then there is a high chance you might can blow your account. This is the first thing. And second thing is, of course, psychology. You have to whatever your plan is, you have to follow it. So we have Rich here. So welcome back, Rich. So I was
Hello.
taking some questions here. So yeah, UST setup live करके दिखाओ. He's saying in Hindi basically. So
Okay.
he's saying US 30 live trading basically. No, don't worry. I will show you. Let the NYSE open, then we can plan the trades accordingly. So we have here the last question. Then I will come to GU. This guy Sharp GW mentioned. Okay, we can discuss about that. Hey Samir, if you're not ready, can you ask some questions about fivers? I have a lot of confusion about prop firms. Yeah, I think you can ask. We are here to we are open to take your questions here. It's okay. And now we can jump on to GU. Let's see if we have here. Okay, we don't have here. I think we might be having it here. Okay. So GU wise, let's delete everything. Let's start fresh. So now I will show you how I see the charts. If I am trading the forex pairs, of course, this strategy I don't use on US 30. I can show you that also. Let the NYSE open, then I can tell you my plan. But for the forex pairs, I have to look at daily candle, what the daily candle is doing. So we have this support area and this daily high. Support area is getting tested, daily high is liquidated. So I am short. My bias is shorting this pair for today. So now we have to plan where we can enter. It doesn't mean that my bias is short, we can immediately short this pair. It doesn't mean that. Okay, so now we have to go to the intraday time frames, which can be 1 hour, 30 minutes, and so on. Okay, so we have already shifted the structure right here, and we are testing this structure. This can be the first confirmation. Let's take a look at the higher time frame. Okay, 2 hour. 2 hour, we have a fair value gap here. So of course that structure is also aligning with the fair value gap. Right now, just for our viewers, I am aligning some price action with some kind of smart money concept type of what do we call that, some tools. So
Confluences. Yeah.
FVG plus
Mm.
structure, yeah, confluences. So definitely this can be a good shorting area. So can be good for shots. Again, it doesn't mean if it taps you just go for shots. The thing that I use on US 30 you can use on this pair also, which is going to the smaller time frame and looking for some kind of pattern. And what kind of pattern I mean is simple basic patterns, which is a triangle pattern, head and shoulder, these kind of things. This can be the extra confirmation. Let's say if price do this, then I think that can be a plus rate for me if I am trading forex. I don't trade these pairs, but just for the information purposes, then I think this can be something which can make me interested in taking GBP USD shots. So if it impulse to the upside, then the story can be different. So for me, behavior or nature of the price in that particular area is important. So I have to see how price is behaving in that area. I don't mind if my entry is even here. I can keep my stop loss wide. At least my confidence level is okay, so that I can be comfortable in that position. I can hold that position. So I don't mind taking a loss in that position. So if I'm not sure, I don't want to take the position. So I don't mind if my entry is a little bit late. I want to make sure that I am entering at the right place where my confidence is okay. Okay, so that is the analysis on GU. Again, if we impulse to the upside, then the story can be different. Then we make and look for buys, something like this. But if we print something like this, then definitely we can take that information and use that in our advantage. Okay, so great analysis on the XAU. Thank you, Nazir. Okay, US 30, you guys are curious about that. Actually, how can I show you, when my entry pattern is not here yet? So I have to wait, for the NYSE open. I'm waiting for some moves. Let's see where we go. We have how many minutes? We have like 14 minutes left for the NYSE open. So let that happen. Then I can share you my plan like 5 to 10 minutes prior to that time window that I trade, because I don't know if price breaks above or it just rejected, then my plan will be different on both of the cases. So one thing, the trading thing that I do is I see the price behavior 10 minutes before the NYSE open, then I make my plan accordingly. So I take the information from the market. I don't pre-plan the trades, or I don't pre-plan the execution.
Very, very
Yeah.
interesting.
So let's.
I
Yeah.
see.
So
What was this? Nazir is saying 7 years of trading, zero capital, but 100% discipline. My apologies. My dream is to join the Fivers family, but the evaluation fee is currently out of reach. We do have a 2.5K high stakes account that is $22. That's the cheapest account that we have. I wouldn't say go and get it if you cannot afford it, but I would say is if
yeah.
you have very good fundamentals when it comes to trading, you understand uh, you've got back tested data, you have a strategy that you're willing to follow and whatnot. Um, Put a bit of money away every week, every month, kind of like thing, and then when you can afford something, go for
Yeah,
the
exactly.
cheapest option that you can, like the 2.5K high stakes account, and then you slowly build your way up so that you're not dependent on that money, but you also take into consideration that
Yeah, you can climb up slowly.
you
So
could lose that
mhm.
account as well. So never go for more than what you can afford.
Yeah, you can climb up slowly, as I mentioned. And I remember, as you asked, as you mentioned this thing, which is not having the money I got I was thinking about this thing when I was at the job. So I was making like $200. So I also climbed up slowly. I was making $200 a month. As you mentioned, I was saving some amount of money every week, or every we was not getting weekly pays. We was getting monthly pays. So I was saving per month. Then I invested in some kind of challenges. Of course, I blew some challenges. Then slowly gained some experience. But the point that I'm trying to make here is just and slowly you do the right things. Okay. Slowly you do the right things, you climb up. Okay. So I remember back in the days there was no 2.5Ks or 5Ks. So there was
Samir,
10K, which was industry
you're
standard.
breaking
So
up a
we was bound
lot.
to invest.
You're breaking up a lot. I don't know if anybody actually heard what you just said now. Um, can you guys in chat just
Let me know in the
confirm?
chat, guys. Now I'm fine.
Yeah, if you guys can just confirm whether or not you heard Samir speaking, or if he's got like a robotic ness to his voice, because it seems like he was breaking up a little bit.
Let me know in the chat, guys, if everything is fine, or I can do a speed test here. Let me see if my internet is fine. Right now, speed test is
Yeah,
okay.
it's
So,
much better
guys,
now.
please let me know in the chat if
Audio
okay,
was clear. Okay,
audio was
cool. So
clear.
it was just on
Okay,
my
thank
side.
you.
Awesome. Carry
Yeah.
on.
So the point that I was yeah, the point that I was trying to make here is back in the days we was not having the privilege to start small, which is 2.5K or 5K, so that we can back test or we can live test the thing. We was bound to invest a little bit heavy so that we buy 10K or 20K challenge. So you have the privilege here with the fibers. You can start small, which is 2.5K. I know it takes time, it takes discipline, but you have to follow it. You don't have any other thing to do.
Mm,
So only discipline and following your plan will make you climb up slowly. Now for me 100Ks are normal. Back in the days it was not normal. Even 10K was a huge amount for me. I was making just $200. So I think this is a path which every trader follows. So you can also use this path, because I think this is the only way you climb up slowly. You cannot really jump high, from where you are. So with that being said,
yeah.
I think US 30. I do want to sell this pair. Uh, as I mentioned, I think we can take this lows first if we have to continue to the upside. So let's see. We have 9 minutes left for the NYSE to open. Then I can find some patterns and I can trade accordingly. And what kind of patterns I trade? I just trade normal, very basic patterns, which are triangle patterns, some kind of rising wedge, falling wedge, very traditional things. I know right now many fancy things are going on here and there, but these traditional things, which is trend lines here and there, it also works. You just have to be open and test these things. Okay, this pattern is really good. Something like this happening on the NYSE right now. It is not my time, but it is very long consolidation. In NYSE you will not get this big of a consolidation. I think this can be the real example. Something like this, if we get something like this, let's say this whole price action, something like this, and my entry will be here. You might be saying, oh, you are entering too late when the impulse is there. What can I do when my confirmation? I have made my plan this way. I have to follow my plan, and my
Mm,
stop loss can be above this area. And there is also the targeting range, which is here. If my targeting range was not hit this huge, then I might not be taking this position. As my targeting range, I have this daily low, which is 1.2 risk to reward. I can be uh, I can be closing my trades right here, as it is 1 to 1. It is just the example. So we
mm.
have 7 minutes left for the NYSE open, and let's see if we breaks to the downside, then get a small consolidation. Then I can take my trade here, put my stop loss here. Let's see how many points stop loss it will be if I take a trade. 170 points. I think it is fine. Yeah, it is fine. Yeah, let's see how we sets
And you're
up.
taking it on the 1 minute, correct?
Yeah, my 1 minute entries, but 15 minutes stop losses. Structure whatever structure we have currently on the 15-minute, I just place my stop loss above it, keeping little bit room. Let's say if my entry is here, my stop loss will be something like this. We can also cover this, I don't mind this. I can even close my trade, before 1 to 1, but normally I do take 1 to 1, something like this. So I can plan something like this, but I think this can also be fine on the 30 minutes. If you see, yeah, this stop loss also can be fine. So yeah, let's see how we get the trade. I do want to get involved in the trade somewhere around here so that I can get a decent amount of range. Okay, I think there is some network issue from Rich. So don't worry, guys. He will be back in some time. So yeah, आवाज बहुत बढ़िया है. Basically, he's saying in Hindi, guys. So thank you, guys. Thank you, PRAG88237. Thank you. Okay, now I have two accounts, $2,500 or 2.5K, and that 20K bootcamp account that starts with 5,000 amount. Firstly, on different platform MT5 and C Trader. Okay, that is good. Again, follow your plan so that you can get the best results possible. Even if you break your plan slightly, that can result in. Okay, now you're back. I think
Apologies,
there
guys.
is some
I lost
network
internet
issue.
there for a
Yeah,
second. Yeah, my apologies.
yeah. Now it's fine. So I was saying, yeah, just climb slowly. Use Hindi. Actually, it is a global channel. Not many people know Hindi, so we have to use a global language, which is English, so everybody can understand. So for you guys, for the for the native speakers for India, we have our channels, we have our Telegram channel, we have our Discord community. We would love it if you join those communities so that you can talk in your native language. We have, I think, we have Portuguese also, we have Hindi also, we have Japanese also. We are working on a lot of communities here. We have big plans so that we can dive into every community so that they can be comfortable in their native language. Right now we have 3 4 communities. You can join it definitely for Indian guys or Indian people. We have our Telegram channel, again we have our Discord channel as well. You can talk in the native language there, and of course I will also be there. You can tag me, if you want to know anything. I am happy to help you guys.
Yeah, Samir being the what do you call it?
But his camera is
The
breaking.
is mind breaking. Is
Mind
my
breaking.
no. I'm not sure. I'm
Yeah,
struggling with my
now it's
internet
fine.
now at the moment. Yeah, I'm struggling with my internet at the moment. I don't know why.
Yo,
I generally have very good internet. I'll do a speed test here quickly and just kind of like see what's going on here.
let's see. I'm seeing the YouTube. My video is a little bit blurry. Okay, I think let's see some speed test again. Speed is fine. I don't know what is the issue. Samir, what is the goal plan? Goal plan, as I mentioned. Let's see what gold. Okay, we are breaking out already, so I think we might not visit the area which I have drawn for you guys. Let me do it again. 4 hour. Okay, so I was having this area here. It is just simple,
Shame.
break and retest, and I was having one. Is it fine now?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm laughing because Will is going to be livid when he sees this. He took out at the low for a
Okay.
loss, and then it came back. He's going to see this tomorrow, and he's going to
Yeah,
absolutely lose it. Anyway, as you were.
yeah. I was just saying goal plan. I think this is the area. This is the area. Stop loss can be here. I don't even mind if you keep your stop loss below this low. At the end, I think you should keep your stop losses at a very safe place where the price gets your analysis is completely invalidate. You should not second guess. Oh, I could have done this, that. You can just keep your stop loss a little bit wide, I think.
Mm.
So yeah. uh, somebody was saying my camera is blurry now. Now it is fine, guys, or I can just see the YouTube.
No,
My speed is
I think
fine. I
this
think there
looks
is some
better now. Yeah,
problem in this software.
yeah.
Okay, let me see again.
I
Yeah, it
don't
is a
know
little
if
bit
it.
blurry. I don't know what is
Yeah,
wrong.
I don't know if it's us or if it's the software, because I'm checking, doing speed tests, and everything is fine. So I don't know what's going on. People, everybody in
Yeah,
chat, we do
speed from
apologize.
my side is also okay.
Yeah, we do apologize if we're having a little bit of like technical difficulties. Sometimes the platform does what it wants to do. So we do apologize. But thank you for everybody that is still with us. And if you haven't already, please drop us a like. We really do appreciate if you guys can interact with us in that way. It does help the channel a lot.
Yeah, guys, if you love these kind of analysis, our lovely streamers, and yeah, just drop us a like. That way we will know that you are liking the thing we are doing, so that we can push this thing more. It's good.
NYSC
Chat is
will be
clear and
opening
audio
up
is
in
audible.
10.
Okay. Okay, let's see US 30, what US 30 is trying to do. Okay, 5 minute. 5 minute wise, let's see. 1 second. Okay, now we are here. What about NASDAQ?
It's bullish.
We can talk about
Bullish
NASDAQ
at the
as well.
moment.
Okay.
Mm.
I think NASDAQ and NAS 100 is same, maybe.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. NASDAQ and NAS 100 is the same.
Okay, 30. It is also, consolidating, as you can see on the 1 hour or 30 minutes. We don't know where we can get the breakout.
It's the
So
same as
I have
NAS,
not I have
the
not
US
find
30.
good win rate. Yeah, yeah, it is same.
Mm.
So I haven't found a good win rate on this pair. So I just I trade it less. But US 30 wise, we have broken this area. On the 15 minute, we are approaching this fair value gap. I think this trend line will be broken, then the bias can be shifted to bullish, you know.
It seems like US 30 is reacting a little bit less than, uh, well, not a little bit less, but to the same degree, let's rather say, than NASDAQ as well.
Yeah, US 30, I think it shows little bit quick momentum. So yeah, let's see. I think now we can go bullish, guys. Why? Because this trend line has broken. I think the consolidation that we having, this support is getting a hold. So I think this market structure that we have, like this, it is getting in play. We definitely can see the impulse in upcoming days. As we are holding this as support, we might not see this liquidity move that I was planning.
Mm.
So I think these can be the
Whoa!
area which price can revisit.
Look at US 30 now.
Yeah, I'm on the just bigger time frame, which is 30
On
minute.
the
If you go to the 15 minute, we are having a big bullish candle right here.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm pointing out now. Oh wow!
Okay,
The
let's see.
TP hit on his
GP
NASDAQ.
hit. Wow,
It was a NASDAQ from this morning.
that's
Uh,
nice.
very good trade. Very good trade, Dirk. You must be happy. I remember you entering. When was it? It was. What did you say? 24
Let's see what 1 minute is trying to
864.
do.
Was it 864? I think. Oh, that's a lovely trade. Lovely. Unbiased trader saying on my CFD, I'm looking at a 10R trade. Oh yeah, unbiased trader, you said that you got in. When was it? Yesterday? Not yesterday. Friday. It's very nice. LJ as well. Man, you guys are so good. What do I need to do to get trades like that on NASDAQ? To be fair, I didn't want
One
to
is
trade
to
it at that price.
6. That's amazing.
Unbiased traders, the goat. Yeah, we love
That's
unbiased trader.
amazing. People are hitting TPs here. Nice. But I'm
So,
seeing US 30.
what are you
Uh,
going to do on US30?
yeah. Right now we are just in an impulsive phase. I have to wait for some kind of pause.
Okay.
On the 1 minute, let's see. Okay. If we get a little bit more pause, I think we can use this as a consolidation and I can trade at the breakout. My stop loss can
Okay.
be, let's say, below this low, which is a huge stop loss, but I don't mind it. As I mentioned, I want to keep my stop loss at a very safe place. So, targeting 1 to 1, which is something like this. So, yeah, this consolidation is fine. Just 3 4 more candles, I think, then I will get a little bit more confidence rather than entering right here.
And if it starts pushing a little bit lower instead of higher, what would you do then?
Then it is not my entry pattern. Then I have to skip. I cannot take any position.
Okay, fair. We on NASDAQ,
Okay,
we came
I have like three
into.
accounts. I can take risk on one account. This may be this position.
Sorry, you were saying?
I said I have 3 4 accounts. I might can risk on one account, like this breakout, small breakout. So
Oh,
if
okay.
we break this, guys, I will get involved in this position. Yeah, keeping my stop loss here, and TP can be here. Let's see if my TP is okay. Yeah, we have plenty of range. We have this order block right here, which was never tested. So my TP is also before that area. So yeah, it is okay. I don't mind taking this breakout.
Yeah, that is actually pretty good. I mean, I've had a, let's call it the longest time frame bullish channel on the US30, which started in April of 2025. So if you go on the daily and you kind of like just go back, you'll see we've
Which
been
time frame are you looking at? Okay,
daily.
daily.
Yeah. From the 24th of April
Yeah, this is the daily.
2025. Yeah, we've been in an upward channel this whole time. So almost a year now of just within this
Okay.
channel pushing up higher and higher.
This one.
The
You
whole
mean
one,
something
all
like
the way
this?
back, all the way back, even more. 2024,
Oh,
to
this one.
25.
Okay, this
Uh,
one. Yeah, this is a big bullish move right here. Do you
yeah,
think
like
that something like this can happen?
yeah, it can. I think it's always possible for big sell-offs like that. But for the time being, we're still very bullish. So still go into buying momentum
Yeah, right
in the
now.
US 30. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this was the order block that was there. So the target for upcoming days can be this, which is I think, let's see how many points it is. Almost like 500 points. So let's see the 1 minute. I do want to see the consolidation breakout. Okay, now it is fine. Now I can get involved in my other accounts also, as the consolidation is a little bit spend. We are spending a little bit more time. It means that we are having, or we are just fueling up. That is just my theory. So
Mm.
that's how I
Ugh.
would like to call this. So definitely,
Will Will is
this
going to
can
be
be a
livid.
good move right here.
Oh, I'm telling you, mate. Will is going to be
Are you seeing
livid with the
gold?
gold. Yeah. He literally closed at the low just before the movement.
Oh. He might be seeing it. I think he's seeing it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's livid right now. I can tell you that
that was
much.
a good move. Yeah, we are breaking out of this area. I think, yeah,
Yeah.
now we can get fuel for more moves to the upside, where Let's see what areas we have where price maybe can pause for some minutes. Okay, fair value gap, which was never tested. This can be the next area, which is here. So if you decide to take a trade right here, I think your stop loss should be below this area, safest area. Even if we play around this area, that can be the possibility.
Jeez, what a noise.
But US 30 wise, as I mentioned, I was liking that breakout, which I think we are getting. What happened?
It sounded like someone walked into a piano. Gong.
If extreme 540, yeah.
Woo.
Let's see, guys, where.
On gold, we're at
Okay,
5,183 at the moment. So let's see.
yeah, I think this can be the next area, which is 5247. But somebody's saying which is OFI 5400 can be the area. Let's see where 5400 is, which is something like here, just something in this range. If you go to the 2 hour, yeah, we are having a very decent resistance area for that. If we had a deeper pullback, then yes, it would have been. Maybe my mic is gone.
Is Samir's mic on? I can hear him.
No, I think it is here. Yeah.
No.
From
It's
my
good.
side also, it is fine. Yeah, I was saying if we had a little bit more fuel, like something like this, then yeah, this would have been giving me a little bit of confidence that yes, this area can get triggered. Now, yes, this is a possibility. I don't trade gold, so I am not. I don't have any confidence taking trades in gold because of my past experience. I don't have
Yeah.
good experience with gold.
Some PTSD.
Yeah. Okay,
Uh,
US 30 is coming down. I can see on MetaTrader.
yeah. NASDAQ as well.
I think still it
NASDAQ
is
is
fine.
also
It
pulling
doesn't
back.
mean my yeah. It doesn't mean my bias is bearish. I am still bullish. I just need a trendline breakout. Need to close above this. A candle needs to close above. Then I think that would be good for me to get involved in buys. But again, if we fell, I think then I cannot really do anything. I'm waiting for a close above this area. Then my meta trader is ready. Then I can punch the trade.
Yeah, it's definitely
Okay,
gold is definitely broken above, but it's slowed down ever so slightly. So I wonder if we're going to have a bit of a pullback and then a continuation. Ooh. US 30 as well is also tanking. What is going on? Why are we tanking so?
yeah, we didn't get a.
Whew.
Let's see if we
Tanking
support
long.
this trend EMA. If we didn't, then I think we can push to the downside. Then I cannot enter this trade. And now also I cannot enter this trade unless we have a bigger trend line. Now we can delete that area. Now if we close above, then maybe. If we didn't, then I don't get any signal, so I cannot enter in the trade.
Fair. That is fair. I think ultimately at the end of the day, everybody should just try and ensure that they follow their setup in its entirety. Trump, any nation that wants to play games with the Supreme Court's decision will be met with a much higher tariff or worse. Truth Social. Interesting. wants to play games with the Supreme Court's decision will be met with much higher tariffs. Didn't the Supreme Court say no
Let's see
to
if
the
we
tariffs?
broke the daily high.
I mean,
Yeah, I think there was some news spreading out regarding that.
it's just funny to me that I can use licenses to do absolutely terrible things to foreign countries, especially what? Especially those countries that have been ripping us off. So this came out 2.5 hours ago.
Let's see, guys, what GU is doing. Okay, USD CAD, USD JPY. Let's see if there's any. Okay, EJ broke the daily low. So let's see if we are printing something we can utilize. Not really. We're tapping this area, and it is not convincing. The price action is not convincing me that we can go long. So yeah, I'll just skip it.
Yeah,
Euro USD wise, GBP USD we was planning for sales, but this candle is way too bullish. If we go to the smaller time frame,
it does look like it wants to
I
push a
think
little
break
bit more.
below would be, yeah.
Maybe 5,200 with gold. Because we're already at 5,190 on gold as of right now with that breakup. Man, Will is going to lose his top tomorrow. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
He's going to be saddened by that fact.
Yeah, look at this candle. It doesn't even. These candle don't even have a bottom wick. It is just shooting up.
Yep, there we go. 5,196. It's going to pop above. It's going to carry on. Imagine if Will decided to just leave his trade overnight. Can you imagine?
Now, guys, if you, I think he might have some trust issues. What if
Yeah,
gold just
like I said,
saying something
PTSD.
like this? I don't trust this pair, so I don't have confidence taking trades in this pair.
In
I think
gold.
you also don't trade
Yeah.
gold, right?
No, I've been burnt enough by
Yeah,
gold.
yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
burnt enough. So gold to me
Yeah,
is
same here. Gold has not been my friend.
yeah, I haven't had the best success with gold. I've had some good trades with gold, but just when I think yes, that it's going to start going in my direction, my strategy just doesn't work that well with gold. It's almost as if gold does not follow the same rules as forex. Who knew? So in general, gold just doesn't treat me all that well. GU is or has been pumping. If we have a look at the DXY as well, we plateaued out at 97.85, and since then we started pushing a little bit lower. Still within that upper band.
You are talking about GU, right?
The DXY.
Oh,
Yeah.
DXY. Okay. Let's see DXY. Okay, DXY wise, we have taken this out. So
Mm,
we have taken this out also. I cannot really see anything, to be honest,
no,
because
nor
I
can
don't trade these pairs, or these assets class moves in a very different way. Like if you see indices, they have one trend which is uptrend. Yeah, some months you can see some kind of deeper pullbacks, But if you just focus on long term trend, which is bias on these pair, even if you, I'm not really saying something which I haven't seen. Look from here. It is 2015. I don't know if why price is not loading. Maybe some kind of let's see the other. Oh, we have here 2010. So right from here we are bullish. So even if you're a swing trader and if you focus on buying this pair, I think then it can be good. Anyways, we are breaking to the downside. Now I think going to the 1 minute, if we get a small consolidation like we had here and we break to the downside, then the buys for today is sells. So something like this, my position will look like. So that's it. We didn't get a breakout to the upside, which was here. So there was no trade for me. But here, let's see what we do. Let's see NAS 100. Okay, NAS 100 got a really good dump to the downside as US 30. If you go to the daily time frame, we haven't broke any daily high or daily low, so we are still in the middle of the range. uh, on the 15 minute we are closing bearish and we have broken this area. Let's see on the 1 minute if we have any pattern. Okay, we do have a consolidation on NAS 100. I don't trade this pair, but if I had to, then similarly we'll look for some kind of break below this area. Targeting stop loss will be this and TP will be this. I want similar thing happening on US 30. Then I can get involved in sells.
Yeah, NASDAQ at the moment had a very strong reaction out of the daily high, basically. So that area of interest
Yeah, it
was
was
at
very close.
was at 24,975 to 25,004. That area that I marked up this morning already. Price came back into it. We did not even come close to hitting the expiry of the day, which doesn't mean it will not be it. We can still go ahead and hit it today. We did come close though.
Yeah, exactly. We are. I think this is the time my breakout strategy will not work in a effective way because we are ranging. We don't have a decent amount of a kind of a trendy moves. Let's say something like this, or something like this, or even this was a good market condition. I think this is the area where my strategy will not work that fine. But anyways, I have to give my plan a chance. As I'm a trader, give my plan chances every day, just one chance to my setup. Right now, I don't have any setup to trade, so I cannot force it.
Oh, I
Let's
am
take a
struggling
look
with my
at
internet,
gold.
mate.
Yeah, I think he closed here, and right from
Yeah, man, I'm
here you're
struggling
fine.
with my
I
internet
don't
at
know
the
about
moment. So
YouTube. Let's see.
there's a
Let's
massive
see what YouTube.
delay. There's a massive delay between what you're saying and what I'm seeing you saying.
YouTube. This was the options level rich where it rejected NAS 100.
Like it didn't even come close to it. It rejected at 24,981, and the options level was at 25,010. On the futures on NQ, we hit it with NQ on the futures chart, so 25,040. So we did hit it on that one, but we didn't hit it on the CFDs. Pulling back a little bit. Justin saying, Samir, you're in the Matrix.
What do you mean by that, my friend?
You're living in the Matrix.
Justin, what do you mean by that? Can you elaborate, please?
Prarita, this was the options level, Rich, where it rejected NAS. Yes, like I said, it seemed as though it rejected it on NQ, which is the futures platform. It rejected at 24. Let me just go and check it again. 25,040, and the options level was at 25,010. So on the futures chart, it did definitely reject off of it. However, on the CFD chart, it did not. 1644. Let's see how it rejects, if it's going to reject. So this was the options level up over here on US Tech, but you can see it on NQ. 25,010 was over there. So maybe it hit it on NQ, but obviously this price here is delayed by 15 minutes. So if I go to NASDAQ US Tech CFDs, it'll be the same. It'll be delayed. Sorry. So where it did reject on the CFDs was this section up over here that I spoke about earlier, which was the 24,975 to 24,004. And then price came back down into this area of interest down here, which was the whole of the low section of Tokyo, and reacted off of that one. We had this consolidation with the breakout. Price reacted off of that and started pushing higher as well. We had this area of consolidation up over here where price, during this afternoon, where price broke lower, retested, and continued back to this area of consolidation down here. So that's what NASDAQ was doing for the whole of today. And now came into this area up over here, did not swing the high. We did not take away any of the liquidity of the day. So any sellers that may have been sitting up over here, or buyers that were sitting, let's say more buyers sitting up here who were stuck in their position, we didn't sweep any of that. Anybody that bought or sold down here would have been stuck as well, and they were just swept now. But everybody that tried to sell down here is still stuck in the trade. So we'll see how NASDAQ is going to continue moving. It's weird that we didn't sweep either one of the two areas, and we're kind of just stuck sideways. So we'll have to see for price to either start creating a bullish structure to try and get back to this point, or for us to start pushing bearish from here. So I'm just going to wait with this. And we're getting very close to the end of the stream as well. I've really been struggling with my internet today. I don't know why. I do apologize to everybody if the quality of the stream during this last segment has gone down. Something is going on with my internet, which is weird. I do apologize for that, guys. Hopefully tomorrow it will be back to normal.
Yeah, I think I did a speed test, but it was fine. But on YouTube, I saw my camera was a little bit blurry.
Yeah.
So I think there is some problem with the software, but I think it should be back to normal, guys. Tomorrow stream, as you mentioned, we are at the end of the stream. So I would like to thank every one of you guys who are in the stream, and thank you for supporting us. And as of This is US, which is NAS 100 as I can see. I think for today buys can be bearish for me, but I don't trade NAS 100. NAS
Mm.
100. But US 30 wise, same thing. Bearish buys, didn't got the entry, so didn't got the my pattern, so I didn't trade it. Let's see if later this day in 30 minutes, if I get the entry, it is good. If I didn't, then then also it is good. But yeah, we have just 1 minute left as per our stream time. So thank you guys again for tuning in, and make sure you are liking the stream as well. And if you are not subscribed, make sure you do that as well. And regional thing, the Indian guys or girls watching us, Telegram is here, our Indian channel. You can join us there. You can ask me anything there. Also, I'm available. Discord channel is there for a regional thing, which is India. So yeah, join that as well. With that being said, guys, thank you again. Thank you to the Fibers for having me, and I will see you tomorrow, same time. And thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Samir. Everybody in chat, have a lovely day. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Same time. It's going to be 8:30 GMT. Have a lovely day. We'll see you all tomorrow. Cheers.